Chapter 661. Looks like the two of them are fighting to find an opportunity to break through. I wonder who will win. If that person wins, he might be able to condense a true martial soul. Everyone was shocked as they discussed. The Venerables were silent, and in the end they sighed. They had already sensed the remnant aura with their soul power and guessed the identity of the other party. The Supremacies were silent because they had already guessed the identity of that person, especially the Supremacies of Blackwood Stronghold. Their faces were terrifyingly dark. They were even unwilling to accept this fact. However, the remnant aura of the sword soul stimulated them, indicating that their guess was not wrong. The Supremacies withdrew their souls and gathered the elders of the clan to discuss countermeasures. Damn it, how could it be that thief? Everyone's faces were ugly as they could not accept this at all. Especially Hei Muya. When he heard the news, his body trembled and his eyes turned black. He almost fainted from anger. No, this thief can't be left alive. I want him to die. Hei Muya gritted his teeth and said he did not expect the other party to be so terrifying and reach such a height. Originally, he wanted to take revenge personally, but now, if the other party really condensed a martial soul, he would have no chance. Not only him. This was an outcome that no one in Blackwood's stronghold wanted to see. No, we have to eliminate him. And we have to do it tonight. Blackwood Stronghold's patriarch said in a deep voice. This time he planned to send out Supremacies. Blackwood Stronghold was not the only one who had this idea. Shin Yaotian was also furious. His face was ferocious and terrifying. He had sent out his personal guards to assassinate Lin Xian, but he did not expect them to fail. In fact, the other party might even break through. As a genius of a king family, he would not allow such a thing to happen. Therefore, he immediately sent out his personal Supremacies to kill Lin Xian. For a moment, two Supremacies secretly moved out and quickly ran towards Lin Xian's courtyard. Lin Xian returned from the old house and immediately entered the courtyard. He asked the dark red dragon to set up a defensive formation. When the dark red dragon saw Lin Xian, who was covered in wounds, its eyelids twitched. "Kid, how many people did you fight to end up in such a sorry state?" "Not many, just 3 geniuses." "What, 3 Skype rides?" 3 geniuses in 2 days. You're really crazy." The dark red dragon exclaimed. It was well aware of the prodigy's strength. They weren't any weaker than Lin Xian. Perhaps only a madman like Lin Shui could carry out 3 life and death battles in such a short period of time. Furthermore, what shocked it even more was that it felt an extremely powerful martial soul power within Lin Xian's body. Is he going to break through? It seems that it's much earlier than I thought. The dark red dragon was shocked once again. According to its original estimate, Lin Xian should need more than 10 days to break through, but it did not expect him to reach this stage in just 2 or 3 days. This kind of speed in the history of cultivation, not to mention that no one would be able to match it in the future. It was absolutely unprecedented. At this moment, the power in Lin Xian's body was growing stronger and stronger. The terrifying power seemed to be about to burst him. He had to immediately go into seclusion and condense his sword soul. Otherwise, if he missed this opportunity, it would be very difficult for him to have such an opportunity in the future. Ruffian Dragon, no matter what happens tonight, you must block it. Don't let anyone in. Lin Xian instructed. If you can survive tonight, all the primordial young stones will be yours in the future. Don't worry, leave it to me. The dark red dragon shouted excitedly when it heard the 3 words primordial young stones. Then Lin Xian released the snow white monkey and let it join forces with the dark red dragon to guard him. He sat cross-legged under the ancient tree and quickly entered a state of cultivation with his hands forming seals. The moonless and windy night was the perfect time to kill. The Venerables of the Blackwood Fort were the first to arrive above Lin Xian's courtyard. Then he snorted coldly and quickly pressed downward. The void vibrated and the airflow circulated rapidly, forming a huge palm that quickly slammed down on the courtyard below. Bang! When the huge palm was 100 meters away from the ground, it was blocked and made a deep sound. There's a formation. The venerables of the Blackwood fort were stunned. This time, the venerables was a middle-aged man. He had a scar on his face, which made him look exceptionally ferocious and terrifying. At that moment, the scarred man frowned slightly. A formation that could block his attack was probably not an ordinary one. It seemed that the other party had made sufficient preparations beforehand. It's just a formation. Do you really think you can stop a venerables? What a joke! The scarred venerables sneered disdainfully. He did not plan to waste time and decided to attack with all his might to end the battle quickly. After all, he was a venerables. If news of him assassinating a young genius with unlimited potential were to spread, it would definitely cause a huge impact. At least the Palace of Ares would not let them off. Therefore, he did not attack again. Instead, his body shone brightly and quickly fell downward like a meteor. In the courtyard, the dark red dragon looked solemn. It looked outside while waving its dragon claws to control the formation. Damn it, they actually sent a venerables. The Blackwood family is really shameless. The dark red dragon was hopping mad. If its cultivation was still here, it would definitely kill them all with a slap. Crack, crack, crack. Just as it was getting angry, a crisp cracking sound came from the sky above. Countless cracks appeared like a mirror. Damn it, they're attacking again. The dark red dragon cursed softly and quickly operated the formation to counteract the terrifying power. However, it had underestimated the determination of the Blackwood Fortress Venerables. In addition, it had lost its dragon origin and could only use a portion of the formation's power. At the moment, it could only passively defend for a period of time. Woogie Woogie, the little white monkey, was anxious as it watched from the side. Its body swayed and it was about to rush out. Little ancestor, you can't go out. The dark red dragon was quick to react. It grabbed Snowy and comforted it. If the little white monkey went out and was caught, Lin Xian would definitely fight it out with it when he woke up. Don't worry, my formation won't be so weak. It can last for at least 2 hours. The dark red dragon gritted its teeth and said, if it doesn't work, I'll risk losing a bit of my dragon origin to protect the formation. In the outside world, the Blackwood Fortress Venerables attacks had failed twice, which made him extremely angry. A small formation had actually blocked his path. If news of this were to spread, he would definitely become a laughingstock. At the thought of this, a sinister look appeared in his eyes. Then he used his martial soul and launched a terrifying attack. Crack, crack, crack. The entire formation shook violently as if it would fall apart at any time. The dark red dragon's eyes were red like a rabbit's. Damn it! How dare you use your martial soul? Do you think I'm easy to bully? He gritted his teeth and cursed. Then he spat out a drop of dragon blood into the formation above. Chapter 662. What? When the Venerable from Blackwood's stronghold saw this scene, his expression became extremely unsightly. He decided that after breaking the formation, he would torture the person who cast it to death. Although the Scarface man was extremely careful, it still attracted the attention of some people. At the very least, Nangong Seng and Ma Rulong had been paying close attention. I've already asked for help from my family, but they haven't come yet. What about you? Nangong Seng asked anxiously. I've also sent a message to the ancestor. I think he'll be here soon. Ma Rulong and Nangong Seng both invited experts from their families to help. They knew that tonight was especially important for Lin Xian. If they succeeded, Lin Xian would transform into a dragon and become a true powerhouse. The hostile forces of Blackwood's stronghold definitely didn't want to see this result, so they would definitely take advantage of tonight to make a move. Sure enough, the two of them secretly observed and discovered that Blackwood's stronghold had actually sent out a venerable. Fortunately, Lin Xian's courtyard was protected by a defensive formation, or else the situation would be terrible. Above, the scar-faced venerable was furious. He raised his fist and wanted to bombard the defensive formation below again. At this moment, an old laugh sounded, followed by a ripple in the void. A terrifying energy fluctuation dispersed the scar-faced venerable's attack. Hee, your Blackwood stronghold really doesn't have a long memory. Have you forgotten the warning from last time? The scar-faced venerable frowned as he looked at the old figure in front of him and exclaimed, "The Ma family's ancestor." He didn't expect such a terrifying and powerful figure to make a move. Immediately, his expression became extremely ugly. His strength was at the first heaven of the venerable realm, but the other party was at the second heaven of the venerable realm, or even higher. Although it was only a difference of one heaven, the difference in strength was like heaven and earth. If they really fought, he wouldn't be able to contend at all. However, this operation was very important to them. They had to succeed and couldn't fail. With a cold snort, the scar-faced venerable waved his hand and sent out a signal from his family. Immediately, 2 more figures rushed over and instantly arrived beside the scar-faced venerable. 2 more venerables. It seemed that Blackwood's stronghold had made up their mind this time. They actually sent 3 venerables to assassinate Lin Xian. Ha 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 ha. It's so lively here. A loud laugh sounded, followed by the appearance of a white-robed old man who stood beside the Ma family's ancestor. Nangong family. The scarred venerable one's pupils contracted. He did not expect the Nangong family to attack. Behind him, the 2 venerable ones who had just rushed over had ghastly looks on their faces. Their opponents were 2 old monsters, and their strength was above theirs. Even if the 3 of them worked together, they might not succeed. Was today's mission really going to fail? Could he only watch as that little thief broke through? The scarred venerable sir and the other 2 were not willing to give up. If they were 2 days late, their great elder and the people of the divine bird palace would have arrived. By then, they would not have to fear the Ma and Nangong families. However, he never expected Lin Xian to break through so quickly. Right now, they didn't have any extra combat power. If you know what's good for you, then quickly scram back. Otherwise, don't blame this old man for being impolite. The Ma family's old ancestor said with a smile, "Let's go. With us here, you won't be able to break through," the elder of the Nangong family said in a deep voice. Unless he had no other choice, he didn't want to make a move against the 3 of them. After all, they were all exalted realm experts. And if any mishap were to occur, then Blackwood's stronghold would definitely go mad. At that time, it wouldn't be a war between individuals, but a war between the 2 families. The scarred venerable sir and the other 2 had ugly expressions. They struggled internally, but in the end, they snorted and decided to leave. However, just as they turned around, a cold snort came from afar. "Can't break through? What arrogance!" The cold voice was like the roar of a ferocious beast, resounding in the void. The voice was filled with killing intent, causing the scarred venerable sir and the other 2 to tremble slightly. What a terrifying aura! This person's cultivation is definitely above the second heaven of Exalted Realm. The 3 of them were shocked and hurriedly turned around. With a flash of light, a figure appeared in the void. The figure's body was shining with light, and it was impossible to see clearly. However, judging from the energy fluctuations on his body, his strength was definitely not below that of the Ma family's old ancestor, or even stronger. Such an expert actually came to kill Lin Xian. It was too surprising. For a moment, the Ma family's old ancestor and the Nangong family's elder's expressions became very serious. On the other hand, the scarred venerable sir and the other 2 were abnormally excited. They originally thought that the mission was going to fail, but they did not expect the situation to turn around. At the last moment, a powerful helper appeared. The scarred venerable sir and the Ma family's old ancestor sneered. "Let's see how you're going to stop us this time." Their current lineup was too powerful, and they could definitely tear apart the Ma family's old ancestor and the Ma family's old ancestor's line of defense. As long as a venerable sir could enter the courtyard, he could immediately take Lin Xian's life. The mysterious venerable sir floated in the air, emitting a cold, killing intent. He looked ahead and said coldly, "Get lost, or don't blame me for killing you." Facing the Ma family's old ancestor and the Nangong family's elders, the mysterious venerable sir was unusually arrogant. He did not even put the two of them in his eyes. Hearing that, the Ma family's old ancestor and the Ma family's old ancestors' faces turned gloomy. They were respected and had never been humiliated like this. "You want to go over? Speak with your abilities. Anyone can talk, but I'm afraid you don't have that ability." The Ma family's old ancestor sneered. "Since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish." The mysterious, venerable sir's voice was cold. He threw out a punch, and the sky was filled with colorful clouds that floated out quickly like a cloud. The void trembled violently, and a force that could threaten a venerable sir suddenly spread out and rushed toward the Ma family's old ancestor and the Ma family's old ancestor. "Destroy!" The Ma family's old ancestor waved his sleeve, and suddenly a ray of light shot out like a giant mountain in front of him. The two collided, and there was a tremor that could tear the world apart. In an instant, the black mountain formed by the sleeve was shattered, and the Ma family's old ancestor took 3 steps back with a shocked face. "Humph!" The mysterious venerable sir sneered and stood proudly. "I've already shown mercy with that punch. If you don't get lost, the next punch will be your death date." The Ma family's old ancestor was shocked. Although he did not use all his strength in that attack, it was still enough to show that the mysterious venerable sir in front of him was stronger than him. Which force is it that wants to kill Lin Xian? His face was gloomy as he kept thinking. The scar-scarred venerable sir and the other two were ecstatic. The mysterious venerable sir alone could definitely suppress the Ma family's old ancestor. The 3 of them could forcefully break through Elder Nangong's hands. By then, they could definitely successfully kill Lin Xian below. However, just as they were about to make a move, the void in the middle fluctuated and ripples appeared. A figure appeared out of thin air. It was a middle-aged scholar. He was holding a yellowed book and reading it with great interest. The middle-aged scholar did not emit any terrifying aura. He looked like a real scholar, weak and powerless. If he was not standing in the void, the crowd would not have thought of him as a martial artist. Where did this poor scholar come from? Get lost. This is not a place where you can stay. Chapter 663. Their plan was about to come to fruition, but now someone dared to obstruct them? Moreover, it was an unknown scholar. He was furious, so he didn't hold back at all. His palm wind was swift and fierce, and the power of a venerable was released. This move could definitely destroy more than half of a city. The void vibrated, and countless rays of light gushed out like a roaring galaxy, rushing toward the middle-aged scholar. The middle-aged scholar held the book in his right hand and looked ahead coldly. "You think you're qualified to use a palm technique? As far as I'm concerned, you're nothing." The middle-aged scholar looked ahead, and his expression was full of disdain. He stood there proudly, and with a cold snort, he quickly waved his left palm. A tyrannical power gushed out along with that palm. Suddenly, a violent wind blew, and the void cracked. Countless rays of light gushed out and condensed into a huge palm of light. Wherever it passed, the void was annihilated. This palm was too powerful, and that violent and arrogant aura was definitely rare in the world. The 2 palms collided. The middle-aged scholar's palm shadow was like a furious dragon, roaring ferociously and instantly shattered the opponent's palm shadow. After that, the palm of light rushed toward the venerable of the Blackwood Castle with dazzling rays of light, like a galloping primordial beast. The divine light was dazzling, and the terrifying palm shadow was like a shooting star, carrying a dazzling radiance as it smashed forward. Bang! That hook-nosed venerable was instantly sent flying, and a rain of blood fell from the sky. What? The scar-faced venerable and the old man were frightened, as if they had seen a ghost. This middle-aged scholar was too powerful, and he had seriously injured their companion with just a casual palm strike. Even the old man and the old man from the Ma family were surprised. This middle-aged scholar looked weak, but when he attacked, his strength was definitely beyond theirs. In the distance, the mysterious venerable was floating in the void. He stared at the middle-aged scholar, and after a long time he said in a deep voice, "Wild Palm Scholar! Oh, you know me. So it seems you're not from the Lusha region." The middle-aged scholar smiled indifferently. "Since you know who I am, then hurry up and get lost, so that I don't have to attack you." His voice wasn't loud, but the arrogance in it made everyone fearful. They didn't expect this middle-aged scholar to be even more arrogant than the mysterious venerable. The scar-faced venerable and the others had a bitter expression. They couldn't do anything in the current situation and could only depend on the mysterious venerable. If the other party lost, they would definitely retreat obediently. The mysterious Martial Highness harumphed coldly. His murderous aura skyrocketed like a burning divine spear. "I've heard that the Wild Palm Scholar's palm art is extremely exquisite. Today, I would like to experience it for myself." The mysterious supreme expert suddenly made his move. His body turned into a streak of lightning as he rushed over at an inconceivable speed. He punched out, and his terrifying fist tore through the sky. It was like an ancient demonic mountain that came crashing down. This fist was too heavy, causing the entire void to tremble. Looking from afar, it was as if a meteorite had descended from the heavens, stirring up 1,000 layers of waves. For a moment, the Ma family's patriarch and the others all retreated, giving them enough distance. The middle-aged scholar was still holding the yellowed book, but his expression was no longer lazy. His eyes had become sharp. Then he waved his palm. The sky was collapsing. Following this palm strike, the entire region began to collapse. Billowing waves of energy rose up to 300 meters high and spread out in all directions. At this moment, the entire sky was boiling. Countless rays of light flickered, burning like flames. The terrifying fist and the blazing palm shadow intertwined, forming countless energy storms that surged in the sky. The light made the stars and moon in the sky dim. After pushing out his palm, the middle-aged scholar became incomparably violent. His body was dazzling like a golden sun. Stormy wave palm. The palm shadow was waved out like the roaring waves of the sea. Huge energy tsunamis surged forward, sealing off all directions. The sky rumbled incessantly. An indescribable aura shrouded Quicksand City as if a real sea had appeared in the sky. At this moment, everyone in Quicksand City saw this strange phenomenon. Of course, that terrifying aura made them tremble even more. The mysterious supreme expert's expression finally changed. In the face of this domineering palm, he did not take it head-on. Instead, he chose to retreat. However, the light palm was too powerful and firmly locked onto him. In the end, he could not avoid it and could only take it head-on. Boom! As if thunder had exploded, the mysterious supreme expert was blasted back a few hundred meters, causing the void to crack. His arm was trembling slightly, and there were drops of blood dripping from his fingertips. This palm had injured him. Wild Palm Scholar, I'll remember this palm. I'll definitely return it in the future. The mysterious supreme expert snorted coldly and then soared into the sky. Such a huge commotion had long alarmed everyone. Moreover, with the Wild Palm Scholar around, he could not make a move at all. Seeing that the mysterious supreme expert had retreated, the hearts of the scar-scarred venerable and the other too trembled. They did not dare to stay any longer and quickly turned into rays of light and disappeared. The operation to kill Lin Xian collapsed just like that. After the middle-aged scholar repelled the powerful enemy, he did not stay and quickly disappeared into the void. The Ma family's great ancestor and the elder of the Nangong family looked at each other and flew down. It seemed that Lin Xian was safe and they did not have to stay there anymore. In the courtyard, the dark red divine dragon had been observing the situation outside. At this moment, it heaved a sigh of relief when it saw that everyone had retreated. Otherwise, its array formation would not be able to withstand so many supreme experts. Lin Xian was unaware of these things. He closed his eyes tightly and made a strange seal with his hands. Wisps of spiritual sword qi overflowed from his body and circled around him. The area around him was completely filled with sword qi. The sword qi intertwined and formed a unique domain. The entire phenomenon lasted for 3 days before it gradually disappeared. In the end, an earth-shattering dragon roar and sword cry sounded. In a trance, the shadow of a divine sword soared into the sky. In the next moment, the sound and phenomenon quickly disappeared. Lin Xian opened his eyes. His gaze was like a materialized sword ray that was 10 feet long. It pierced through the void and surged in all directions. At this moment, he was extremely excited like a child. After 3 life-and-death battles, he had finally condensed a true martial soul. Although he had not entered the Supreme Realm, his true combat strength was not weaker than a first-level Supreme Expert. Moreover, his cultivation had increased again and reached the peak of the spirit-detecting realm. It could be said that Lin Xian's strength had taken a qualitative leap. He was definitely the #1 person among the younger generation in the Sand region. Let's go out for a walk. Lin Xian was in a good mood and went out with the snow-white little monkey and the dark red divine dragon. After obtaining a sword soul, he did not have to be afraid of doing things because he already had the ability to contend with supreme experts. Lin Xian walked on the street and immediately caused a commotion. They knew about the phenomenon in the sky 3 days ago. Several supreme experts had failed to kill Lin Xian. This matter caused a huge commotion in Quicksand City. Chapter 664. Lin Xian's appearance caused a stir among the crowd. Many people were shocked, but they were also very curious. They wanted to know what realm Lin Xian had reached and whether he had condensed a true martial soul. However, no one dared to try. Unless they were geniuses, they would not be able to do so. Lin Xian ignored these people and walked toward the Divine Dragon Pavilion's arena with a satisfied expression. "Brother Xian, you're here." Nan Gongseng was pleasantly surprised when he saw Lin Xian. Soon after, Marulong came out as well. The two of them pulled Lin Xian into the backyard. "How is it? Did you break through?" Ma Rulong's eyes were eager. "Yes." Lin Xian nodded. He had just broken through to the peak of the spirit-detecting realm. Nan Gongseng spat out a mouthful of spirit tea. "Who asked about that? I'm talking about martial souls, martial souls." Lin Xian smiled and rubbed his nose. "Take a guess." Big brother, don't keep us in suspense. Hurry up and tell us." Looking at Brother Lin's appearance, he must have succeeded. Ma Rulong's face was filled with envy. He did succeed. Lin Xian smiled. "Don't worry, I'll definitely find a way to help you condense martial souls." The dark red divine dragon had told him about what happened that night. Lin Xian was grateful to them for inviting their family's supremacy. He knew that he had not made these two friends for nothing, so he would definitely do his best to help them break through. Really, their eyes lit up when they heard that. Supremacy was a powerhouse. Just their lifespan alone was at least 800 years. It was definitely something that would make countless warriors go crazy. "Brother Xian, I'll follow you from now on," Nan Gongseng shouted excitedly. He was only at the peak of the spirit-detecting realm. Under normal circumstances, he would never be able to reach the supremacy realm in his lifetime. But now, Lin Xian had given him hope. How could he not be excited? Ma Rulong was also excited. He was also a genius, and his life's goal was to reach the supremacy realm. according to his natural talent and resources, he might be able to enter the Exalt realm in 100 to 200 years. However, things were different now. With Lin Xian around, he knew that this time would be greatly reduced. After all, Lin Xian had merely utilized an extremely short period of time to advance into the Exalt realm. Wait a moment. Lin Xian began to recall the things that Wine Lord had left behind. Back then, Wine Lord had left behind a lot of secret martial arts manuals, formations, pills, and other information. These days, Lin Xian had been busy trying to break through his martial soul, so he hadn't studied them in detail. He remembered that in the information there were some martial arts that should be very suitable for the two of them. Now was the time to take them out. Found it. Lin Xian smiled, then took out a jade slip to defend his forehead and copied the martial arts into it. Soon, he handed the 2 jade slips to the two of them. Brother Ma, this is a sacred flame spear art. It is a half-earth tier martial art. It is not suitable for you to take a look. Hearing this, Ma Rulong's eyes lit up and he was pleasantly surprised. Although a half-earth tier martial art was inferior to an earth tier martial art, it was still an extremely rare existence. Now that Lin Xian had generously given it to him, he was truly surprised. At the same time, he secretly decided that he would follow Lin Xian for the rest of his life. Mimi, Nan Gongseng anxiously shouted. Don't worry, I won't forget about you. Lin Xian smiled and took out the other jade slip. This is the water element gentle fist. It is also a half-earth tier martial art. Really? That's great. Nan Gongseng excitedly said. The two of them excitedly watched. Then they followed Lin Xian to the Alliance Arena to sign up. There were only a few days left until the Alliance Arena began. He had to sign up in order to obtain the Divine Dream Bone. With Nan Gongseng and Ma Rulong, the 3 of them set off together. The Alliance Arena was jointly organized by several top forces of Quicksand City. Among them were the Blackwood family, Nangong family, Ma family, and others. After Lin Xian appeared, the people from the other forces were still fine, but the people from Blackwood Stronghold all had gloomy expressions. These people's eyes burned with anger, wishing that they could skin Lin Xian alive. Among them, Blackwood Cliff was also present. After he saw Lin Xian, his entire body emitted a terrifying aura, as if he wished to rush forwards and slap him to death. But he didn't do anything. This was because he didn't know whether or not Lin Xian had broken through to that step. If Lin Xian made a breakthrough, then he would only be looking for trouble. Thus, before he could ascertain Lin Xian's true strength, he wouldn't do anything. However, he didn't conceal the cold, killing intent that surged from his body at all. Brother Blackwood, what's wrong? Several youths asked, puzzled. These people wore 5-colored battle robes and had arrogant expressions. It was clear that they weren't people of Quicksand City, but rather disciples of some great outer region influence. It's nothing. I just saw an old enemy. Blackwood Cliff shook his head. This guy's strength is unfathomable. I'm afraid that in the younger generation of the Sand region, no one can match him. The reason why Blackwood Cliff said this was, of course, to draw hatred towards Lin Xian. The people around him weren't ordinary youths, but genius warriors from the divine Bird Palace. These people often had their eyes on top of their heads and were very arrogant. They didn't put anyone in their eyes. They were even more unconvinced of those famous warriors in the Sand region. It couldn't be any better for them to probe Lin Xian's strength. Moreover, if Lin Xian was too strong and injured the other party, that would be even better. At that time, Lin Xian and the Divine Bird Palace would become enemies. With the strength of the Divine Bird Palace, killing Lin Xian would be a matter of minutes. Therefore, in front of these Divine Bird Palace disciples, Blackwood Cliff praised Lin Xian to the sky. Sure enough, after the youths of the Divine Bird Palace heard this, they all looked at Lin Xian. Their eyes flashed coldly. One of the single-eyed youths laughed disdainfully. Number one of the younger generation? Him. Brother Blackwood, are you mistaken? This kid's aura is very weak. I'm afraid he hasn't even reached the limit of the spirit channeling realm. How can he be the number one of the younger generation? Don't underestimate him. I once lost to him. In order to make this youth fight, Blackwood Cliff didn't hesitate to reveal the scandal of his defeat. What? You lost to him? The youths were surprised. Their eyes were full of doubt. Blackwood Cliff didn't look like he was lying. Could it be that this seemingly weak youth really had a terrifying battle strength? Be careful. That kid also likes Moron Goddess. I'm afraid he's a strong opponent. Blackwood Cliff said insidiously, Humph. We'll know if he's strong or not after we try. One of the single-eyed youths revealed an evil smile and strode forward. As a genius of the Divine Bird Palace, he naturally didn't put others in his eyes, especially this Sand Region genius. In his eyes, the Sand Region was just a remote place. How could there be a genius in such a place? It was just a fight between frogs at the bottom of a well. Moreover, the opponent's aura was pitifully weak, so he didn't put him in his eyes. Chapter 665. Lin Xian and Nan Gongseng were watching in the crowd. Suddenly, he felt a strong killing intent coming towards him. Frowning, he turned his head and squinted his eyes, because he saw a young man in a colorful robe walking towards him with He Muya and the others behind him. Although he didn't know the young man, Lin Xian was familiar with his clothes. It was the clothes of the Divine Bird Palace. He didn't expect the people of the Divine Bird Palace to come. He just didn't know if these people came for the competition or to catch him. Lin Xian was puzzled and secretly vigilant. However, he wasn't afraid. After he condensed a real sword soul, he didn't fear the disciples of the Divine Bird Palace at all. Now that he had a real sword soul, Lin Xian even dared to challenge venerables, let alone these young warriors. Therefore, when he saw the disciples of the Divine Bird Palace coming, he sneered. If they didn't open their eyes and dared to trouble him, he didn't mind testing his moves on them. It just so happened that he also wanted to try his strength after condensing a real sword soul. Nan Gongseng and Ma Rulong also saw the disciples of the Divine Bird Palace coming towards them. If it was before, the two of them would be on guard, but now they didn't have a trace of nervousness. Instead, they looked like they were watching a show. They knew that Lin Xian had condensed a real martial soul and was definitely the number one person in the younger generation. Even the older generation experts might not be his match, let alone these people. Therefore, in their opinion, those who dared to trouble Lin Xian were definitely courting death. You're the number one person in the younger generation of the Sand Region. The young man with eyelids walked up and looked at Lin Xian condescendingly. He didn't know Lin Xian's name, and he didn't participate in the mission to kill Lin Xian. So he didn't know Lin Xian. Moreover, he didn't think in that direction. Lin Xian's eyes were cold as he carefully looked at the young man in front of him. These people were between the ages of 25 to 30, and they were almost 10 years older than Lin Xian. It could be said that these people were the true young elites of the Divine Bird Palace. The people that Lin Xian had met in the Lost Lands could only be regarded as the reserve team of the Divine Bird Palace. The strength of those people was much weaker than the ones in front of him. The corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled up slightly. If that's what you think, I don't have any objections. Brat, you're very arrogant. Do you know who you're talking to? The young man with single eyelids had a cold look in his eyes. He believed that if the other party knew his identity, he would be scared shitless. What status? Aren't you just a stupid bird? You don't even know that you've been used as a tool. How pathetic! Xue Lin sneered in disdain. How could he not know about Blackwood Cliff's little tricks? He was just too lazy to pay attention to them. However, since the other party dared to come knocking on his door, he naturally wouldn't show any mercy. Brat, you're courting death. The young man with single eyelids' face darkened and his eyes burned with anger. In an instant, A divine light materialized and pierced toward Lin Xian. At the same time, he raised his left palm and quickly blasted toward Lin Xian. As a genius warrior of the divine bird palace, he had a trace of the divine bird's blood flowing in his body. Now a brat dared to call him a stupid bird. This was the greatest blasphemy to him. Only by killing him could he relieve the hatred in his heart. Facing the attack of the young man with single eyelids, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and released 2 rays of sword light to meet the other party's gaze. At the same time, he snorted and pointed his finger like a sword. Clang! The 2 materialized gazes collided, causing the void to tremble and burst out a series of sparks. Then Lin Xian's sword finger pointed at the other party's palm and repelled the young man with single eyelids. "Ah, I'm going to kill you." The young man with single eyelids took 5 steps back. His handsome face became extremely ferocious. His left hand hung down powerlessly, and a horrible bloody hole appeared in his palm. Blood flowed out. What? He Mui's face changed greatly. He was the closest and naturally saw the whole process. Lin Xian injured the genius of the divine bird palace with 1 finger. This kind of strength was terrifying. Could it be that he has really reached that step? He Mui's face was very ugly, but he was very puzzled because he did not feel the power of the martial soul at all. The others were also shocked. They did not expect Lin Xian to fight with someone as soon as he came out. Moreover, he injured the foreign genius with 1 move. The other disciples of the divine bird palace were even more shocked and looked sluggish. The young man with single eyelids was considered a superior existence among them, but he could not stop the other party's finger. They could not accept this fact at all. The young man with single eyelids had a ferocious look on his face. He was like an injured beast that had lost his mind. As a genius of the divine bird palace, he had always been the center of attention. This time he came to the quicksand region and did not put the native warriors in his eyes. In his opinion, this kind of barbarian land could not have any masters. However, he was injured the first time he fought, and it was by a finger. This was absolutely a great humiliation to him. "Boy, I will kill you." The young man with single eyelids went crazy. He could not accept being injured in front of so many people. With a roar, his right fist suddenly blasted out. It was like a Milky Way roaring in the void. The divine light was dazzling and the void shook violently. This fist was like a shocking rainbow, dazzling to the extreme. The terrifying power hovered in the air, forming a spiral attack that quickly rushed towards Lin Xian. If this punch hit, Lin Xian's head would definitely explode. Lin Xian sneered. His finger moved in the void and slashed forward. His movements were very soft and light, as if he was swatting a fly. A sword light quickly swept through the void. The sword shadow was translucent and as fast as lightning. It only made the air vibrate slightly, and then it arrived in front of the young man with single eyelids. Everyone only saw the young man's body tremble violently, and then he flew out at a speed faster than before. Boom! The young man fell 100 meters away, and a terrible crack appeared on the ground. The armor on his chest was completely cracked, and a terrible sword mark appeared on his abdomen. If it was deeper, his whole body would have been split in half. Hiss! Everyone gasped. What kind of skill was this? It was so terrifying. He seriously injured the genius of the divine bird palace with 1 blow. The rest of the disciples of the divine bird palace quickly came to the side of the young man with single eyelids, looking nervous. Then they looked at Lin Xian with a strong murderous intent in their eyes. Next to them, He Muya recovered from the initial shock, and then he was ecstatic. He made his move. Lin Xian injured a disciple of the divine bird palace. He was definitely going to die. With pride in his heart, He Muya sneered, "Boy, do you know who you injured?" "Humph, it's just a little bird. How dare they call themselves the divine bird palace? They don't deserve the word divine." Chapter 666. Now that it had obtained a large number of primordial yang stones, Its strength had been restored to the half-step venerable realm after a few days of cultivation. Although it could not be compared to before, it was able to use several secret techniques. Moreover, with its current speed, it was confident that it could escape from a venerable. After so many days, it could finally speak in front of everyone. A snake that can talk. It's a snake demon. The surrounding warriors were shocked. They had never seen such a spiritual monster. Damn it, you're the snake demon. Your whole family are snake demons. The dark red divine dragon looked extremely displeased and indignant. Hei Muya was extremely shocked. He could no longer care about the talking snake because, from the other party's words, Lin Xian seemed to know the identity of the young man with single eyelids. However, even so, he still dared to attack, which showed that Lin Xian did not take these people seriously at all. Hei Muya's face was very ugly because he found that Lin Xian was not afraid of the divine bird palace at all. He found that all his plans had failed. However, he still had a glimmer of hope in his heart because Lin Xian had injured the people of the divine bird palace. With the divine bird palace's methods, they would never let Lin Xian go. Sure enough, the other disciples of the divine bird palace were angry and murderous. Boy, you dare to injure the people of the divine bird palace. Wait for your death. Humph, a bunch of stupid birds. The dark red dragon sneered. You don't know that you've been fooled. That black boy knows that we're strong, but he kept provoking you. He obviously has bad intentions. You're still foolishly shouting. Do you really think we don't dare to kill you? The blood of the Eastern divine dragon flowed in its body, so it did not have a good impression of these self-proclaimed divine birds. If it were not for the loss of its dragon essence, it would have slapped them all to death. Don't listen to its nonsense. He's obviously trying to sow discord between us. Hei Muya's face changed and hurriedly explained. Humph, it's useless to say anything. You've injured the disciples of the divine bird palace, so you'll pay with your life. The young men looked ferocious. However, they did not dare to attack. After all, Lin Xian was able to heavily injure the young man with single eyelids in one move. His strength was definitely not something they could contend against. However, this time, not only did the younger generation come, but the venerable ones from the clan also came. As long as the clan's elders made a move, they would definitely be able to kill this detestable little thief in front of them. Get lost. Otherwise, this emperor will pierce through all of you and barbecue you to eat. The dark red divine dragon threatened. The little white monkey sat on the dark red dragon's back, its eyes filled with disdain. Just you wait, you're dead. Several disciples of the divine bird palace quickly lifted the injured young man with single eyelids and left quickly. Everyone was stunned. They didn't think that the famous disciple of divine bird palace would run away without a fight. However, they soon felt relieved because Lin Xian's performance was too terrifying. He was able to injure that kind of genius expert with a single sword strike. This kind of strength was definitely unfathomable, and it was very likely that he had already reached that level. Lin Xian did not take the threat of divine bird palace to heart. The grudge between him and divine bird palace was not that small. Both sides were originally in a state of irreconcilable hatred, so when he met a disciple of divine bird palace, he would definitely not be lenient. If it wasn't for the fact that killing was prohibited in the city, he would have killed him long ago. Then he looked at Hei Muya. You instigated the disciples of the big forces to make a move, and you secretly benefited. You're very skilled at using these despicable methods. Lin Xian sneered. People like you don't deserve to be the Sand Region's heaven's pride. I won't kill you because it will dirty my hands. Get lost. This voice was cold, sonorous, and powerful, spreading in all directions. You dash! Hei Muya was so angry that his whole body trembled. Lin Xian dared to scold him in public, which made him very mad. Those elders of Blackwood Castle were also angry, and each of them stared at Lin Xian with unkind expressions. What, you want to fight? You can try. A cold smile appeared on Lin Xian's face. The people of Blackwood Castle trembled with anger, especially Heimuya. He wanted to attack several times, but he restrained himself. In the end, he waved his sleeve and left while gnashing his teeth. The others were dumbfounded. Was this still the arrogant Heaven's pride? In front of Lin Xian, he didn't even dare to fart. Brother Lin, this time Divine Bird Palace not only sent their disciples, but also a few venerables. You have to be careful. Ma Rulong said in a deep voice. I have a deep grudge with Divine Bird Palace. It's impossible to turn enemies into friends. You two be careful. Don't get too close to me for the time being. You two first develop your strength in secret and wait until the time is right, Lin Xian said. At present, Nan Gongseng and Ma Long were too weak to be of much use. There was no benefit in tying them to him. It was better to let them develop their strength in secret. This was the best choice. Lin Xian discovered that as his cultivation increased, he needed a powerful influence more and more. This was not only to protect his life, but also to accumulate resources. After seeing the disciples of those large influences, Lin Xian realized that compared to them, the resources he had weren't anything at all. For example, in the Palace of Gods of War, any supremacy would be able to create an entire Yuanyang stone mine. Compared to other places, it was definitely a huge resource. Moreover, he didn't have the time or energy to gather the resources he needed. But if he had a great influence behind him that could help him with these matters, it would save him a great deal of effort. Thus, Lin Xian had plans to develop his own influence. Of course, he knew that this matter couldn't be rushed. He had to slowly develop it. Only by giving these matters to those he trusted the most could he feel at ease. After Lin Xian finished registering, he left. All he needed to do was wait for the competition to begin. Moreover, he had already made plans. After obtaining the divine dream bone, he planned to leave the Sand region and make a trip to War God Palace. This was because that was where he could find his father's whereabouts. As for Nan Gongseng, Ma Long, and the others, Lin Xian planned to have them develop in the Sand region first. Of course, he would leave behind enough resources for them to cultivate. Of course, these matters would only begin after he obtained the divine dream bone. For the next several days, Lin Xian lived a leisurely and carefree life. During the day, he brought the dark red divine dragon and the snow white monkey to stroll through the city, tasting all sorts of delicacies. At night, he returned to the quiet courtyard and quietly cultivated. At this time, it was like she was living the life of an ordinary person, filled with serenity and serenity. This allowed his battle-hardened heart to settle down. Experiencing life or death battles was a type of experience, but living a peaceful and tranquil life was also another type of experience. Looking at the flowers blooming and withering in front of the courtyard, Lin Xian felt another form of life. This was something he hadn't experienced before. Now that he had condensed a true martial soul, he had new understandings of these things. Perhaps these things weren't of much use right now, but Lin Xian had a premonition that his future road of martial arts wouldn't be purely about increasing his combat strength. Increasing his soul and state of mind would be equally important. Chapter 667. On this day, Lin Xian brought the snow-white monkey and the dark red dragon out again. At this moment, Quicksand City was unusually lively. There was an endless stream of people on the streets, and the people in the various arenas were in a hubbub. The light was boundless, and the momentum was extremely vast. At this moment, the Alliance Combat Tournament had already begun. The various arenas had become the competition venue for the elimination matches. A prodigy like Lin Xian naturally didn't need to participate in the preliminary elimination matches. He only needed to wait for the final matches. However, since he had nothing to do, Lin Xian decided to go in and take a look. Then he bought a ticket and entered the Nangong family's arena. There was a hubbub of voices inside, and the crowd was like a black tide. Lin Xian sat in the last row and looked down at the arena below. The cultivators in the Nangong combat tournament had very high cultivation, so they only needed to win 10 matches in a row to automatically win and enter the next round of the tournament. Looking around, Lin Xian praised. As one of the top families in Quicksand City, the Nangong family strength was very strong. The scale of this arena alone was more than 10 times larger than his Divine Dragon Pavilion's arena. The entire arena was divided into 4 levels. The lower 2 levels were ordinary seats, and the upper 2 levels were exquisite private rooms provided for some cultivators with status to watch the matches. The surroundings were richly ornamented, and the huge stone pillars were carved with all kinds of rare beasts. Young ladies in light muslin carried exquisite spirit wine as they shuttled through the crowd. Even if they were taken advantage of occasionally, they would just turn around and smile. They weren't angry. The entire arena was very vast. Lin Xian estimated that it could accommodate tens of thousands of people. Then the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. One had to know that his ticket to enter just now cost 100 mid-grade spirit stones. Not counting other things, just the ticket alone could earn the arena 5 million mid-grade spirit stones in a day. If he went out to defend and protect, he could earn 2 to 3 million mid-grade spirit stones in a day. This speed was too fast. It was like sitting still and countless spirit stones were rolling in. Of course, such a grand occasion could only be seen in the Alliance martial arts competition. However, it was enough to show that the battle arena was definitely an extremely profitable business. Although Lin Xian sat in the back row and blended into the tens of thousands of people, he was quickly recognized. The deacon of the Nangong family invited Lin Xian to a private room on the 3rd floor. The entire private room was very big, like a small palace. The interior was beautifully decorated, richly ornamented, and magnificent. For young girls with impressive figures and beautiful faces slowly walked in. 2 of them were carrying exquisite spirit wine and various delicacies. The other girl stood behind Lin Xian and massaged him with her jade-like hands. The last beautiful girl pulled open the curtains in front of her, revealing a one-way, transparent crystal glass. As Lin Xian enjoyed the fine wine and food, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. As expected of a private room, the level of treatment was definitely not something that those ordinary martial artists could enjoy. He leaned back comfortably on the recliner. From here, he could see the competition through the crystal glass in front of him. Ha ha ha! Are all the martial artists of the Sand region trash? You can't even take one of my moves. An extremely arrogant voice came from below. Moreover, what was even more shocking was that there was a trace of immaturity in the voice. It was obviously the voice of a youth. Lin Xian frowned and looked down. He saw a youth in a colorful robe standing on the super arena below with his hands behind his back. His expression was arrogant, and his eyes were like lightning as he scanned the surroundings. It was as if he was the ruler of the world. He didn't put anyone in his eyes. Hearing this, the martial artists of the 1st and 2nd floors of the Sand region trembled with anger. They stared at the youth on the stage like hungry wolves, but none of them dared to make a move. This youth was too terrifying. He could send a peak spirit realm expert flying with one slap. This kind of person was definitely a top genius. Lin Xian was slightly surprised because he found that the arrogant youth was actually a disciple of the Divine Bird Palace. However, looking at his age, he was much younger than the young man with single eyelids. He was probably 17 or 18 years old. Judging from his cultivation, this youth seemed to be stronger than the young man with single eyelids. Interesting. A mysterious smile appeared on Lin Xian's face. Below, after the youth in the colorful roar, a strong young man suddenly roared and rushed into the arena. Bang! His feet landed on the ground, shaking the entire arena. It was as if a huge demonic mountain had fallen to the ground. The violent power made people tremble. Boy, you're too arrogant. Take my punch. The young man roared and punched out with both fists. They were like 2 angry dragons roaring in the air. Crack, 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 crack. Wherever the fist wind passed, countless cracks appeared on the hard diamond ground. One could imagine how powerful this punch was. The void trembled and the wind blew like a ghost's howl. This punch caused exclamations from all around. However, the youth in the colorful robe sneered disdainfully. Looking at the fist coming towards him, he didn't dodge. Instead, he waited until the fist was close to him before he made his move. The youth raised his palm and then slapped it out. Bang! The surrounding air trembled violently. Countless spiritual energy surged and roared like a tsunami. The terrifying sound of the collision was like thunder from the 9 heavens, causing everyone's ears to tremble. The young man flew backward as if he had been struck by lightning. Countless cracks appeared on his arms, and scarlet blood splattered all over the ground. Shocked, everyone was shocked. Everyone in the martial arts arena exclaimed. Such a powerful young man was seriously injured by a single slap. This youth was too terrifying. The youth in the colorful robe slapped the young man flying and said disdainfully, "Too weak. You're worse than a fly. Who else? Who can take my slap?" This voice was extremely arrogant and echoed in the arena. It shouldn't be. With his strength, it's impossible for him to participate in this kind of elimination competition. Could there be a mistake? Everyone discussed. They had seen the youth's strength, and it was indeed terrifying. This kind of person could directly participate in the finals, but they didn't expect him to come to such a place. Zhu Ning stood in the arena with an arrogant face. He enjoyed the horrified gazes of the surrounding people. With his strength, he could naturally enter the finals directly. However, killing weak warriors in the beginner's arena was more satisfying for his perverted mentality. Why would a warrior of this level appear here? Lin Xian frowned slightly. Naturally, he didn't know about the other party's perverted mentality. The youth insisted. He could have entered the finals directly, but he refused. A woman beside him said softly, "Oh." Lin Xian was surprised and turned to look at the youth on his right. The woman was in her 20s. She was beautiful and had a proud figure. At this moment, she was looking at Lin Xian with a smile. Chapter 668. I know about such a small matter. If you want to know more, please ask. The beautiful girl said with a smile, "Do you know anything about that young man?" Lin Xian raised his eyebrows. The beautiful girl said softly, "Zhu Ning, from the Divine Bird Palace, 17 years old this year, arrogant and conceited. His cultivation has reached the half-step honorable realm. Because of the divine bird's blood flowing in his body, his martial soul is a divine bird illusion." The girl said softly. The information was very detailed. Lin Xian was shocked and became vigilant. "You don't look like an ordinary maid. Don't worry, Sir Lin. Even an honorable realm expert can't hurt you, let alone a few weak girls like us." Hearing this, the other young women also laughed softly. "Oh, you know me." Lin Xian touched his nose. When he entered, the Nangong family elder did not mention his name. "Don't misunderstand, sir. We are from the Merry Woods. This time, the Nangong family invited us to assist the martial competition. A few days ago at the Merry Woods, we naturally saw Sir's elegance. So that's how it is." Lin Xian suddenly understood. He did not expect the Nangong family to invite people from the Merry Woods to serve them. That was really generous. The Merry Woods was a real money-squandering establishment. Without a certain amount of wealth, one could not even enter the door. And now the Nangong family had arranged for 4 girls from the Merry Woods to serve each private room for this martial competition. "What is your name?" Lin Xian asked the beautiful girl on the right. "My name is Ruyu." "Ruyu, beautiful as jade. What a good name. Sir, you flatter me." Ruyu giggled and walked up, her hips swaying as she poured Lin Xian a glass of spirit wine. Lin Xian drank it in one gulp, then looked down at the arena. On the arena, Zhu Ning's next opponent had appeared. It was a young man in purple. This young man was extraordinary. His whole body was surrounded by purple energy, emitting a strong surge of power. He was not a warrior from the Sand region, but a genius warrior from a foreign region called the Purple Chi Pavilion. Purple Chi from the east. The purple-clothed young man used his ultimate skill as soon as he arrived. Purple Chi surged all over his body, forming a purple cloud as he quickly rushed forward. Multicolored light filled the sky, forming a blazing wave of energy that wreaked havoc in the air. Zhu Ning sneered as his right palm struck down. The wind from his palm was like a blade, violent and sharp to the extreme. It was like a silver river hanging upside down in the void. The blazing radiance intertwined with the brilliant purple clouds, forming waves of energy. Wang! Zhu Ning sneered. His palm turned into a claw, and he clawed at the void. Suddenly, a huge phantom of a beast claw appeared in the void, as if it wanted to tear the world apart. The beast claws were terrifying. Each of them was as thick as a mountain. They filled the void like 5 huge mountains. The purple clouds were torn apart, and then the beast claw phantom grabbed at the purple-robed young man with an even more violent aura. Extreme violet spectroscopic technique. The purple-clothed young man formed a seal with his palms, and his body shot out like a bolt of purple lightning. At the same time, countless purple figures appeared in the void. Every one of them looked like a real person, making it impossible to tell which was which. These purple figures flew quickly in the void like bolts of purple lightning, and they quickly surrounded Zhu Ning. Insignificant tricks. Break! Zhu Ning sneered disdainfully. A pair of flaming wings appeared on his back. They were 100 meters long, and red divine flames danced on them, evaporating the void. The wings flapped, and flames filled the sky, dyeing the entire sky red. In an instant, countless purple figures were burned to ashes in the raging flames. The purple-clothed young man's real body appeared, and he looked extremely flustered. He quickly formed a seal with his palms. Bolts of purple lightning intertwined in his palms, forming a terrifying energy ball. As soon as the purple energy ball appeared, the surrounding air trembled, as if it could not withstand its power. Then the purple-clothed young man waved his palms, and they shrouded the area in front of him. The purple lightning ball in his palms turned into a bolt of lightning that shot forward. Humph, you think you're worthy of using lightning. Zhu Ning sneered disdainfully. He roared and spat out a bolt of blue lightning. The lightning was resplendent and dazzling. Countless bolts of lightning bloomed in the sky, and its aura was terrifying. In an instant, the blue lightning pierced through the purple lightning ball. The next moment, it hit the purple-clothed young man. Boom! A low rumble of thunder sounded in the surroundings. The purple-clothed young man looked as if he had been struck by lightning. His body was charred black, and he fell on the arena, twitching nonstop. Around him, the hard diamond ground was smashed into a terrifying crater. Black smoke rose from the ground around him, and it was extremely terrifying. He was too powerful. He was definitely a young prodigy. Everyone's hearts palpitated. The strength that Zhu Ning displayed had already surpassed everyone else, and he was at the level of a prodigy. This guy is extremely similar to Lin Xian back then. He's also an invincible existence. Many people discussed and compared him to Lin Xian. When Zhu Ning heard these discussions, his face darkened. He shouted coldly, "What, Lin Xian? How dare he compare himself to me? Get him out here, and I'll kill him with one slap." He wanted to dominate the world, not be on the same level as anyone. Humph, stop bragging. I remember that a few days ago, Lin Xian severely injured your senior brother with one move. Don't you think it's a bit late for you to be so arrogant here? In the crowd, a sneer sounded. The voice was erratic, and no one could tell where it came from. However, it was obvious that the person who spoke did not like the actions of the Divine Bird Palace. So what? I wasn't there at the time. If I was, I would have killed him with one hand. Also, don't worry. He dared to injure a disciple of the Divine Bird Palace. I won't let him go. Don't you think Lin Xian is powerful? Go and tell him now that I'm waiting here. Tell him to get his ass over here and accept his death. These words were extremely arrogant, and he did not take Lin Xian seriously at all. Lin Xian's strength was extremely powerful, and it was very likely that he had already taken that crucial step. However, now someone dared to challenge him. How audacious! Many people were even more furious because they had already regarded Lin Xian as their idol. Now that someone had insulted their idol, they could not wait to fight back. Now they hoped that Lin Xian would appear and beat the arrogant kid in front of them. In a private room on the 3rd floor, Lin Xian was half lying on a rattan chair, enjoying the service of 4 stunning beauties. His gaze was slightly gloomy as he looked down with a trace of coldness. However, he had no intention of making a move. No matter how strong the opponent was, he was only a half-step venerable. He was no challenge to him. Therefore, Lin Xian was too lazy to make a move. However, the other 4 girls in the private room looked at Lin Xian curiously with a puzzled expression. "You're not angry?" Ruyu asked. "An ignorant brat is just being arrogant. What's there to be angry about? Do you think I'll lower myself to his level?" Lin Xian shook his head and took a sip of the wine in his hand. "I don't understand. If it were me, I would definitely return the favor." Ru Yu's small face was slightly raised. "Oh, is that so? Then I'll give you a chance. Go down and send him away." Lin Xian sat up straight and said with a smile. Chapter 669. Me. Ru Yu was stunned. She quickly shook her head. "I'm no match for him." "Don't worry. I've already figured out his flaws. As long as you do as I say, you'll definitely succeed. He has a martial soul prototype. Even if I know his flaws, it's futile in the face of such absolute strength." Ru Yu did not dare to agree. She did not want to joke around with her life. "Don't worry. I don't want you to defeat him." Lin Xian smiled. "Then what do you want?" "It's simple. Since the other party has spoken such arrogant words, of course I want to slap him in the face." Ru Yu was slightly stunned. She then laughed. It seemed that the young man in front of her was not as calm as he appeared. Subsequently, Lin Xian told Ru Yu about Zhu Ning's flaws and secretly transferred some energy into her body. With this energy, she could definitely hit Zhu Ning. Below, Zhu Ning sensed the angry and fearful gazes of the crowd. He felt very pleased. What elite! That Lin Xian is a coward. He doesn't even dare to come out. Zhu Ning became even more arrogant when he saw that Lin Xian was nowhere to be seen. What's there to be arrogant about? If Lin Xian can send your senior brother flying with one strike, he can definitely severely injure you with one strike. A young girl screamed angrily. Lin Xian was her idol. She would not allow anyone to humiliate him. "Is that so? Then I'm looking forward to him striking me." Zhu Ning sneered. "But where is your idol? He doesn't even dare to come out." Zhu Ning's voice became louder and louder. It shook the void like the cries of 10,000 beasts. The crowd was enraged, especially the disciples of the Divine Dragon Pavilion. They were so angry that their bodies were trembling. This feeling was too sullen. However, at that moment, a graceful figure floated out from the private room on the 3rd floor. She landed lightly on the arena like a graceful swan. The crowd was stunned. They did not expect that the one who attacked would be a woman. Moreover, judging by her attire, she seemed to be a servant. Zhu Ning laughed wildly. "Ha ha ha! I'm dying of laughter. Is there no one else in the sand region? They actually sent a servant. Little girl, get out of here. I don't kill women." "Don't be so arrogant. I'm here on young Master Lin's orders to slap your face." A gentle voice sounded like a gentle breeze. This woman was naturally Ruyu. At this moment, she had already received the information imparted to her by Lin Xian and came to the arena. Hearing this, everyone was stunned and their minds went blank. Could this woman have been sent by Lin Xian? But this woman's aura is only at the limit realm. She's not Juning's match at all. At this moment, everyone was stunned. They did not know what Lin Xian was doing. Juning's face was even more gloomy. A little maid, an ant-like character, dared to humiliate him in public? Killing intent rose in his heart. Originally, I don't kill women, but since you're looking for death, don't blame me. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame that *T Lin Xian. He didn't dare to stand up for himself and actually sent a woman up. Such a person is worse than trash. Cut the crap, take this. Ruyu cried out. Her figure was like duckweed as she quickly swept out. You're courting death. Juning sneered. The flame wings on his back were hundreds of feet long. A sea of fire floated and burned fiercely. The crowd below exclaimed. This move was too powerful. Even the purple-robed youth could not withstand it, let alone a little maid. Countless young female warriors screamed and covered their eyes. They did not dare to watch what was going to happen next. The male warriors sighed. It was a pity that such a beautiful woman was about to be burned to ashes by the raging flames. However, unexpectedly, Ruyu's speed suddenly exploded. She kept changing positions in the void and appeared in the area where the flames were the weakest. Her movement technique was as fast as a ghost. In an instant, she was beside Juning. What? The crowd was shocked. They did not expect a little maid to have such a powerful movement technique. She was actually able to break through the sea of fire attack. Juning was also stunned. Then his face became terrifyingly gloomy. He snorted coldly and reached out his hand to grab the figure in front of him. Although the other party's movement technique was strange and she came to his side, it was useless in his eyes. The gap between them was like a chasm. Did Lin Xian really think that an ant could shake a giant dragon? What a joke! Therefore, Juning's eyes were full of disdain when facing Ruyu. Ruyu also waved her hand and slapped out her slender hand. The crowd sighed. How could a little maid block Juning's palm? However, what happened next stunned them. Ruyu's palm suddenly exploded with a powerful force. It bloomed with countless rays of light like a small sun. Slap! A crisp sound rang out. The next moment, Juning flew out. A clear palm print appeared on his cheek. It was bright red. The crowd was stunned. It was like a dream. A maid really slapped Juning's face. How was this possible? Ruyu was delighted. Her eyes narrowed into crescents. The power in her hand just now was naturally injected into her body by Lin Xian in advance. When it exploded, it easily broke through Juning's defense. You, die. Juning covered his handsome face. Hatred danced in his eyes. It was like a sharp blade that tore the void apart. A fierce, murderous aura was emitted from his body. It was accompanied by a sea of fire that enveloped half of the void. At this moment, the entire arena erupted with a heart-palpitating fluctuation. A fierce and terrifying murderous aura was emitted from Juning's body and rushed towards Ruyu. Not good. Ruyu was shocked. She wanted to escape, but her body seemed to be bound. She couldn't move at all. That terrifying aura was like a cage that tightly suppressed her. This was the power of a martial soul prototype. It had an absolute advantage over ordinary warriors. Am I going to die? Ruyu was shocked. Her mind was blank. However, in the next moment, a golden palm carrying a sky full of thunder and lightning grabbed down from the void. It was like the palm of the thunder god. It instantly tore apart the terrifying aura. Then, the golden palm wrapped around Ryu and quickly retreated to the private room on the 3rd floor. Want to leave? Not so easy. Stay here. Juning roared angrily. He was like an ancient, fierce beast. How could he let her escape safely? The flames on his body surged and condensed into a flaming palm. He chased after her. However, he was a step too late. The golden palm took Ryu away in an instant. It was as if it had never appeared. Seeing the flaming palm fall, Zhu Ning roared in anger. His voice was like a sword that pierced through the sky and shattered the clouds. Madness flashed in his eyes. He quickly controlled the flaming palm in the void and slammed it towards the private room on the 3rd floor. Chapter 670. Even the Nangong family elders paled. Those in the private rooms on the 3rd floor were all people with high status. If they were to suffer a heavy blow in their arena, that would be an unimaginable disaster. Several people looked at each other and decided to quickly take action. However, before they could move, a cold snort sounded out from the private room. Like an invisible sword, it instantly cut the flaming palm in half. Hoo hoo hoo! The giant flaming palm was split in half, turning into countless sparks that fell from the sky. Following that, a calm voice sounded out. I'll give you a warning this time. If you dare to speak nonsense again, I'll cut off your tongue. The voice wasn't loud, but it clearly spread out in all directions. Moreover, it contained a sharp aura that caused one's heart to tremble. Lin Xian, it's Lin Xian. Everyone was excited, their faces flushed red. This was too shocking. Lin Xian had sent out a maid, but she had easily slapped Zhu Ning's face. This was absolute contempt. Countless people were excited, wishing they could raise their arms and cheer. It wasn't that Lin Xian didn't dare to fight, but that he simply didn't place Zhu Ning in his eyes. This was a type of contempt, the contempt of the strong towards the weak. Zhu Ning's face was terrifyingly gloomy. He was so angry that his entire body trembled, and his chest felt like it would explode. Thinking of his previous actions, he ground his teeth so hard that they nearly shattered. He was like a clown that had been slapped unconscious. Disgrace. This was the greatest disgrace of his life. Lin Xian, I want you dead. I'll definitely kill you. Zhu Ning was in a crazed state, roaring with unwillingness. He had been humiliated, but he couldn't fight back. He was mad with anger, but in the end he could only leave with hatred. However, he had already made up his mind. At the finals of the Alliance Ball, he would personally kill Lin Xian. Only then would he be able to express the killing intent in his heart. After Zhu Ning left, the Nangong arena calmed down once more. The following matches also became somewhat boring. Although Zhu Ning had been humiliated, one couldn't help but admit that he was currently the strongest contestant in the Nangong arena. He was also one of the most popular martial artists that had a chance of becoming the champion. The rewards for the champion of this martial assembly were extremely rich. Not only would they receive 10 million medium-grade spirit stones, but they would also obtain the extremely rare skeleton of a monster beast, the divine dream bone. Other than that, what was even more exciting was that the champion of the martial competition would give him a chance to meet the Morong goddess alone. This was the real reason why countless warriors had gone crazy. If they could use this opportunity to gain the favor of Goddess Morong, then they would be able to reach the peak of their lives very quickly. Lin Xian's goal was different from theirs. What he wanted was the incomparably precious divine dream bone. The following matches were a little boring, so Lin Xian left. He went to another arena, the Ma family's arena. There were many martial artists participating in the Alliance martial arts competition. Therefore, the martial arts arenas of the various major powers all had competition points. Only those who could defeat all the heroes in the various arenas would be able to enter the finals. The Ma family's martial arts arena was bustling with noise and excitement. The scene did not lose out to the Nangong family at all. Moreover, there was also a peerless expert here who could suppress everyone. It was a young man full of wildness. He was tall and sturdy, and his long golden hair was casually draped over his shoulders. His eyes were as fierce as a ferocious beast's, causing one's heart to tremble. Moreover, what was even more mysterious was that there was a golden rune between his eyebrows. It was like a closed eye that emitted a heart-palpitating power. This young man was too powerful. He defeated his opponents in almost every match with a single move. There were even a few popular contestants who had been favored by others who had been defeated by him. There was no doubt that this was another mysterious expert from outside the realm. His strength was definitely not weaker than the Sand Region's geniuses. In fact, he might even be stronger. Lin Xian stood in the crowd and frowned as he looked at the majestic figure on the stage. He could naturally sense that this young man's cultivation was at the half-step honorable realm. However, the golden rune on his forehead made him feel extremely uncomfortable. Lin Xian knew that this was an instinctive resistance from his body. In other words, the golden rune was a threat to him. Then he was deeply shocked. He had condensed a true martial soul, and his strength was comparable to an honorable realm expert. However, the golden rune between the golden-haired young man's eyebrows was still a threat to him. This was simply too inconceivable. However, he soon felt relieved. The Tianwu continent was extremely vast, and martial arts were flourishing. Perhaps this young man came from a mysterious force and had the strength to threaten an honorable realm expert. He secretly remembered this young man and turned to leave. The golden-haired young man was the strongest in the Ma family's martial arts arena, so he did not need to observe the others. Lin Xian left and headed to the next martial arts arena. This time he headed to the Blackwood family's martial arts arena. The Blackwood family's martial arts arena was also very lively. Lin Xian did not conceal himself and directly appeared in the martial arts arena. Immediately, the entire Blackwood family was abnormally nervous. They looked at Lin Xian in a daze. The surrounding martial artists were even more shocked. They did not expect Lin Xian to come to the Blackwood family's martial arts arena. One had to know that the two families were sworn enemies. Was he not afraid of being besieged by the Blackwood family? However, they soon felt relieved because they found that Lin Xian did not panic at all. Instead, a playful smile hung on his face. Moreover, they knew that Lin Xian had a mysterious relationship with the War God Palace. Moreover, he had connections with the Ma family, Nangong family, and the City Lord. Therefore, the Blackwood family did not dare to openly make a move in the city. The Blackwood family naturally knew this. They looked at Lin Xian and trembled with anger. However, they soon sneered, because the disciples of the Divine Bird Palace looked at Lin Xian with the same murderous intent. Their hatred seemed to be stronger than theirs. Offending the Divine Bird Palace. Even if you have the protection of the War God Palace, you will be killed sooner or later. The Blackwood stronghold people sneered. The Divine Bird Palace was on the same level as the War God Palace. They did not fear the other party. Moreover, Lin Xian did not have a deep relationship with the War God Palace. Killing such a person was as easy as flipping a hand for the Divine Bird Palace. Lin Xian did not care about the Blackwood family's reaction. His eyes were fixed on the martial arts arena because there was also a super master here. The young man was tall and his skin was dark like charcoal. At first, the crowd mocked him because of his skin color. However, they were soon shocked, speechless, because a Quasi-Heaven's Pride martial artist punched the dark-skinned young man's chest and broke his own arm. Blood spurted out, and the Quasi-Heaven's Pride martial artist screamed in pain. His face was full of horror. His punch was very powerful. Even a spirit-grade treasure might not be able to withstand it. However, when it hit the opponent's chest, it did not cause any damage. Instead, it even injured the opponent's arm. This was too terrifying. The Quasi-Heaven's Pride martial artist quickly surrendered. He had a premonition that if the fight continued, it would not be as simple as a broken arm. Everyone was shocked. This was definitely another Heaven's Pride level character. Chapter 671. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. This youth was also not simple. That abnormal defense was not any weaker than his red lotus armor. It seemed that Goddess Morong was indeed outstanding. She was actually able to attract so many young prodigies to come. In the Blackwood Coliseum, no one was a match for the dark-skinned youth. Lin Xian memorized this dark-skinned youth and left. However, just as he turned around, people from the Divine Bird Palace walked out from the depths of the Colosseum. There were many youths among them, and there were 2 old men accompanying them. Those 2 old men had a terrifying aura. They had already reached the venerable realm. Lin Xian frowned. He did not want to fight with them after this, so his body flashed and turned into a gust of wind, disappearing in a flash. However, those 2 venerables were incomparably terrifying. They quickly discovered the abnormality. Their eyes were like lightning as they saw Lin Xian's afterimage. What? It's him. The 2 venerables' complexion changed greatly. A powerful aura gushed out from their bodies, like a demonic cloud, enveloping the surroundings. The 2 venerables suddenly emitted a powerful pressure, immediately shocking everyone. Countless people trembled like helpless ants. Even the elders of the Blackwood stronghold were stunned, their faces full of doubt. "Fellow Taoists, why are you so angry? Could it be that we did not treat you well?" The elders of the Blackwood stronghold asked worriedly. "No, it's just that we saw a hateful little thief. That person is on our Divine Bird Palace's wanted list, but we did not expect him to appear here." Someone on our wanted list? Everyone was shocked. To be able to make the Divine Bird Palace so angry, it must be a terrifying demon king. Could it be that some powerful venerables recently arrived at Quicksand City? The people of the Blackwood stronghold were puzzled. However, when they saw the portrait condensed by the venerables of the Divine Bird Palace, they were immediately stunned, because that portrait was none other than Lin Xian. They did not expect that Lin Xian was on the Divine Bird Palace's wanted list. Originally, they wanted to provoke the Divine Bird Palace to help them get rid of Lin Xian. However, they did not expect that they did not even need to do anything. The people of the Divine Bird Palace already hated Lin Xian to the bone. This kind of happiness came too suddenly, causing them to be dazed for a moment. He Muya was even more ecstatic in his heart. He wished he could raise his arms and shout, "That damn thief is dead for sure. Once you're on the Divine Bird Palace's must-kill order, there's no way you can survive." The young disciples of the Divine Bird Palace were also shocked. They did not expect that the person who had repeatedly provoked them was a character on the kill order. So he was the Lin Xian that we wanted to kill. If I had known earlier, I would have killed him back then. Zhu Ning's face was cold. He got away. The venerable from Divine Bird Palace had an ugly look on his face. He had tried to lock onto the other party, but the other party was so fast that he had lost track of him. "Don't worry, the 2 of you. This little thief is participating in the Alliance martial competition. He will definitely appear in the finals. Why is there a need for a competition? You all lead the way. I'm going to kill him right now." One of the supreme experts released a cold snort. His expression was ice-cold and killing intent surged. "This isn't too convenient, right?" said the Blackwood stronghold elder. Although he hoped that the Divine Bird Palace would make a move now, they would not be able to escape responsibility. They would definitely be hated by the Palace of War Gods. To be honest, this little thief is also an enemy of our Blackwood stronghold. We have sent out 3 supreme experts, but they still could not take him down. What? Did this kid become so powerful? Even 3 supreme experts could not take him down. The Divine Bird Palace elder's expression changed. "Don't misunderstand. This little thief is only a spirit detecting realm martial artist. However, he has many supreme experts protecting him. It will be difficult to kill him in Quicksand City. Moreover, this kid is connected to the Palace of War Gods, so it's best not to kill him in public." Palace of War Gods? Supreme experts protecting him? Hearing this, the 2 supreme experts from Divine Bird Palace frowned. From these words, they knew that the people from Blackwood Stronghold must have suffered a great loss in Lin Xian. It seemed that they really could not make a move in Quicksand City. Elders, don't worry. As long as that little thief dares to come to the finals, I will kill him personally. At this moment, a voice rang out. Everyone was shocked. They turned around and saw a young man walking out from the depths of the arena. This young man was also wearing a 5-colored battle robe. His expression was cold, and his body emitted a powerful aura. "Brother!" Zhu Ning exclaimed. He did not expect his brother to make a move. His brother was a true prodigy. He was only a hair away from condensing a true martial soul. He was definitely an extremely powerful martial artist among the younger generation. With his brother making a move, he would definitely be able to kill that little thief surnamed Lin. "Don't worry. I will let him live for a few more days. When the finals come, I will kill him in front of everyone." "That's great." The two supreme experts laughed. They knew that the young man in front of them definitely had such strength. This was because he was a prodigy of their clan. The competitions in the various arenas were proceeding in an orderly manner. 5 days later, the 7 martial artists who would enter the finals were finally selected. In addition to Lin Xian and the other prodigies who could enter the finals directly, there were a total of 12 peerless experts fighting for the final championship. These 12 experts were all prodigies. Each of them was extremely powerful and could suppress their peers. The competition between these people was definitely a rare and incomparable battle. Perhaps only Goddess Morong had such charm to be able to gather prodigies from all over the world. This time, the competition was held in an ancient super arena in the city. The arena was very large and could accommodate 100,000 people. It was a real super arena. The competition followed the order of drawing lots. The first round of the competition was quickly decided. The first round of the competition was actually Lin Xian. His opponent was the genius of the Divine Bird Palace, who had a grudge with him, Zhu Ning. As soon as the news came out, the entire Quicksand City was in an uproar. This was a battle between 2 prodigies. It was definitely going to be exciting. Not long ago, Lin Xian had slapped Zhu Ning's face in front of everyone in the Nangong arena. Although the 2 of them did not fight in the end, they were already in a state where they would not rest until one of them was dead. This battle was definitely going to be exciting. Although Zhu Ning had been slapped in the face in front of everyone, his strength was unquestionable. He definitely had the battle prowess of a prodigy. Moreover, he was a disciple of the Divine Bird Palace. He must have an earth-tier martial art in his hands. He might even have the power of a bloodline. Lin Xian was even more so. Since he came to Quicksand City, everything he did could be said to be legendary. Not long ago, he had fought prodigies in an attempt to break through. Even the supreme experts could not do anything to him. Such a legendary youth's battle prowess was absolutely heaven-defying. The battle between these 2 prodigies was definitely going to be an earth-shattering battle. Lin Xian did not have any emotional reaction to this. He had already condensed a true martial soul. It could be said that no one in the younger generation of Quicksand City was his match. Chapter 672. In comparison, he was more worried about the 2 venerables from the Divine Bird Palace. However, Zhu Ning was different. He shouted excitedly. Not long ago, he had been slapped in the face by Lin Xian, making him lose all face. He needed an opportunity to kill Lin Xian fair and square. However, the heavens seemed to be on his side. He was matched against Lin Xian in the first round of the finals. This was definitely the best time to humiliate him. Zhu Ning grinned as the blood in his body boiled. In his opinion, he had been careless last time. If he took it seriously, he would definitely be able to kill Lin Xian. After all, he was a genius disciple of the Divine Bird Palace. Not only did he have an earth-rank martial art, but he also had the power of the Divine Bird bloodline. Ordinary geniuses were no match for him. "Lin, I'm going to cut you into pieces. I'll let you taste the consequences of provoking me." Zhu Ning was like a demon as he laughed wildly. Compared to the 2 of them, the most excited were the people of Quicksand City. On this day, the tickets to enter the arena were sold at a sky-high price. The price was 10 times or even dozens of times the original price. However, there were still countless cultivators who madly bought tickets. They didn't hesitate to go bankrupt just to watch this competition. They wouldn't miss this kind of battle between geniuses, no matter what. In the ancient Super Coliseum, the 100,000 seats were quickly sold out. However, there were more than 1 million cultivators in Quicksand City. 100,000 seats couldn't satisfy their needs. Moreover, this competition was extraordinary. Almost all the participants were geniuses. This kind of grand occasion was rarely seen in 100 years. Therefore, at the request of the cultivators, the Nangong family and the other two top forces had no choice but to set up a huge crystal light screen array in Quicksand City to broadcast the competition in the Coliseum. All the major forces worked together, and their efficiency was very high. Soon, several huge crystal light screens were set up. Around them were many complex formations used to transmit information and images. Only then did the cultivators of Quicksand City feel satisfied. The inside of the Super Dojo was even more lively. The 100,000 seats were all filled up, and the black mass of people was like a flood. In the center of the Coliseum, there was a huge arena that was 1,000 meters long and wide. It was big enough for the geniuses to fight. Moreover, an Exalt Realm expert had poured formidable spirit energy into the ground of the combat arena, so it was utterly impossible for anyone below the Exalt Realm to destroy it. Around the Super Battle Ring, a 5-colored light screen was set up. Hundreds of array masters worked together to maintain the light screen to ensure the safety of everyone. It could be said that everything was ready. All that was left was for the competition to begin. The people from the 3 great clans knew that everyone was looking forward to it, so they didn't delay and immediately announced the start of the competition. A young man in a 5-colored battle suit flew onto the arena like a divine bird. His expression was arrogant, and his eyes released the radiance of hatred. Divine flames surged around his body, accompanied by killing intent. His aura was astonishing. The youth was naturally Juning. His eyes were cold, and his lips curled into a sneer. He had been waiting impatiently for a long time. In this battle, he had to kill Lin Xian with his own hands to redeem his reputation. In the distance, Lin Xian strode through the air like an exiled immortal, and he was confident and composed as he descended onto the arena. "Thief, today is the day you die." Zhu Ning glared at Lin Xian, his eyes burning with rage. "It seems that the lesson I taught you last time wasn't enough. You still don't know how to repent. This time, I won't let you off." Lin Xian sneered disdainfully. "Humph, I was ambushed by you last time. This time, I'll let you know my true strength." Zhu Ning roared, and his aura surged. He couldn't wait to prove himself. "Who do you think you are to provoke me? I'm a genius of the Divine Bird Palace, and the blood of the Divine Bird flows in my body. Today, I'll pull out your tendons and skin you alive. I'll let you know the consequences of provoking me." "Pull out my tendons and skin me alive? I'm looking forward to it." Lin Xian snorted coldly. "But before that, I think it's necessary to remind you of the rules of the combat arena. In the combat arena, life and death are up to fate." Lin Xian's voice echoed clearly in every corner of the combat arena. "Cut the crap. I know these rules, so don't waste your time. This won't change anything." Zhu Ning smiled cruelly, and the divine flames on his body danced like a fire demon. "You know, that's great." Lin Xian smiled. "So this battle will only determine life and death, victory and defeat." As he finished speaking, the aura on his body gradually solidified, like a peerless divine sword slowly being unsheathed. The crowd was shocked, and then they shouted wildly. It seemed that the two of them were going to fight to the death. The surrounding martial artists raised their arms and shouted. Their voices were like the cries of 10,000 beasts, shattering the clouds in the sky. They didn't care who lived and who died. They just wanted the most intense battle. The disciples of the divine bird palace sneered. You dare to fight to the death with Zhu Ning? You're courting death. They knew that Zhu Ning had the blood of the divine bird flowing in his body. If he burned it, his power would be comparable to a venerable. This kind of genius youth was definitely not someone Lin Xian could compete with. So they sneered, looking forward to the moment when Lin Xian would be killed. Don't worry, I won't kill you immediately. I'll cut off your flesh piece by piece and let you know what pain is. Zhu Ning was like a demon, roaring ferociously. A pair of 100-meter-long flaming wings appeared on his back. He flapped them twice and quickly rushed out. The monstrous sea of fire spread, and terrifying heat waves wreaked havoc in the air. The divine flames danced, covering half the sky. Zhu Ning roared and waved his palm. The terrifying flaming palm was like a burning meteor, quickly pushing through the air. The entire space was blasted open, and countless waves of air rolled and crashed into the light screen, forming a thunderous sound. This fist was extremely terrifying, containing the power of a martial soul's embryonic form. Even a genius wouldn't dare to take it head-on. Lin Xian didn't dodge at all as he looked at the terrifying wave surging towards him. He had already given Zhu Ning a chance, but Zhu Ning didn't repent and still wanted to kill him. So this time he wouldn't hold back. Light bloomed in his eyes, and a sharp and terrifying aura was emitted from Lin Xian's body. It was like a peerless divine sword piercing through the 9 heavens. This aura was so sharp that it made the hearts of the 100,000 warriors tremble. It was as if countless sharp swords were slashing across their bodies. In the next moment, Lin Xian pulled out the wind shadow sword from his waist and quickly slashed forward. The sword light was dazzling, and the cold light was dazzling. It was like a rainbow, quickly cutting through the void. Puff! Like cutting through tofu, the sharp sword light cut through the fiery fists that were rolling over. Then, the sword light slashed towards Zhu Ning with an even sharper and faster momentum. What? That's impossible. Zhu Ning's expression changed. He didn't expect his attack to be so easily broken by his opponent. With a roar, he prepared to counterattack again. At this moment, the dazzling light had already arrived in front of him and slashed down. The flames in front of him stirred and condensed into an ancient flaming shield, blocking in front of Zhu Ning. However, this didn't have any effect. The sword light flashed, and the flaming shield was split in half. Chapter 673. The previous arrogance and hatred in his eyes were gone, replaced by deep fear and despair. No, he roared indignantly. But his body was split into 2 halves from the middle, and he fell onto the arena. Everyone was in a daze, unable to believe what had just happened. The divine bird palace's prodigy, who was extremely powerful just a moment ago, was now split into 2 halves. That was too terrifying. Silence, absolute silence. 100,000 warriors were in a daze. At that moment, they were all stunned and did not make a sound. The ancient super martial arts arena was shrouded in an aura of death. It was abnormally oppressive. Impossible. The disciples of the divine bird palace were the first to react and roared indignantly. Then, they ran toward the arena as if they had gone mad. The 2 venerable realm elders were so angry that they were trembling all over. Their faces were distorted, and they released a terrifying aura that belonged to the venerable realm, which swept out in all directions. Their heaven's chosen had died, and he had been killed right under their noses by a single sword strike. Perhaps no one would believe it if this was told to others, but it really happened at this moment. Kid, I want you dead. The 2 venerable realm elders were furious. They struck out with their terrifying palms and quickly slapped toward Lin Xian. The venerable realm elder from the divine bird palace was furious. A terrifying palm that covered the sky instantly slapped toward Lin Xian. The next moment, the venerable realm elders from the Nangong family and Ma family also attacked and blocked the terrifying attack. Everyone, the rules of the martial arts arena are that life and death are up to fate. We've made it clear before. It's not good for you to break the rules like this. What's not good about it? Whoever dares to stop me will be an enemy of the divine bird palace. The two venerable realm elders were about to go crazy. They were like crazy wild beasts without any rationality. Although the divine bird palace is powerful, breaking the rules like this is looking down on the Sand Country. At that moment, City Lord Chi's voice drifted out. This time, not only did ordinary warriors come to the Alliance Martial Arts Tournament, but even those old monsters in the Venerable Realm were all here. At that moment, City Lord Chi was sitting in an exquisite private room with a gloomy face. Cut the crap. No matter what, we must kill this little thief today. The two Venerable Realm elders emitted powerful auras, like two ferocious beasts, which made people tremble in fear. Is that so? The people from the Divine Bird Palace are really impressive. How dare you bully the weak like this? What a joke! Although I don't know this young man, for the sake of justice, the Morong family will not sit idly by. A clear and cold voice sounded out. It was like the sound of nature, and it reverberated in the arena. Morong clan, it's Morong, heavenly daughter! When the 100,000 spectators below heard the heavenly voice, they were instantly ecstatic. However, the faces of the two venerables from the divine bird palace darkened. They never thought that the Morong family would want to get involved in this matter. Moreover, their attitude was extremely tough. If they really fought at this time, they were afraid that they would not be able to stop the venerables of Quicksand City and the Morong family. When the time came, they would be the ones to suffer. Thinking of this, the two venerables from Divine Bird Palace snorted. Since Goddess Morong has spoken, then we will give her face. We will not attack during the competition, but after the competition, we hope that you will not stop us. If anyone dares to make a move at that time, then don't blame us for being merciless. The two venerables of the Divine Bird Palace said coldly. Then they snorted and disappeared in the air. After that, the terrifying pressure of the venerables in the void also disappeared. Only then did the crowd breathe a sigh of relief. Lin Xian's eyes flashed, and he sneered in his heart. Although he could not defeat the two venerables, they definitely could not stop him. When the time came, he was confident that he could kill those Divine Bird Palace disciples in an instant. When the time came, he would let those two old things go crazy. Lin Xian walked down the stage and returned to the lounge. The other geniuses who were participating in the competition looked dignified because Lin Xian was too strong. He killed a genius warrior with a single sword strike. His combat strength was probably not much different from a venerable's. Has he really reached that step and condensed a real martial soul? He Muya's heart trembled. The sword strike just now had stunned him. He carefully deduced and found that if it were him, he would not be able to stop it. Now, he did not even have the courage to fight Lin Xian. The faces of the Divine Bird Palace disciples were gloomy. They were angry, but at the same time, their hearts were filled with infinite fear. Zhuning was a very talented warrior among them. He had reached the half-step venerable's realm at the age of 17. He could be said to be a shocking genius. If such a genius was nurtured well, he even had the hope of breaking through to the king realm in the future. However, at this moment he had been killed here. How could they not be shocked? Moreover, what made them even angrier was that Zhuning's death was too unjust. He did not even have the time to use his earth, rank martial arts, and bloodline power before he was killed. In the end, they had underestimated Lin Xian's strength. If he had been able to activate his bloodline power and use his earth, rank martial arts at the beginning, perhaps the situation would be different. Brother, don't worry. I will definitely kill him and avenge you. A young man with a cold expression looked at the corpse that was being carried back and said in a cold voice. His name was Zhu Yu, Zhuning's older brother. He was also the strongest among this group of young people. At this moment, Zhu Yu's hair was covered in a fierce aura. He was like a god of death, extremely terrifying. He sat down coldly and recuperated while waiting for the moment to battle Lin Xian. The scarlet red blood on the super arena was washed clean, and the entire arena emanated a faint glow once more. In next to no time, it welcomed the second battle. The second battle was actually fought by the cold and arrogant golden-haired young man. His opponent was a blue-clothed swordsman, and he was a genius as well. Both of them were extremely formidable. Even though they didn't directly obtain the qualifications to enter the finals, their strength was obvious to all, because they'd killed their way up step by step from amongst a myriad of people. During these past few days, all the cultivators in Quicksand City had witnessed their rise. Now that these two experts had challenged each other, it even caused countless people to shout madly. The golden-haired young man's aura was fierce. His handsome face that was sharp like a blade didn't carry any expression, and his golden hair fluttered in the wind while emanating dazzling golden light. He didn't move at all as he stood there, yet he emanated boundless pressure. It was like an enormous golden mountain that stood towering before everyone, and it caused others to feel suffocated. In particular, the golden rune on his forehead flickered from time to time, emitting a mysterious power. The aura emitted by the golden rune caused the hearts of the supremacies present to tremble. Some people even secretly estimated that the power of the golden rune could already threaten supremacies. Regardless of whether this guess was correct, it was enough to show how terrifying the golden-haired young man was. As for the blue-clothed swordsman, no one dared to underestimate him. This was because in the previous battle, he had already used his strength to prove himself. Many older generation figures speculated that the blue-clothed swordsman's strength was stronger than the Sand Region's 4 great geniuses. Chapter 674. Dong! The low sound of a drum reverberated in the surroundings like muffled thunder. The second round of the finals had officially begun. The golden-haired young man was imposing without being angry. His body emitted endless golden light like a sun, so bright that everyone could not open their eyes. At this moment, the dazzling golden light made everything around him pale in comparison, making the young man the only one in the entire world. He was like a golden god of war. Although he did not make a move, the aura from his single hand made people tremble. The blue-robed swordsman snorted coldly. He pulled out the long sword on his back and stabbed out quickly. In an instant, the sky was filled with sword radiance, like a long river flowing endlessly. It instantly cut through the oppressive aura. The blazing sword radiance shone brightly, dazzling and dazzling. It was like a divine light that quickly rushed toward the golden-haired young man. The golden-haired young man attacked fiercely with a punch. Golden light shone, and his entire fist seemed to be cast in gold, emitting a terrifying aura. The void shook, unable to withstand the force. The air in front of him was instantly sucked dry. The two terrifying forces intertwined, turning into countless energy waves that slammed in all directions. The sound of metal clashing came from the void, like a golden spear and armored horses tearing the sky apart. Fortunately, the entire arena was protected by a powerful defensive formation. Otherwise, this attack would have cracked the super arena. Luo River 3000. The blue-robed swordsman's surroundings shone brightly, and the water element aura quickly condensed, like roaring waves that surrounded him. In the end, these terrifying wave shadows accompanied the long sword in his hand and quickly slashed forward. The blue-robed swordsman used a sword technique, and the terrifying sword radiance turned into a vast surging ocean, rolling forward. The sound of the waves soaring into the sky was deafening. It was like a raging wave hitting the shore, and the vast power covered half of the sky. The huge waves kept roaring, and even spread to the edge of the arena. They hit the 5-colored light screen, and a loud sound shook the sky. The 100,000 spectators below exclaimed, "This sword was too terrifying. If it was not for the light screen, half of the arena would have been destroyed." The vast ocean of sword chi roared and swallowed the golden-haired young man in an instant. In the distance, the blue-robed swordsman saw this scene and smiled with satisfaction. He waved his sword and tapped lightly in the void. Suddenly, the waves of sword chi in the distance churned continuously, forming a ferocious and terrifying sea beast, as if it was going to tear the golden-haired young man apart. The impact was so strong that the entire arena was shaking. Fortunately, the arena contained the vast power of a venerable. Otherwise, it would have been crushed into powder. The terrifying oceanic sword chi lasted for a long time before it gradually disappeared. The golden-haired young man's figure appeared again, but in the next moment, the 100,000 spectators let out an earth-shattering cry. That was because the golden-haired youth was still standing there coldly. There was not a single wound on his body. What? This is impossible. In the distance, the blue-robed swordsman's pupils constricted, his face full of shock. Even if that sword had hit a genius, it would have been enough to seriously injure him. However, the golden-haired young man before him was not hurt at all. This was too strange. The golden-haired man's body glowed with light. He was like a golden god of war. He took a step forward, and his body instantly disappeared. He charged towards the blue-robed swordsman like lightning. He clenched his 5 fingers into a fist and punched out quickly. Vast power condensed together like a roaring golden flood dragon, quickly swimming in the void. In an instant, the golden flood dragon fist shadow was in front of the blue-robed swordsman. It roared into the sky, causing the entire arena to shake rapidly. The blue-robed swordsman used his sword steps and kept dodging. His body was like a blue ray of light, dragging a long tail of light, leaving behind afterimages in the void. However, the golden fist was too strong. It caused the entire space to become chaotic. The terrifying wind swept across the blue-robed swordsman's body and forced him to retreat. Fortunately, a water-blue sword chi rushed out of his body. It was as thick as a mountain and protected his body, preventing him from being smashed into pieces. The blue-robed swordsman suppressed his internal injuries and snorted coldly. He displayed the embryonic form of his martial soul. Crystal clear blue water droplets, like the purest sapphires, shone around him like the stars in the sky. It was dreamy and illusory. Those crystal clear water droplets lined up in front of his chest, forming a small blue sword that kept floating. Suddenly, a sharp aura rushed towards him. The blue light illuminated half of the arena. It was like a vast ocean, incomparably deep. In the next moment, the small blue sword flew out. It was as fast as lightning and instantly hit the golden-haired young man's body, sending him flying. Boom! The golden-haired young man was sent flying. His body crashed into the light screen, causing violent ripples. The golden light in front of his chest dimmed, but it still did not break. However, the powerful force made him bleed from the corner of his mouth. His opponent used the embryonic form of his martial soul, causing his blood to boil and causing him to suffer internal injuries. Kill! The golden-haired young man shouted coldly. It was the first time he spoke. He was like an angry lion, his body releasing a dazzling light. Then he roared. His golden hair fluttered in the wind like an ancient, ferocious beast. The sound wave was ear-piercing. As the vast golden light spread in all directions, the small blue sword in front of his chest suddenly exploded, turning into countless water droplets that splashed in all directions. In front of him, the terrifying sound wave and golden light condensed, forming the shadow of a wild lion that ran in the air. That force caused the entire arena to tremble. Bang! The blue-robed swordsman was sent flying. The protective sword chi on his body cracked, and a bloody claw mark appeared on his chest. It was hideous and terrifying. He spat out large mouthfuls of blood and fell on the arena, his face full of fear. The 100,000 spectators below were also trembling. They did not expect the powerful blue-robed swordsman to lose so quickly. This golden-haired young man is very strong. The other participants also frowned, especially Heimuya. His face was terrifyingly gloomy. His strength was similar to the blue-robed swordsman's, but at this moment, the blue-robed swordsman had been utterly defeated and could not resist at all. This made him feel bitter, and a very bad premonition arose in his heart. At least now, there were already 2 people he could not defeat. Moreover, there must be peerless experts among the others. He estimated that his strength was at most average. At this level, there was no chance for him to win the championship. To think that, as a genius of the Sand region, he was revered by tens of thousands of people. But now he was suppressed and could only look up to others. This feeling made him despair. The other geniuses were silent and had different expressions. Zhu Yu sat in an exquisite private room with his eyes closed. His only opponent was Lin Xian. He did not care about the others. The dark-skinned young man looked at the arena and revealed his snow-white teeth. His smile was very frightening. Xin Yaotian snorted coldly. Starry halos shone around his body, making him look like a starry sky war god. The golden-haired young man was very strong, but he paid the most attention to Lin Xian. This was because he wanted to know if Lin Xian had broken through to that stage and condensed a true martial soul. After all, he had sent 2 experts to assassinate Lin Xian, but the results were fruitless. Chapter 675. Next, the competition proceeded quickly. Every battle was very exciting, making people scream nonstop. The dark-skinned youth's defense was strong. Nobody could break through his defense at all, so he won the competition very easily. Zhu Yu's face was full of killing intent. The moment he attacked, he unleashed a terrifying light of thunder and fire, instantly seriously injuring his opponent. Xin Yaotan was like the god of war, 108 rings of stars shining around his body. He also defeated his opponent easily. Half a day later, the 6 matches ended. Among them, the top 6 were also determined. The 6 were Lin Xian, the golden-haired youth, the dark-skinned youth, Zhu Yu, Xin Yaotian, and the last was Heimuya. He used all of his strength, and only then did he barely defeat his opponent and successfully enter the top 6. The 6 experts each fought one side. Each of them emitted an incomparably powerful aura. That aura made 100,000 martial artists could only look up to them. These 6 people were too powerful. They were definitely the top existences of the younger generation. Among them, Lin Xian was the most eye-catching because he was the only person who killed a prodigy in one move. Some people even said that he had already successfully condensed a martial soul, standing above everyone else. The other 5 prodigies who won also looked at Lin Xian, battle intent shining in their eyes. There was no helping it, because the strength that Lin Xian displayed was the most mysterious. Nobody knew what realm he had reached. Mystery was the most terrifying. Very soon, the second round of the competition began. The first was the match between Shen Yaotian and Heimuya. In the previous round, Heimuya used all of his strength and barely won, but Shen Yaotian did not. He defeated his opponent very easily. Therefore, this battle seemed to have no suspense at all. Moreover, the result was indeed so. On the stage, Heimuya's expression was nervous. Spiritual qi surged all over his body. Giant trees grew around him, occupying more than half of the stage. Behind him, the shadow of a giant black tree kept swaying, making rustling sounds. It was like a peerless demon, ferocious and terrifying. However, Xin Yaotian snorted in disdain. 108 rings of stars shone around his body. With a wave of his hand, the sky full of spiritual qi condensed, forming giant stars that fell down. Every single star seemed to be real. They were incomparably huge and burned with raging flames as they quickly descended. In an instant, all kinds of demonic trees on the arena were smashed. At the same time, the huge black tree shadow was also affected by the impact and became extremely dim. As if struck by lightning, Heimui's face became incomparably pale. Then he screamed in horror and didn't dare to fight anymore. With just one strike, his martial soul's embryonic form had been damaged. If the battle continued, it was very likely that his martial soul would shatter. Once the embryonic form of his martial soul was shattered, then he would lose the opportunity to enter the Exalt realm. He did not dare to take the risk and could only admit defeat. Whoosh! The 100,000 spectators below were in an uproar. They hadn't expected the Sand Region genius to admit defeat so quickly. Heimui's complexion was deathly pale. He wished he could find a hole in the ground to burrow into. However, he really didn't dare to continue fighting. He could only leave the stage in dejection amidst the cursing. Lin Xian also sneered and shook his head. Even without strength, it was impossible for Blackwood Cliff to become a true expert with such a cowardly heart. This kind of person was not worthy of being his opponent. The first match ended quickly, just like that. Soon the second match began. In this match, the golden-haired youth and the dark-skinned youth were battling. Although the two of them were new faces in Quicksand City, their valiant strength had already conquered the crowd. The golden-haired youth was incomparably mysterious. With just a whistle, he could injure a genius. This kind of combat strength was heaven-defying. The dark-skinned youth was even more impressive. His powerful defense was like a top-notch treasure. No one could break through it. Some older experts even analyzed that the defense was probably very powerful. It would be very difficult for anyone below the Exalt realm to break through it. Between the two of them, one had heaven-defying combat strength and the other had a powerful defense. Who would win if the two of them fought? This was what everyone was looking forward to the most. The golden-haired youth still didn't say a word. He stood there coldly like a golden god of war. However, the aura on his body became stronger. The golden light was very dazzling, as if it could pierce through the void. On the other hand, the dark-skinned youth revealed his snow-white teeth and smiled strangely. As if he could sense the strength of his opponent, the light on the golden-haired youth's body shone even brighter. The golden light intertwined in the air, forming an extraordinary, majestic lion. The dark-skinned youth revealed his snow-white teeth. The spiritual energy on his body surged, forming mysterious runes that adhered to his dark skin. Ancient inscriptions, the older experts exclaimed. These runes were passed down from ancient times and contained mysterious energy. They had almost been lost. Who would have thought that they would appear on a youth? Ancient inscriptions, this person is indeed very powerful. Lin Xian sat in the lounge and stared at the arena with furrowed brows. He naturally knew the power of the ancient inscriptions because he had seen them in the hands of the Wine Lord. However, because his cultivation was insufficient at that time, he couldn't understand them at all, so the Wine Lord didn't pass them to him. However, something that could be used by the Wine Lord was definitely not ordinary. One could imagine how powerful these ancient inscriptions were. In the void, the mighty lion formed entirely from energy, transformed into a golden streak of light, and charged forward at high speed. It was so fast that the crowd couldn't see it clearly at all. They could only see a flash of light. The void trembled as wind and thunder rumbled, as if it was being mercilessly torn apart by a pair of large hands. In an instant, the wild lion appeared in front of the dark-skinned youth. It roared ferociously and quickly slapped down. An earth-shattering sound resounded in all directions. Then, golden light flashed and turned into the purest energy that enveloped the entire arena. Ha ha ha, it's useless. The dark-skinned youth laughed loudly. Like a giant, he raised his hands and tore the golden light apart. The ancient inscriptions on his body flickered and formed a mysterious power that blocked all the golden light outside his body. Such a terrifying attack didn't cause any harm to him at all. Everyone gasped. Absolute defense. How could they fight? They couldn't break through his defense at all, let alone hurt him. Lin Xian was also surprised. The dark-skinned youth's defense was too powerful. It was definitely the strongest defense below the Venerable Realm. In the arena, the dark-skinned youth laughed loudly. He stomped his foot and charged out like a black, demonic mountain. The ground trembled as if there was an earthquake. If the arena hadn't been filled with the power of a venerable, it would have been turned into dust. Even so, the entire arena was shaking nonstop. In an instant, he arrived in front of the golden-haired youth and punched out with his right fist like an earth-demonic bear. An earth-shattering force surged out and instantly sucked the air in front of him. That punch was too terrifying. It was purely the power of the physical body, but even so, the prodigy didn't dare to take it head-on. The golden-haired youth was sent flying into the air, his body trembling nonstop. Chapter 676. An ear-piercing sound was heard. The materialized sound waves were like sharp blades that cut in all directions. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal clashing could be heard in the void. It was the sound of the terrifying sound waves hitting the dark-skinned young man's body. The sound caused the surrounding air to explode, but it still could not break through the dark-skinned young man's defense. Everyone's hearts trembled. The dark-skinned young man was too powerful. No one in the younger generation could compare to his defense. It's useless. Stop struggling. You can't break through my defense. The dark-skinned young man looked into the void and sneered disdainfully. The golden-haired young man snorted coldly, and a trace of anger appeared on his handsome face. Then his expression turned cold, and his eyes emitted a sharp aura. The golden light on his body flickered even more, like a golden sun. He was angry. He was really angry. The golden-haired young man did not plan to drag this on any longer. He decided to use his trump card to quickly end the battle. The golden-haired young man was like an angry lion. He planned to use his trump card to quickly end the battle. At the center of his brows, a golden rune shone. Balls of golden light rippled out like ripples. A sharp and terrifying aura surged out and instantly rushed to the entire arena. The golden light was like auspicious clouds that covered the sky. It was also like balls of burning flames that were dancing. At this moment, the golden rune between the golden-haired young man's eyebrows shone as if a third eye had opened. It was extremely strange. The surrounding people's hearts trembled, and they could not breathe. This power was too powerful, and it made them feel a sense of despair. Even the venerable ones were shocked. Their eyelids twitched, because this power was enough to threaten them. Lin Xian's expression was also solemn. His prediction was right. The golden rune between the golden-haired young man's eyebrows definitely had the power of a venerable one. This was the only young man he had seen who was not a venerable one and had not condensed a true martial soul, yet had the power of a venerable one. Therefore, he paid special attention to this young man. In the arena, the dark-skinned young man stopped smiling. He naturally felt the terrifying aura emitted by his opponent. That aura made all the muscles in his body tremble slightly. This was something that had never happened before. It would only happen when he faced a venerable one. Impossible. Does he have the power of a venerable one? The dark-skinned young man was shocked. Taking a deep breath, he activated the ancient inscriptions on his body with all his might. Although his opponent's aura was terrifying, he had absolute confidence in his defense. Therefore, he did not intend to dodge. Instead, he chose to take it head-on. Golden runes flickered, and a golden light soared into the sky. Then, it rushed toward the black-skinned youth. It was too fast, so fast that no one could react. In the next moment, the black-skinned young man let out a painful roar. His entire body was like a huge mountain as he fell backwards. A bloody hole the size of a fist appeared in his chest, shattering the black inscriptions on his body and piercing through his body. The dark-skinned young man fell to the ground, his hands clutching his chest, his face filled with fear. Penetrated. His strongest defense had actually been penetrated by someone. Moreover, this attack was too terrifying. If it had been a little more to the side, it would have hit his heart. At that time, he would definitely not have been able to survive. The black-skinned young man suddenly raised his head and looked at the golden shadow in the sky. He was terrified. His defense was strong, and at the same time he had ancient inscriptions. No one below the venerable one level could break it. Therefore, in this competition, he was aiming to be the champion of the alliance combat meet. Because, in his opinion, as long as the venerable one did not make a move, no one of the same level could break his defense. Therefore, he was in an invincible position. However, he did not expect the golden-haired young man in front of him to have such terrifying strength. He was actually able to penetrate his strongest defense. Seeing the golden rune between his opponent's eyebrows flicker again, the dark-skinned young man's body trembled. He quickly admitted defeat and did not dare to fight again. The 100,000 spectators fell silent. Then they burst into earth-shattering cheers. Exciting, it was really too exciting. They did not expect the golden-haired young man to be so powerful. He was definitely a hot favorite to win the championship. In addition to the excitement of the battles, there were also shocking bets in the arena. And the bets of this alliance combat meet were on who would be the final champion. In an instant, countless people placed their bets on the golden-haired man winning. There was no other way. Even the strongest defense could be broken. This golden-haired young man's combat strength was probably unparalleled. This guy is indeed a difficult opponent. Xin Yaotian looked at the golden-haired man in the air with a solemn expression. Zhu Yu also opened his eyes. His eyes erupted with a shocking light. However, he did not look at the golden-haired man. Instead, he stared at Lin Xian, because the next battle would be his. He wanted to kill Lin Xian on the arena with his own hands and avenge his younger brother. In the next moment, his body swayed and lightning wings formed behind him. He quickly landed on the arena. Lin Xian, come out and die. This voice was like a tsunami shaking the surroundings. Lin Xian sneered. Like a sword beamed from the 9 heavens, he instantly appeared in the arena. Brat, I will kill you with my own hands to avenge my brother. Zhu Yu gritted his teeth, his body surging with killing intent. Your brother is courting death. He can't blame others. As for you, if you don't scram, you will end up like your brother. Don't be so arrogant. If my brother wasn't careless and didn't use his earth-rank martial arts and bloodline power, you wouldn't have succeeded. Today, I will show you the power of the Divine Bird Palace's earth-rank martial arts and bloodline power. Zhu Yu roared. Streaks of blood-red lines appeared on his body, like ferocious little dragons that swam quickly. A powerful aura erupted and swept across the entire area. Above his head, endless spiritual qi gathered and condensed into 3 divine birds, circling and roaring. The 3 heads of the crimson blood bird flickered. The 3 heads were the size of mountains. Their cold eyes looked down and exuded an aura comparable to that of a venerable. At this moment, the 3 heads were all staring at Lin Xian. The cold killing intent reverberated in the surroundings like an invisible divine spear that wanted to pierce through people. It had to be said that Zhu Yu was very powerful. After he used his bloodline power, his aura was no weaker than that of the golden-haired young man. At this moment, all the geniuses looked at the divine bird's shadow solemnly. This was because no one was confident that they could withstand this attack. The dark-skinned young man was even more shocked. His body trembled slightly. This meant that the aura could also break through his defense. Damn it, what kind of monsters are these? The dark-skinned young man was furious. He thought that his absolute defense was invincible. He didn't expect that there would be geniuses who could break through his defense, one after another. Little thief, tremble under my bloodline power. I will use your head as a sacrifice to my brother. Chapter 677. Not bad. You're very strong. You've already surpassed most of the geniuses and even reached the venerable realm. Lin Xian said softly as if he was commenting. However, it's not enough. You don't even have a 10% chance of winning against me. Because I only need one sword to deal with you. Lin Xian's voice was calm as if he was talking about something trivial. Then he slowly pulled out the wind shadow sword. Everyone was shocked and started discussing. The venerables frowned, and the two venerables from the Divine Bird Palace looked gloomy. Logically speaking, they wouldn't believe Lin Xian's words because Zhu Yu was definitely the top warrior among the geniuses. No one in the same realm could defeat him. However, Lin Xian was too calm. That wasn't the attitude a warrior of the same realm should have. It was more like he was looking down on his opponent. It was as if a dragon was looking at an ant, overlooking the other party. However, they didn't believe that Lin Xian had that kind of power. In the previous battle, they didn't sense a real martial soul from Lin Xian. Therefore, they didn't stop the competition, but chose to believe Zhu Yu. Lin Xian's words shocked everyone and made Zhu Yu furious. After using the power of his bloodline, he could even fight with a venerable realm expert. How dare Zhu Yu look down on him? He was courting death. Go to hell! Zhu Yu shouted angrily. He waved his hands and slammed them down. The power of his bloodline surged, and the shadow of the three-headed vermilion blood bird hovered above his head. With a long cry, it soared into the sky and fell toward Lin Xian. Although the three-headed vermilion blood bird was formed by spiritual power, it looked real. Its 5-colored feathers shone brightly and were crystal clear like gems. On its surface, flames danced and lightning intertwined, emitting a terrifying aura. Its wings flapped, bringing with them monstrous flames and lightning. The surrounding wind blew violently as if the void was about to collapse. In an instant, it arrived in front of Lin Xian. Its 3 terrifying heads spewed out lightning, flames, and wind. The 3 intertwined to form an energy storm that raged in the air. This power was too strong. It was infinitely close to the venerable realm. Everyone cried out in alarm, their hearts trembling. Lin Xian smiled disdainfully and quickly slashed out with his wind shadow sword. Wind and thunder roared as the sword struck out. The void boiled, and endless sword light soared into the sky, roaring ferociously. The sword light was resplendent and turned into a huge dragon that roared at the sky. He charged forward like a true dragon descending into the world, majestic and extraordinary. Then he struck out with his dragon claws. Waves of spiritual energy surged in the air, and the space was torn apart. The phantom of the divine bird was severely injured in an instant, torn apart by the terrifying dragon claw. Then, with a swing of the dragon's tail, the 3 crimson blood birds were shattered. This is impossible. Zhu Yu was shocked, as though he had seen a ghost. His handsome face was distorted beyond recognition. He did not believe that his bloodline power would be shattered by a single sword strike. The 100,000 spectators also cried out in surprise. This sword was too stunning, completely exceeding their expectations. The faces of the 2 venerables from the Divine Bird Palace changed greatly. A look of horror appeared in their eyes, and they had a very bad premonition. The 2 of them looked at each other and quickly soared into the sky. Zhu Yu was the most outstanding prodigy in this team, and he was also an extremely talented disciple of the Divine Bird Palace. They would not allow anything to happen to Zhu Yu. The 2 venerables moved quickly, but the sword light in the void was even faster. The true dragon roared and turned from a huge dragon into a sword light. It was like a divine rainbow, shining and dazzling. In an instant, it arrived in front of Zhu Yu and slashed him. No. 3 roars sounded. One of them was from Zhu Yu, and the other 2 were from the venerables of the Divine Bird Palace. They had already lost a prodigy, and they would not allow anything to happen to Zhu Yu. Zhu Yu also roared to the sky, burning his bloodline power, and at the same time using an earth-rank martial art to protect himself. He had already seen the 2 elders rushing over. As long as he could withstand this sword strike, he would be safe. However, he still underestimated the power of this sword strike. Lin Xian had already condensed a true martial soul, and his strength was comparable to a venerable's. His sword strike was equivalent to a venerable's attack, and ordinary prodigies could not resist it. In just an instant, Zhu Yu's protective divine skill was torn apart, and the next moment he was cut in half. Damn it! Ah, I'm going to kill you. The two venerables of the divine bird palace seemed to have gone crazy, like injured beasts. They roared crazily, causing the entire arena to tremble. The two of them had indeed gone crazy. This scene was exactly the same as when Zhu Ning died, and they could only watch helplessly, unable to change anything. That was a peerless prodigy, a genius who could become a king in the future. However, he had died just like that. The two venerables kept beating their chests and wailing. "Kid, I want you dead." One of the venerables roared crazily and punched out. The terrifying fist was like a huge mountain, quickly descending on the arena. This punch was too fast and too sudden. The other venerables tried their best to block it, but they were still a step too late. The terrifying fist carried an incomparably powerful force, directly shattering the void, breaking the light curtain, and crashing towards Lin Xian. This was the power of the venerable realm. It was so powerful that it directly caused the world to collapse. The 100,000 spectators exclaimed. They were all worried for Lin Xian. Such a violent punch was likely to turn Lin Xian into a bloody mist. No one doubted this result, not even the prodigies. They all watched the battle with solemn expressions. Looking at the terrifying fist rushing towards him, Lin Xian snorted coldly and quickly slashed out with the wind shadow sword in his hand. At this moment, he did not hold back at all. The power of the sword's soul surged out like a peerless divine sword, piercing through heaven and earth. This aura was so sharp that it was as if 100,000 divine swords were roaring, causing the entire world to tremble violently. At this moment, the wind and clouds changed and the world lost its color. The weapons of 100,000 martial artists trembled and pointed towards the center as if they were worshipping a king. The terrifying sword aura caused everyone's expression to change. Boom! The sword light was dazzling and the cold light was dazzling. When the sword slashed onto the fist, a shocking wave of energy erupted and swept in all directions. At this moment, the venerables of the three top forces took action one after another, forming a light curtain to protect the 100,000 spectators and the arena. Otherwise, the violent energy storm would definitely be able to destroy everything within a 500-mile radius. An earth-shattering explosion was heard. It was as if thunder had struck from the 9 heavens. The violent energy aura slapped in all directions, colliding with the light curtain formed by the venerables and shaking it back. In the end, the energy formed beams of energy that shot into the sky and shattered the clouds above. Seeing that the terrifying energy had disappeared, the crowd heaved a sigh of relief. Then they eagerly looked towards the arena. They saw that the entire super arena was torn apart. Countless terrifying cracks appeared on it, and there were even terrifying huge pits everywhere. A figure floated above the arena. He was wearing bright red battle armor and holding a long sword in his hand. He looked like a sword god who had been reborn. Lin Xian, he's not dead. What? He resisted the attack of a venerable? How is that possible? Chapter 678. A martial artist at the peak of the spirit detecting realm was actually able to resist a first-level honorable. This was definitely a fantasy. Impossible, absolutely impossible. The honorable realm and the spirit detecting realm are not on the same level. No one can break this rule. Many people shook their heads in disbelief. Martial soul, it's the power of a martial soul. Lin Xian has condensed a real martial soul. However, those honorables exclaimed because they felt the real power of a martial soul in that sword strike. Once the news was out, everyone was shocked. He had actually condensed a martial soul. He had the power of an honorable. This was too powerful. One had to know that those geniuses only had the embryonic form of a martial soul and belonged to the half-step honorable realm. Although Lin Xian's cultivation was only at the peak of the spirit-detecting realm, he had condensed a real martial soul, and his combat strength was comparable to an honorable. In other words, Lin Xian had completely surpassed the geniuses of his generation. He was above everyone and was on par with a real honorable, condensing a martial soul at the age of 18. This was definitely a magnificent feat that no one had ever achieved before. Those geniuses looked at Lin Xian with shock. Among them, He Mui's face was pale and his body was trembling. The two honorables of the divine bird palace had dark faces and murderous auras. They had completely underestimated Lin Xian's strength and talent. This youth could definitely become a king. This kid can't be left alive, or he'll definitely be a huge problem for the divine bird palace. The killing intent in their hearts was overwhelming. They could not wait to kill Lin Xian, but the venerable ones from the other forces in the arena stopped them, so they could not make a move at all. The two honorables of the divine bird palace had cold expressions and retreated without a word. They had already made up their minds to set up a blockade around the arena. They would definitely not let Lin Xian escape. Lin Xian's display of the power of an honorable shocked everyone. He glanced around and said coldly, "All of you, come at me together." This voice was too arrogant. He wanted to fight against all the geniuses alone. If it was before, it would be impossible, and everyone would only treat it as a joke. But now no one dared to laugh. Because Lin Xian had condensed a sword soul and possessed the strength of an Exalt realm expert, so he was absolutely qualified to speak such words. Those skyprides had ugly expressions on their faces. Their eyes were filled with complicated emotions. The golden-haired youth's eyes were cold. The golden rune between his eyebrows flickered, and his body was full of fighting spirit. On the other side, Shen Yaotian gritted his teeth. His expression was ferocious, and his eyes were filled with intense jealousy. Damn it, he really condensed a martial soul. How could this be? This is impossible. I should be first. Shen Yaotian roared in his heart, especially when he heard Lin Xian's words. He was so angry that he almost vomited blood. In the arena, those older generation elders also looked at each other with complicated expressions. Originally, it would take a few more matches to determine the champion, but now it seemed that there was no need for that at all. The strength displayed by Lin Xian was too terrifying. He could definitely suppress all of the youths present. Therefore, they had originally planned to announce the results directly and let Lin Xian become the champion. However, they did not expect Lin Xian to be even more direct. He actually asked all the Skyprides to attack together. "I'll fight you." The golden-haired youth's voice was cold. He soared into the sky, his body shining with golden light. His golden hair fluttered in the wind, making him look like a golden god of war. In an instant he arrived in the void. The golden rune between his eyebrows flickered and shot out a ray of golden light. He did not dare to be careless when facing Lin Xian, so he used his strongest trump card right away. The golden rune between his eyebrows flickered like a third eye and quickly opened. The golden light was dazzling, and as fast as lightning, it instantly streaked across the void. The golden light was extremely powerful. Back then, it had shattered the black-skinned youth's strongest defense. It could be said that this power was not much different from an Exalt realm expert. In an instant, the golden light surged over like a golden wave. Lin Xian stabbed out with his sword. The huge sword chi was like a rainbow that glided through the air like a meteorite. The two collided, but there was no shocking explosion. It was as if ice and snow had met a raging fire. They were in a stalemate in the air, making sizzling sounds. Although the golden light was powerful, it still could not withstand the sword chi with the dragon's sword soul, and was instantly cut apart. The sword chi surged like a dragon, swinging its tail, and sent the golden-haired youth flying. "I'll give you a chance. If you can make me take half a step back, I'll give up this championship. Lin Xian looked around and said loudly, "You have 5 breaths of time to consider. If you don't make a move after 5 breaths, the championship is mine." Hearing that, the 100,000 spectators below were shocked. Lin Xian was too domineering. He did not take the Sky Prides seriously at all. In a private room that looked like a small palace on the 4th floor, a middle-aged scholar with a yellowed book in his hand smiled and said, "This kid is quite interesting." "Humph. What's so interesting about him?" "He just wants to see the young mistress. All men are the same." Ling curled her lips in disdain. In the middle, a woman in white was like a fairy who had descended. She was extremely beautiful. Her eyes flickered with a hint of surprise. Lin Xian was indeed beyond her expectations. At least, she did not expect him to condense a sword soul. Not bad. Maybe he'll be able to contend with those people after a few years of growth. Young mistress, don't flatter him. How can he compare to those people? Not to mention his influence, his own strength is not enough. Ling pouted. She had suffered a loss at the hands of Lin Xian, and she still held a grudge. Now that she saw Lin Xian's arrogance, she was naturally displeased. Let's not talk about his influence first. His strength is indeed inferior, but his talent is definitely not inferior to those people. If we can get him to join our side, our chances of winning will be much higher. This kid is indeed not bad. He has condensed a martial soul at such a young age. His future is limitless, the middle-aged scholar next to her said. However, it seems that the people of the Divine Bird Palace want to kill him. I wonder if he can escape this disaster. Ling, invite him here after the competition, the white fairy said softly. Got it. Ling did not dare to disobey the order, but the displeasure on her face was very obvious. Below, the 4 geniuses had complicated expressions as they made the final decision. Soon, the 4 of them had the same idea and quickly soared into the sky. The 4 geniuses wanted to join forces to attack Lin Xian. He Muya was among them. He gritted his teeth with a ferocious expression. Although he could not defeat Lin Xian in a one-on-one fight, the 4 geniuses together were enough to contend with a real venerable. Therefore, he was confident that he could join forces with the other 3 geniuses to suppress Lin Xian. You're very powerful, but you're too conceited. The 4 of us together are enough to suppress you. The golden-haired young man's expression was cold. I've never tried to suppress a venerable before. I'm looking forward to it. The dark-skinned young man revealed his snow-white teeth. Chapter 679. I'll suppress you later. Let's see if you can still be arrogant then. Xun Yaoqian's body shone with 108 astral halos. He stared fiercely at Lin Xian, wishing he could tear him apart. The 4 of them attacked from all directions, using their strongest moves. A golden light flashed and tore through the sky. It was like a golden spear that pierced through the air. On the other side, ancient inscriptions jumped and formed a ferocious demonic bear. It roared at the sky, its voice tearing through the heavens. 108 astral halos shone and condensed into a mysterious starry sky map that pressed down on Lin Xian. The starry sky map was incomparably vast. It was like a real starry sky that carried terrifying power. In the end, He Muya also gritted his teeth and roared, using his strongest attack. The small black tree rotated and formed a black ball of light. It quickly surged out like the water of the underworld river. The 4 geniuses attacked with all their might, causing the space to explode. The boundless energy caused the void to boil and quickly drowned Lin Xian. Fortunately, the 4 supremacies had joined forces to form a light barrier that protected the tea house well. Otherwise, it would have been reduced to ashes long ago. The 100,000 spectators exclaimed. That attack was too powerful. The 4 geniuses could definitely contend against a supremacy if they joined forces. Lin Xian had only condensed his martial soul, and was not a true supremacy. Could he block this attack? Everyone held their breaths and watched carefully. The four peerless geniuses joined forces and unleashed a terrifying attack that drowned Lin Xian. The four of them were too terrifying when they joined forces. They could suppress a supremacy. Lin Xian unleashed the power of his sword soul. He waved his long sword and condensed a demonic red lotus in the air that quietly bloomed. The red lotus floated in the air, tender and alluring. Every petal was crystal clear and contained the power of the sword soul. Then it soared into the sky and spun rapidly, forming streaks of sword chi that slashed in all directions. Each streak of sword chi was as thick as a mountain. They were like angry dragons that roared at the sky. The void surged, and countless waves of air rolled like waves, slapping in all directions. The sword chi was incomparably sharp. It was like a peerless divine sword that slashed down quickly. Boom! Puff! 108,000 streaks of sword chi shot out in all directions like a rain of light, slicing apart the combined attack of the four peerless geniuses. Everything happened too quickly. In the blink of an eye, the combined attacks of the four geniuses were shattered, turning into spirit chi that floated in the air. After that, the four of them coughed out blood and were sent flying. With one sword, the four geniuses had been defeated. Everyone was dumbfounded. There were no words to describe their feelings. Lin Xian was like a peerless sword god. His sword shook the heavens and repelled all the prodigies. At this moment, his figure was deeply imprinted in the hearts of many martial artists. Even 100 years later, there were still people who mentioned this battle. Lin Xian defeated the four prodigies with a single sword strike and became the champion of this year's martial competition. At the same time, he also obtained the champion's reward, 10 million medium-grade spirit stones, a divine dream bone, and a chance to see heavenly daughter Morong. Each of these three rewards was enough to make people excited. Lin Xian was also excited. This was because he could finally obtain the divine dream bone. It was a key material to make the Red Lotus armor. As long as he continued to collect it, he believed that one day he would be able to make the true Red Lotus armor. After placing the divine dream bone and 10 million medium-grade spirit stones into his storage belt, Lin Xian smiled with satisfaction. And at this time, in a private room on the 4th floor, a small and cute girl appeared. She lightly humphed and pouted at Lin Xian, saying, "Hey, my family's Miss invites you in." "You again?" Lin Xian smiled as he saw the young girl. "I say, can you be a bit nicer this time? Humph, you bastard. You want me to treat you with respect? Dream on." As Ling recalled the last time she was defeated by Lin Xian, she was driven mad with anger. She clenched her teeth and whispered, "Damn bastard, if you have the ability, then refuse again." However, she was disappointed this time. This was because Lin Xian didn't refuse. Instead, he readily agreed. Ling gnashed her teeth in anger at Lin Xian's reaction. She wanted nothing more than to pounce on him and bite him. Lin Xian did the same this time. Firstly, he was really curious about how beautiful the legendary Morong goddess was to be able to make so many geniuses go crazy. Secondly, he needed to use the Morong goddess's name to intimidate the divine bird palace so that they wouldn't dare to make a move. This way, he would have time to deal with them. Under countless envious gazes, Lin Xian followed Ling to a palace-like private room. As soon as he entered, Lin Xian saw a fairy-like girl. Although her beautiful face was covered by a white veil, Lin Xian was sure that she was a peerless beauty from her hazy silhouette. No wonder so many geniuses went crazy for her. Just her figure alone was enough to make people infatuated and unable to extricate themselves. Lin Xian's great dragon sword soul swam around in his body, allowing him to maintain a clear mind. Then the corners of his mouth rose slightly. "I've long heard that the Morong goddess is as beautiful as a fairy. Now that I've seen you, you're indeed extraordinary." Murong Chingcheng looked at Lin Xian in surprise. Lin Xian's eyes were too clear, without a trace of impurity. One had to know that when those warriors saw her in the past, they all had a dazed look. Even those geniuses were not spared. However, Lin Xian was different. Although he was also admiring her, he maintained an absolute clarity of mind. This made the middle-aged scholar beside him exclaim in admiration. "Young Master Lin, you're a young genius. How admirable. May I know where your master came from?" Murong Qingqing asked. Her voice was very pleasant, like the sound of nature. "My master lives in the mountains. He's not famous. You won't know even if I tell you." Lin Xian laughed. "Living in the mountains, that means he's an expert," Murong Qingqing thought to herself. At the same time, she realized that perhaps Lin Xian did not have a powerful background. Thinking of this, she smiled slightly. "I wonder if young Master Lin is willing to follow me and step onto the peak of martial arts?" "Follow you?" Lin Xian was stunned. "You mean to marry into the Murong clan? Ah, although you're very beautiful, isn't it a little too soon to talk about marriage the first time we meet?" Murong Qingqing, the middle-aged scholar, Ling the three of them were stunned as if they were petrified. Murong Qingqing's face turned red. Although there was a veil between them, Lin Xian could still feel her shyness. It was as if her every frown and smile could captivate people. Ling screamed, "Talk your head! Despicable bastard! Why are your thoughts so dirty? I'm so angry!" She bared her fangs and brandished her claws, constantly rubbing her canine teeth. On the side, the middle-aged scholar also laughed, as if he had heard the most interesting thing. Lin Xian rubbed his nose helplessly. "What, did I say something wrong? Young Master Lin, I think you've misunderstood. I meant to say that you'll join my faction." Murong Qingqing's expression returned to normal, but her voice was still a little unnatural. Chapter 680. So it's like that. I thought it was dual cultivation. Ling rolled her eyes. She wished she could strangle Lin Xian to death. Murong Qingqing's expression was also unnatural. Her body stiffened. No one had ever dared to joke with her like this. "Sir Lin, what do you think?" Murong Qingqing quickly regained her composure. There were no longer any fluctuations in her expression. "I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. I currently have no plans to join any power. Furthermore, I still have things to do." Lin Xian shook his head. That was because he had to go to the War God Palace to find his father. Furthermore, Murong Qingqing's identity was too special. Being together with her would probably attract a lot of unnecessary trouble. Although Lin Xian had condensed his martial soul, he didn't want to attract unnecessary trouble. Therefore, he refused. Lin Xian's reply shocked the three people in the room once more. "You dare to refuse my young miss' request?" Ling angrily roared. "You bastard! Is there something wrong with your brain? Do you know how many people in the Tianmu continent want to join us? I think you're just a country bumpkin from the mountains." Beside him, the middle-aged scholar also reminded him, "Kid, this is a rare opportunity. You have to think carefully." Murong Qingqing didn't say anything. Her eyes were shining with a strange light. No one had ever been able to refuse her. However, this youth in front of her had so easily refused. Not only that, but every decision of Lin Xian surprised her. It was as if this youth in front of her didn't play by the rules. "You don't have to rush to answer. You can slowly think about it. Once you've thought it through, it won't be too late to give me an answer." Murong Qingqing wasn't angered by Lin Xian's refusal. Instead, she was becoming more and more curious about this youth in front of her. "What are your plans? Will you continue to stay in Quicksand City, or—" "There's no reason for me to stay in Quicksand City. Next, I might make a trip to the War God Palace." "War God Palace?" Murong Qingqing nodded slightly. According to the information she received, Lin Xian was indeed in contact with a supremacy from the palace of Ares. As for how deep the relationship between Lin Xian and the palace of Ares was, she had no idea. It just so happens that we're also leaving Quicksand City, and it's on the way. Why don't we go together? Morong Qingqing smiled. Her smile was like 100 flowers blooming at the same time, making the world lose its color. It was as if the white-robed fairy had become the only thing in the world. Ling, and the middle-aged scholar were shocked. They did not expect Morong Qingqing to make such a decision. Even Lin Xian was surprised, but he quickly smiled and agreed. Because this way, he could get rid of the two venerables of the divine bird palace. He believed that with Morong Qingqing by his side, the people of Divine Bird Palace would not dare to make a move. All of Lin Xian's belongings were placed in his storage ring. The little white monkey and the dark red dragon were also placed in his demonic beast pouch. Moreover, Nan Gongseng and the others had already made arrangements, so he could leave Quicksand City at any time. The group walked out of the room and prepared to leave. A 7-colored rainbow appeared under Morong Qingqing's feet, carrying her through the void like a bridge. At this moment, she was like a fairy descending, beautiful beyond compare. Goddess Morong, it's Goddess Morong. At this moment, the audience below had not left yet. When they saw the fairy in the sky, they immediately exclaimed. Countless people looked up, mesmerized. Those geniuses clenched their fists, looking excited. Morong Qingqing was one of the most beautiful women in the Tianwu continent. Moreover, she was a disciple of a sovereign family. Her status was definitely extraordinary. She was the object of countless warriors' dreams, and now she was right in front of them. However, these geniuses could not get excited because there was another person standing beside Morong Qingqing. A young figure stood on a divine, sword with his hands behind his back. His expression was calm, as if the sword god had been reborn. This figure was naturally Lin Xian. When he stood beside Morong Qingqing, they really looked like a golden couple. The people below naturally recognized Lin Xian, and they were extremely envious. In their opinion, if they could gain the favor of Morong Qingqing, they would not have to worry about their lives. The people of the Divine Bird Palace looked worried, especially the two venerables. Their faces were extremely gloomy. They originally wanted to take action, but Morong Qingqing's appearance forced them to stop their plan. Damned little thief. He actually got together with someone from the Morong family. What should we do? Do we still have to take action? Of course we have to take action. You have to pay the price for killing our Divine Bird Palace's people. Do you think you are safe with Morong Qingqing? Ridiculous. The two venerables of the Divine Bird Palace whispered, their eyes flashing coldly. Then the two of them quickly disappeared, as if they were carrying out some plan. Lin Xian left a message for Nan Gongseng and Ling Tianyi, telling them to develop well here, while he quickly left Quicksand City with Morong Qingqing and the others. Among these people, except for Ling, who was still in the spirit-detecting realm, Lin Xian and the other two were all in the Venerable's realm, especially Morong Qingqing, whose aura was very faint, but Lin Xian could clearly sense that the woman in front of him was in the Venerable's realm. Unlike him, not only did she condense a martial soul, but her cultivation was also in the Venerable's realm. This made him deeply shocked. She is indeed a genius. She is indeed valiant, and her strength is so terrifying. He estimated that if he fought with Morong Qingqing, he might not be able to defeat her. This gave him a new understanding of the sovereign families. There were probably such people in the Divine Bird Palace, but they might not have come this time. However, Lin Xian was not discouraged. Although Morong Qingqing was young, she was obviously in her 20s, and he was only 18. He was probably the only one who had condensed a martial soul at this age. The group was very fast, and it did not take long for them to leave Quicksand City and arrive at the Sunset Desert. After passing through the desert, they would leave the sand region. According to the performance of the geniuses from other regions, the Sand region seemed to be a relatively backward region in the Sky Martial continent. But even so, the development of martial arts in this place had long surpassed the Tianan region. He really did not know how prosperous the other places in the Sky Martial continent were. Lin Xian was looking forward to it. He stepped on the sword shadow and flew quickly. Suddenly, the air under his feet fluctuated and rippled. A strange force appeared out of thin air and instantly enveloped him. In the next moment, space twisted and took him away. Not good. Murong Qingqing and the other two's expressions changed. They did not notice anything strange before. Beside them, the middle-aged scholar snorted and suddenly attacked. The wind from his palm was fierce, and a violent wind blew, turning into a terrifying palm that grabbed forward. The void shattered and trembled incessantly. However, Lin Xian had disappeared without a trace. Damn it, it should be those two old fellows from the Divine Bird Palace. Chapter 681. Lin Xian's sudden disappearance shocked Murong Qingqing and the other two. Damn it, it's those two old guys from the Divine Bird Palace, the middle-aged scholar said in a low voice. Uncle Quanzhang, can you find them? Murong Qingqing asked. The middle-aged scholar sensed carefully and then shook his head slightly. I can't sense them. Judging from the situation just now, they must have used some kind of strange formation. But they shouldn't be too far away. The three frowned and began to search. The moment Lin Xian was enveloped by the strange power, he activated the Red Lotus armor. A layer of bright red light covered the whole area. Red lotuses jumped and protected him. At the same time, Lin Xian quickly resisted and slashed out sword light, but he found that it was useless. Kid, don't be rash. This is a spatial teleportation formation, the dark red dragon said. Be careful. They're obviously targeting you. Lin Xian's face was gloomy. The people targeting him must be from the Divine Bird Palace. He didn't expect that they would have a chance to attack him while he was with Murong Qingqing. It seemed that he had underestimated the Divine Bird Palace. The next moment, a light flashed and Lin Xian was pulled to a deserted area by the force. As soon as he appeared, a majestic force was used. It was as if thousands of mountains were moving, causing the void to tremble. Bang! Lin Xian was caught off guard and was sent flying. Fortunately, he had activated the Red Lotus armor in advance. Otherwise, this blow would have split his body. Even so, his aura was tumbling and his bones were cracking. He's not dead? A surprised voice was heard. Obviously, they were surprised that Lin Xian could withstand the blow. Lin Xian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and suddenly turned around. His gaze was like a sword that pierced through the void. So it's you two old dogs. Lin Xian saw the two venerables from the Divine Bird Palace, and his face was gloomy. Humph, kid, today is the day you die. Let's see where you can run to this time. The two venerables had ferocious looks on their faces, as if they were demon kings. Behind them were 5 disciples of the Divine Bird Palace. They were all looking at Lin Xian with sneers on their faces. Lin Xian frowned. He observed his surroundings and discovered that this was a special array formation that had sealed off this part of the world. He simply couldn't get out, and he wouldn't be able to break the array formation in a short time. You sent out 2 venerables. The Divine Bird Palace is really shameless. Humph, to be so shameless even when dealing with a junior. It seems like this lousy bird palace isn't all that great. The dark red divine dragon flew out, its face full of disdain. Wooji wooji. The snow-white little monkey also nodded, its expression disdainful. Humph, it's useless to say anything. Today, you won't be able to escape death. The venerable from the Divine Bird Palace sneered. What a pity. Are all the young generation of the Divine Bird Palace dead? Lin Xian laughed. Don't be so arrogant. There are countless geniuses in the Divine Bird Palace. It's just that none of them came this time. That's right, isn't it just a venerable? My divine bird palace also has one. Ha ha ha. Lin Xian laughed. You have one too? I'm 18 years old this year. What was the strength of your geniuses when they were 18 years old? Put away your pride. In front of me, you're nothing. What's the use of your talent? A dead genius is nothing. The two venerables attacked mercilessly. Boom! The terrifying palm fell, and the sky boiled as if it was about to collapse. A terrifying palm of light grabbed at Lin Xian. Whoosh! Lin Xian slashed out with his sword. The sword light was dazzling, as if the galaxy was vast and mighty. It was 1,000 meters long and slashed down in the air. The sword chi cut through the palm of light, producing an earth-shaking boom. At the same time, he used his footwork to dodge quickly. This was because a fist as large as a mountain was flying over, shattering the void. Whoosh! Lin Xian brushed past the fist. The terrifying fist force hit his body, producing clanging sounds as if 10,000 horses were galloping. The two venerables working together was too terrifying. Lin Xian couldn't resist at all. Little dog, I'll kill you, and then I'll kill these two beasts. I'll also kill your entire family. Everyone related to you will die. The two venerables sneered, their bodies surging with killing intent. Beasts? You two are the beasts. The dark red divine dragon shouted angrily. Damn it, I'm angry. Isn't it just a stupid formation? I'll tear it apart. Lin Xian's expression was cold. No one could threaten his companions and family. Sword light flickered in his eyes, and a pair of wind and thunder wings appeared on his back. They were 100 meters long. Kill my family and friends? You can't be forgiven. Whoosh! He flapped his wings and disappeared. Boom! 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 The two venerables attacked. They kept waving their palms, creating black holes in the void. Violent airflows raged in the air. However, Lin Xian was too fast. He passed through them all. He had an Earth-grade movement technique and perfected wind and thunder concept. Now that he had the wind and thunder wings, his speed had reached the limit. Even a first heaven venerable might not be able to catch up to him. If he went all out, Lin Xian was confident that he could catch up to a second heaven venerable. Like a gust of wind and lightning, he kept appearing in the void and quickly approached the people of divine Bird Palace. You're courting death. One of the venerables was furious. A flame formed in his palm and spread into the sky. It was extremely terrifying. The power was 10 times stronger than what Juyu had used before. Lin Xian let out a long roar and attacked with his sword soul. The half-moon sword Qi flew out like a blood moon. At the same time, the sword of slaughter condensed in his hand. A monstrous and terrifying killing intent was vast and mighty. It was like the roar of a killing god, causing people to tremble. Puff! The sword Qi surged and cut open the sea of fire. At the same time, Lin Xian flashed quickly. Oh no, stop him! The venerables shouted, because he saw Lin Xian heading towards the 5 disciples of Divine Bird Palace. How dare you, little dog! Another venerable roared. His voice was like a tide that rolled over. At the same time, a blue long whip appeared in his hand. Lightning flashed on it, and it carried a terrifying aura. It was a thunder whip. The long whip shook, and countless bolts of lightning flashed, making crackling sounds as it pierced through the void. The energy fluctuation was like a thunder dragon. It roared out and circled in the air, rushing towards Lin Xian. The whip tore the void apart as it swept towards Lin Xian at high speed. If hit, even a venerable would be seriously injured. Lin Xian roared and raised his speed to the limit. At the same time, the armor on his body bloomed with light. A bright red lotus bloomed and spun in the air, blocking the lightning whip. In the next moment, Lin Xian appeared in front of the disciples of Divine Bird Palace. The sword of slaughter in his hand bloomed with endless blood-red light, dyeing the entire sky red. "Little dog, if you dare to attack, I'll make you wish you were dead." The two venerables roared. The disciples of Divine Bird Palace also roared crazily with the geniuses of Divine Bird Palace. "If you kill us, Divine Bird Palace won't let you go. When the time comes, we'll kill your entire family and your people. We'll pull out your tendons and refine your soul." Puff! Lin Xian's expression was cold. He waved the sword of slaughter, forming a blood-red sword light. Suddenly a head flew into the sky. Blood spurted into the void like a pillar. Swoosh! The disciples of Divine Bird Palace were splashed with blood, and their faces were covered in blood. They looked at the fallen, headless corpse and screamed crazily. At this moment, they were finally afraid. Chapter 682. Lin Xian dodged the attacks of the two venerables. Using his ultimate movement technique, he arrived in front of the Divine Bird Palace disciples in an instant. Puff, puff, puff. With a swing of his sword, 3 heads flew into the air. Blood spurted into the sky like pillars. Horrified screams were heard. The rest of the Divine Bird Palace disciples screamed frantically and trembled. The two venerables also roared to the sky. Their bodies exuded a powerful and terrifying aura that shook the entire sky. Damn it, damn it! A brat actually killed their disciple right under their noses. It was a slap to their faces. Moreover, those disciples were all geniuses and elites. The death of any one of them would be a loss to the Divine Bird Palace. Their hearts were bleeding. They roared and rushed toward Lin Xian. "Little dog, I'll cut off your limbs and make you kneel in front of the graves of these heroes forever. I'll torture you every day. I'll make you wish you were dead." Vicious voices were heard. Like spears of the underworld, they pierced through the void and surged in all directions. "Humph, who do you think you are? Do you think you can cut off my limbs?" Lin Xian sneered. His hands did not stop moving. He waved his long sword, forming a terrifying blood-red sword aura. In an instant, the remaining Divine Bird Palace disciples were cut in half. "You two old dogs who have lived for hundreds of years. Didn't you want to kill my parents? I'll let you have a taste of this first, so that you won't harm others in the future." Lin Xian sneered. "Old dogs who have lived for hundreds of years have no right to compare with me. If we were both 18 years old, I could kill both of you in one move." Damn it! The two venerables of the Divine Bird Palace went crazy. No one had ever dared to insult them. But now Lin Xian's words were like demonic swords that pierced their hearts. Moreover, the dead disciples in front of them deeply provoked them. Those disciples were all killed. None of them survived. This made it impossible for them to go back and explain themselves. "Brat, I want you dead." A large flaming hand reached out. It was burning with divine flames and quickly grabbed at Lin Xian. The 5 fingers were like heavenly pillars of fire, sealing off all directions and sealing off the world. The other venerable one waved his thunder whip, which was like a blue thunder dragon roaring ferociously. Lin Xian spread out the wind and thunder wings on his back and dodged quickly. He didn't want to take the attack head-on. "Ruffian Long, has the formation been broken?" Lin Xian asked via voice transmission. "What a joke! I'm the Supreme Dragon Emperor. Is there any array formation that I can't solve?" The dark red divine dragon said proudly, "If it wasn't for the loss of my dragon essence, I would have been able to break this formation with a single claw. Then what are we waiting for? Hurry up and break it." "Hee hee." The dark red dragon waved its claw. "You know that I haven't attained the Exalt realm yet, so it's very troublesome for me to break through this formation. However, I've thought of another way. Although I can't break it in a short period of time, I have complete control over this array formation. I can modify this formation and make it work for us." The dark red divine dragon snorted coldly. These two old farts dared to call me a beast. I must kill them. What should we do? Tell me. The power of wind and thunder surged on Lin Xian's body. He was like a stream of light, shuttling back and forth between the terrifying attacks. This is a double-layered formation. It can seal off and teleport. I can use this formation to teleport one of the venerables out. As for the remaining venerable one, I'll use the formation to coordinate with your attacks. Hearing this, Lin Xian's face lit up. He had wanted to kill these two venerables for a long time, but they were too powerful for him to succeed. Now that the dark red divine dragon had a way to separate them, it was definitely a great opportunity to kill them. Both of them were first heaven venerables, and the one who used thunder was stronger. He had already reached the peak of the first heaven venerables. Therefore, Lin Xian decided to teleport the thunder venerable out and kill the other one. He passed his idea to the dark red divine dragon. Then he placed the snow-white monkey on his shoulder and prepared to launch a sure-kill attack. Kid, it's no use running away. You won't be able to survive. The two venerables held crazily. At this moment, the void fluctuated, and an invisible power of space suddenly appeared and covered the thunder venerable. This is the power of the teleportation formation. The two venerables were shocked. They could not understand why their formation would suddenly be activated. Moreover, it was used on them. The dark red divine dragon sneered. Then it waved its dragon claws and quickly changed the formation. Buzz! The air trembled, and the power of space became stronger. In an instant, it pulled the thunder venerable into a black hole, and he disappeared. Only the venerable one who used fire was left in the field. Damn it, what's going on? The fire venerable frowned. The current situation was completely out of his control. However, before he could figure it out, a sword radiance rushed toward him. You're courting death. Do you think you have a chance of winning by separating the two of us? What a joke! I've been in the venerable realm for almost 100 years. My martial soul is extremely powerful. What do you have to fight me? The fire venerable snorted in disdain. Then the flames on his body jumped and a scorching power spread out. He wanted to gather a powerful attack. However, in the next moment, a white figure flew over at lightning speed. What's this? The fire venerable was shocked. The speed shocked him. Soon he saw the white figure clearly. It was a palm-sized, snow-white monkey. At this moment, it was looking at him with disdain. The fire venerable was furious. How dare a monkey mock him? He snorted and raised his hand. He was about to crush the little thing in front of him. However, the snow-white monkey swayed and dodged the attack. Then it stretched out its furry paw and slapped the fire venerable's face. Bang! When the paw landed, the fire venerable felt dizzy and fell into a coma. However, as a venerable, his soul was extremely powerful. Although he could not move due to the dizziness, he still realized that he had been hit. Seeing the dizzy fire venerable, Lin Xian smiled. Then he held the slaughter sword with both hands, and the power of his sword soul surged. Flying star! A blazing sword radiance flashed like a waterfall. It was like a bright star that streaked across the void. The sword was so stunning that the entire world was overshadowed. Poof! A bloody hole appeared in the fire venerable's chest. His muscles and organs were all crushed by the sword chi. In the next moment, he recovered from the dizziness and roared at the sky. The pain made him go crazy. When experts fought, they fought for the initiative. Usually, a mistake could determine life and death. However, as a venerable, he had been in this realm for 100 years. He was very powerful. Although he was dizzy, he relied on his body's instinct to mobilize the power of the bloodline in his body. At the last moment, he moved his body slightly and avoided his heart. Chapter 683. The flame reverend swallowed a spiritual medicine to suppress the wound on his chest. Then he stared at Lin Xian with boundless hatred and fear in his eyes. It was beyond his expectations that Lin Xian could injure him in an instant, especially that strange little monkey. It was actually able to knock him out. It was really too inconceivable. He set up a flaming shield around his body, which spun quickly. At the same time, divine flames danced on his body, forming a flaming armor. It wrapped around his body tightly to prevent another sneak attack. Lin Xian sighed slightly. He had aimed for his opponent's heart with that sword. However, he still managed to dodge it at the last moment. However, the effect of that sword was excellent. At least he had severely injured his opponent. Moreover, he had left a sword soul power in his opponent's body. That was the power of the great dragon sword soul. It was not something that could be removed easily. Even if his opponent was a reverend who had been stuck for 100 years, he could only temporarily suppress the sword soul power. Thinking of this, Lin Xian quickly drew his sword. The sword chi was shocking. It was like a blood-red river. It roared and slashed at the flame reverend. Since he had already severely injured the other party, Lin Xian had no intention of giving him a chance to recover. The sword chi circled and roared in the air. It formed a blood-red dragon and rushed forward. The snow-white little marquis returned to Lin Xian's shoulder. It blinked its big eyes and waited for an opportunity. Terrifying energy surged. Lin Xian's sword contained the power of the sword soul. It was extremely sharp. The great dragon sword soul was originally an offensive saint art. Now that it had been merged with Lin Xian, it was even more powerful. Every sword chi was as thick as a mountain. It could destroy a city. The sword chi filled the sky and slashed at the flame reverend. The flame reverend roared in anger. He waved his fists and threw out 9 punches. Each punch contained the terrifying power of a reverend. It was accompanied by a sea of fire. The flaming fist surged. Each punch was stronger than the last. In the end, the entire void was trembling and distorting. However, the flame reverend became more and more shocked as he fought. Lin Xian's sword aura was simply too sharp. It contained an unparalleled offensive aura, and every single sword strike was capable of slicing apart his attacks. This made him extremely shocked. After all, he'd entered the Exalt realm over 100 years ago, and his strength was extremely formidable. On the other hand, she had merely condensed his martial soul and hadn't even stepped into the Exalt realm. Although this kind of martial artist was powerful, he would not be able to defeat a real venerable one. However, Lin Xian was different. His battle prowess was too strong. He could even suppress a first heaven venerable realm martial artist. The current situation was just like that. The other party was suppressing him. That terrifying sword chi caused the flame reverend's heart to tremble. Moreover, there was also a terrifying sword chi in his body that was rampaging madly, trying to destroy his life force. It could be said that both internal and external troubles caused the flame venerable to complain continuously. His current plan was to stall for time until venerable thunder returned. Then, the two of them would join forces to kill Lin Xian once again. But Lin Xian didn't give him the chance. The slaughter sword slashed through the air, and a blood-red sword appeared in the sky. It gave off a blood-red aura of slaughter, and it was like the blade of a killing god had descended. Gale lightning sword, mountain and river break sword. Lin Xian didn't hesitate and used an earth-grade martial art. The blood-red sword moved, and it was covered with mysterious runes. A monstrous aura of slaughter spread out, dyeing the sky and earth red. At the same time, the Nirvana sword appeared in Lin Xian's left hand, and he waved it quickly. Behind the blood-red sword, a pitch-black sword condensed again. It gave off an aura of extermination that filled the entire sky. Gale, lightning sword, double sword, star destruction. The two swords hummed together, and a terrifying energy swept out in all directions. Then it quickly descended. In an instant, The aura of slaughter and nirvana covered the flame reverend. The sky collapsed and the earth shattered. Countless terrifying cracks spread out in all directions. In the void, the wind howled and lightning descended. The void collapsed, and the ear-piercing sound was like a demonic sound that made one's heart tremble. It was a terrifying scene, as if the world was about to be destroyed. The flame reverend roared. He couldn't care about anything else. He activated the power of his bloodline and merged it with his martial soul. Behind him, a sea of fire spread out, and the shadow of a divine bird flew out from the sea of fire. It was born from the fire. The divine bird was hundreds of feet long, and it was bathed in flames. As it flapped its wings, countless flames surged into the sky and swept the 9 heavens. With a cry, the flaming divine bird rushed into the sky and collided with the 2 heavenly swords. Rumble! Suddenly, an extremely powerful force exploded, shattering the void. Terrifying cracks appeared, and a pitch-black black hole formed in the sky, and it continued to expand. The wind howled, and the space trembled. The power was enough to kill a martial soul. The flaming divine bird cried and spat out pillars of fire. They were like fire god spears that pierced through the void and hit the 2 heavenly swords. At the same time, its huge body brought about endless flames that burned the void. Even the 2 heavenly swords became dim. In the sky, the huge divine sword shadow became blurry, as if it couldn't withstand the burning flames. However, the sword's soul power contained in it didn't weaken at all. Instead, it became stronger. An earth-shattering aura rushed out and slashed at the flaming divine bird, causing it to cry out in pain. A blood-red, murderous aura spread out like the blade of a killing god. It quickly slashed at the flaming divine bird and cut off half of its wing. The sword of Nirvana was even crazier. The pitch-black sword was like the move of a death god. It quickly absorbed the life force of the flaming divine bird, causing it to cry out in pain. The flame reverend's face was pale. He looked at the scene in the sky, and his eyes were uncertain. Then he gritted his teeth and waved his hand, causing the flaming divine bird in the sky to explode. An earth-shattering explosion sounded, and a terrifying power surged out. It was as if millions of fireballs had exploded in the sky. It was very shocking. The sky was pierced through, and a terrifying black vortex appeared. It was incomparably dark. The 2 heavenly swords were hit by the terrifying energy and instantly became dim. The flame reverend's body trembled, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He didn't hesitate to injure himself and successfully blocked Lin Xian's rank martial art. However, his current condition was very bad. He was already severely injured, and now that he was suffering from the backlash of his martial art, he was even weaker. The flame reverend's eyes were filled with endless murderous aura and unwillingness. Then he gritted his teeth and decisively decided to retreat temporarily. His condition wasn't good, and it wasn't easy for him to fight again. It was better to wait until he recovered and met up with the Thunder Reverend before killing Lin Xian. Then he quickly turned around and wanted to leave. Lin Xian sneered. It wasn't easy for him to severely injure the Flame Reverend. So how could he let him leave? He put his palms together and merged the Sword of Nirvana and the Sword of Slaughter, forming a red and black demonic sword. Then the demonic sword danced, forming mysterious sword waves. Chapter 684. The Flame Supremacy was severely injured and didn't dare to fight anymore. He was ready to escape. At this moment, the dark red dragon secretly controlled the array to prevent the Flame Supremacy from escaping. Lin Xian quickly merged the Sword of Massacre and Sword of Nirvana to perform the 3rd move of the Tempest Lightning Sword. The 3rd move of the Tempest Lightning Sword was terrifying. In the sky, the clouds rolled and formed a giant red and black sword once again. A shocking murderous aura and chi of Nirvana were released. It was extremely terrifying, as if it could destroy everything. The giant sword was extremely terrifying. As soon as it appeared, it caused the void to collapse. The surrounding space shattered like a mirror as countless black cracks spread out. It was a terrifying sight. The power was extremely terrifying. Even a supremacy would die upon contact. Impossible. The flame supremacy exclaimed when he sensed the aura. Then his face turned extremely ugly because if he was hit, there was no way he could survive. He roared and performed the power of his bloodline with all his might. Powerful auras rose around him and condensed into the shape of a divine bird that brought him away quickly. With a flash of light, the flame supremacy disappeared. However, at the next moment, the space trembled and a teleportation force quickly shrouded him. Swoosh! The flame supremacy, who had flown far away, returned to his original spot. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. Realizing this, the flame supremacy's face turned green, and he couldn't help but curse. He was going crazy and had the urge to curse. Then he quickly condensed a pair of flaming wings that were 1,000 meters long like the wings of a demon god. As soon as the flaming wings appeared, he turned into a stream of flames and disappeared again. However, at the next moment, the teleportation force sent him back to his original spot. Impossible! This is impossible! The flame supremacy roared at the sky with shock and despair in his eyes. He was about to cry. How could he be played like this? This array was originally used by Lin Xian, but he didn't expect it to become his nightmare. He was simply shooting himself in the foot. The dark red dragon snickered at the side. Of course, this was his masterpiece. Old fart, how dare you call me a beast? I'll let you know how powerful I am. The dark red dragon snorted. At this moment, the tempest lightning sword above his head fell mercilessly again. Blood rained down as the aura of death filled the air. It was as if the god of slaughter and the god of death had descended, causing this space to become abnormally oppressive. The flame Reverend couldn't escape, so he could only take it head-on. He condensed all of his spirit energy and bloodline power into a flaming armor to defend himself. At the next moment, the gale lightning sword slashed down, shattering the entire ground. Cracks as thick as mountains extended out in all directions. The entire ground looked as if it had been bitten by an abyssal beast. The terrifying sword chi was like a heavenly pillar that shot out in all directions. Rumbling sounds could be heard as the surrounding mountains were blasted apart. The ground sank and the sky boiled. Countless amounts of energy were like ocean waves, crashing in all directions. Even the array formation that sealed off the area began to tremble rapidly, as if it would break apart at any moment. It couldn't be helped. This sword strike was too stunning. It was as if it could split open the 9 heavens and 10 earths and annihilate gods and devils. The flame Reverend screamed crazily. The defense he formed was mercilessly cut open. The huge sword pierced into his body and instantly split him into 2. Until the moment of his death, he did not believe that a young man with only a martial spirit would be able to kill him. With endless unwillingness and despair, the flame Reverend slowly fell down. With a flash, Lin Xian turned into a sword radiance and instantly appeared beside the flame Reverend. He took the storage ring from his hand. Then, a ball of sword radiance burst out and cut the corpse into pieces. 1 down. There's still 1 left. Young man, are you confident? The dark red divine dragon asked. Fight. Lin Xian did not explain further. The other party came to kill him. Now that there was a chance he would naturally kill him. Moreover, he and the Divine Bird Palace had long been enemies. He was naturally happy to be able to weaken the other party's strength. After swallowing a cup of spirit wine, Lin Xian began to recover his strength. A huge spirit energy vortex formed above his head, and streams of spirit energy flowed into his body. Soon, the depleted spirit energy was replenished. There's an aura. The other party is coming. The dark red divine dragon suddenly said, Get ready. Let him in and then attack, Lin Xian ordered. Then he touched the snow-white monkey on his shoulder. This time it's up to you. Wu ji, the snow-white monkey patted its chest, and its big eyes narrowed into crescents. Attention, he's coming in. The dark red divine dragon whispered, and then began to operate the formation silently. The void vibrated, and a figure covered in thunder and lightning rushed in quickly. The aura was very shocking, as if the god of thunder had descended. Damn thief, get the hell out here. Before the person arrived, a terrifying sound wave swept in all directions like a wave, shaking the void and shattering it. Whoosh! The snow-white monkey jumped up, turned into a white lightning, and instantly arrived in front of the figure. With a slap of its paw, it knocked the figure unconscious. The Thunder Reverend was very sad. He had just entered the formation, and before he could see the situation around him, he was knocked unconscious. A very mysterious force made him dizzy, and he fell into a temporary coma. However, the next moment, a shocking pain stimulated his soul and woke him up. Then he was extremely furious and roared at the sky. What followed was a heart-wrenching scream. This was because he discovered that his entire right arm had been forcefully chopped off. He was terrified and immediately tried to grab the right arm that had been cut off. Although the supremacy stage was extremely powerful, it had not reached the stage where it could regrow a severed arm. However, with the Thunder Reverend's means, the severed arm could be reattached. Therefore, his first reaction was to look for the severed arm. However, in the next moment, the void fluctuated, and the severed right arm instantly disappeared in front of him. This is the power of space. The Thunder Reverend roared. He was teleported away by this power, and now it had taken away his severed arm. With a furious roar, the Thunder Reverend emitted a supreme aura, causing heaven and earth to fall into madness. His gaze was like lightning as he scanned the surroundings. Then he stared at Lin Xian. Lin Xian had a cold smile on his face as he stood with a sword in his hand. Beside him was a 2-meter-long dark red snake, which was grabbing his right arm with a mocking expression. Apart from that, there was also a snow-white monkey with a long whip of thunder in its hand, which was constantly jumping. The Thunder Reverend was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. This was simply unbearable. Not only did Lin Xian take away his weapon, but he had also severed his right arm. He could not wait to run over and tear Lin Xian into pieces. However, in the next moment, he was stunned, because he did not see the Flame Reverend's figure. He could only feel the remnant aura in the air, but the Flame Reverend's figure had disappeared. Could it be? The Thunder Reverend suddenly had a bad premonition. Impossible. Soon, he shook his head in denial because the Flame Reverend had been in the supremacy stage for hundreds of years, just like him. How could a kid who had just condensed a martial soul kill an expert like him? Chapter 685. Don't worry, you'll soon reunite with him. The dark red dragon stared at Venerable Thunder with a sneer. What? That's impossible. Venerable Thunder exclaimed. He didn't believe that the Flame Venerable would be killed by Lin Xian, but the situation before his eyes showed that everything was true, especially when he saw the remains of the Flame Venerable. He felt as if he was struck by lightning. At that moment, Lin Xian attacked again. He took advantage of Venerable Thunder's momentary daze and turned into a sword light again, rushing forward quickly. This sword was still the meteor from outer space. The sword light shone like a galaxy roaring in the void. The space was torn apart, making an ear-piercing sound. In the blink of an eye, the terrifying sword chi had already arrived in front of Venerable Thunder. Venerable Thunder's body trembled, and his eyes regained clarity. Lightning surged all over his body as he moved horizontally. Poof! The lightning armor in front of his chest shattered, and a terrifying crack spread, almost splitting him apart. Venerable Thunder was seriously injured, and his body flew backward. Lin Xian succeeded in his attack and quickly followed up. Venerable Thunder was shocked. He didn't expect Lin Xian's sword technique to be so sharp that he was seriously injured in an instant. The panic in his eyes, the injuries on his body, and the news of the flame Venerable being killed made his heart tremble. Unknowingly, he developed a fear of Lin Xian. This emotion was very scary, especially when fighting against an expert. It was very likely that it would affect one's combat power and kill him. Venerable Thunder naturally knew this, but he couldn't suppress the fear in his heart. It couldn't be helped. Lin Xian had shocked him too much. With a roar, Venerable Thunder didn't dare to fight anymore and chose to escape. To Venerable Thunder, this was a wise choice. First of all, his right arm was broken and he was seriously injured, which greatly reduced his combat power. Moreover, the fear in his heart made him almost afraid to face Lin Xian. Therefore, choosing to escape was the best decision for him. However, Lin Xian smiled disdainfully. As a martial artist, the most important thing was not martial techniques, but a strong heart. If you don't even have the heart to win, it doesn't matter how much you have. Looking at the fleeing figure, Lin Xian's eyes lit up. The great dragon sword soul in his body surged and let out an impassioned roar. Although the venerables of the Divine Bird Palace were powerful, they usually lived like princes and were used to being arrogant and despotic. Once they entered into a real life and death battle, their shortcomings would be revealed. Lin Xian, on the other hand, was different from them. He came from the tiny and remote Tianan region and had fought his way through battles. Everything was achieved by fighting with his own two hands. Therefore, he had a strong and confident heart and an unyielding fighting spirit. This was the most important thing to a martial artist. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian stabbed out with his sword. Sword Qi flew out, condensing into a blood-red star that quickly streaked across the sky. Starburst. The void cracked open, and an uneasy sound was heard. In an instant, the blood-red star arrived behind Venerable Thunder. Boom! A terrifying explosion occurred, and a terrifying energy shrouded him. No! Venerable Thunder let out a desperate cry, and then he was drowned in the torrent of energy. After a long time, the terrifying energy dissipated, and a blackened corpse fell to the ground. Lin Xian turned around and called the dark red dragon and the snow-white monkey to quickly break the array and leave this place. Lin Xian didn't look for Morong Qingqing anymore. Instead, he chose a direction, turned into a sword light, and instantly disappeared into the sky. Half a day later, 3 figures landed. Looking at the destroyed battlefield, they sucked in a breath of cold air. These 3 people were Morong Qingqing's team. They looked at the terrifying sword souls on the ground and the broken corpses on the ground, their eyes full of shock. This is the Venerable of the Divine Bird Palace. He can't be more dead. It seems that Lin Xian has safely left. The middle-aged scholar looked around and said in a deep voice, "What? That bastard actually killed the Venerable of the Divine Bird Palace." Ling covered her mouth, her face full of shock. I'm afraid not only Venerable Thunder, but Venerable Flame also couldn't escape death. The middle-aged scholar pointed at the fragments in the distance and said again, How is this possible? That bastard, is he still human? Ling, I was shocked. Morong Qingqing's eyes flickered. She was indeed shocked. In her opinion, Lin Xian was kidnapped by 2 venerables and was definitely doomed. She didn't expect that the result would be so shocking. She took a deep breath and calmed herself down, but her heart was even more determined. Such a peerless genius. She must take him under her wing. It was too shocking. Lin Xian only condensed his sword soul, and he killed 2 venerables. This kind of combat power was absolutely heaven-defying. Moreover, Lin Xian was only 18 years old. According to the rules of Tianwu Continent, he had just come of age. This kind of martial artist had amazing potential. If nothing unexpected happened in the future, He would definitely be the strongest fighting force. Let's go to War God Palace. Morong Qingqing turned and left with the two of them. Lin Xian was not in a hurry. Instead, he found a safe place to recuperate. Although the battle just now was fast, it was very dangerous. He used some of his trump cards and consumed a lot of energy. Therefore, after he left the battlefield, he found a dark and safe place to quickly recover his energy. After a long time, Lin Xian opened his eyes and his body returned to its peak state. Then he took out the 2 storage rings and smiled. These 2 storage rings naturally belonged to the 2 venerables of Divine Bird Palace. During the battle, he had specially protected them and did not break them. It was the first time he had obtained a venerable storage ring, so he was a little excited. He extended his soul power and rushed towards the 2 storage rings. However, he soon felt a force blocking him. Lin Xian knew that this was the soul seal on the storage ring, used to prevent others from probing. However, Lin Xian snorted coldly. His soul accompanied the great dragon sword soul and quickly stabbed downwards. Crack! There was a shattering sound, and the soul seal on the 2 storage rings was instantly broken. Then, Lin Xian's soul power probed into the storage ring. Suddenly, he sucked in a breath of cold air. The space in the storage ring was very large. It was half the size of a city, 10 times larger than his storage belt. Lin Xian estimated that this storage ring should be a high-grade spirit rank artifact. His storage belt was only an ordinary spiritual lower-grade treasure. The 2 were not at the same level at all. In addition to the vast storage space, the things inside also made Lin Xian exclaim. Mid-grade spirit stones were piled up like a mountain. All kinds of materials, spiritual herbs, martial arts, and treasures could be seen everywhere. Lin Xian had also obtained many storage rings before, but those added together were not even 1/10,000th of what was here. In fact, this was normal. The 2 venerables had lived for hundreds of years. All of their most precious treasures were in the storage rings. Moreover, the 2 of them were elders of Divine Bird Palace. Their status was respected, and the resources in their hands were absolutely shocking. Haha, I'm rich. Chapter 686. The most precious things he had were the 1,000-year-old spiritual herbs and some strange stones. The rest were not worth mentioning at all. Moreover, after he condensed his martial soul, ordinary resources became very useless to him. But now it was different. These were 2 venerable realm storage rings. Most of the things inside were for venerable realm cultivators. Lin Xian could totally use them. Lin Xian was ecstatic to obtain 2 venerable realm storage rings. He had just condensed his martial soul and needed some resources. There were tens of millions of middle-grade spiritual stones piled up like a mountain. In addition, there was a box of upper-grade spiritual stones. The value of an upper-grade spiritual stone was dozens of times that of a middle-grade spiritual stone. Although there was an exchange ratio in the outside world, most people would not exchange at all. Lin Xian had only heard of it before, but now it was the first time he saw it. The box of upper-grade spiritual stones was crystal clear and full of spiritual energy. It was far superior to the middle-grade spiritual stones next to it. With a satisfied smile, he looked at the spiritual herbs and other materials. Among them, there were 7,000-year-old spiritual herbs in the Flame Venerable storage ring. Thunder Venerable only had 9. This surprised Lin Xian. Although he also had 1,000-year-old spiritual herbs, they were obtained from the Lost Land. In the outside world, he could not obtain 1,000-year-old spiritual herbs at all. Take the Sand region as an example. A 1,000-year-old spiritual herb was enough to make a venerable go crazy. One could imagine the value of a 1,000-year-old spiritual herb. But now, the venerable of Divine Bird Palace had dozens of 1,000-year-old spiritual herbs, completely defeating the venerable of the Sand region. As expected of a top force, rich as expected. Lin Xian clicked his tongue in admiration. Then he looked at the bottles and jars. They were naturally filled with elixirs. He opened the small bottles one by one and found that the worst ones were 5th-grade elixirs. There were also some 6th-grade elixirs. Lin Xian remembered that when he was in Tianshan Kingdom, a 5th-grade elixir had caused a lot of commotion. Now, there were countless 5th-grade elixirs in the storage rings. There were even precious 6th-grade elixirs. The higher the grade of an elixir, the more precious it was. Take 6th-grade elixirs, for example. A 6th-grade elixir was definitely worth more than dozens of 5th-grade elixirs. Lin Xian discovered that in the 2 storage rings, there were only a total of 3 bottles of grade 6 medicinal pills. Lin Xian carefully put away the grade 6 medicinal pills and scanned the surroundings once more. Next, he saw the materials. There were all kinds of beast bones, scales, and tentacles. They were obviously precious materials. Lin Xian examined it carefully. Suddenly, he raised his eyebrows and revealed a look of shock. This was because he found a few extremely special materials among the materials. They were all materials for the Red Lotus armor. There were 3 types in total. Lin Xian found them and stored them separately. In addition, he also had the divine dream bone in his hands. He obtained a total of 4 materials. Although it wasn't much, Lin Xian was still overjoyed. This was because he had carefully studied the blueprint of the Red Lotus armor. This set of armor was very strange. Moreover, it could be made separately. In other words, if there were not enough materials, he could make a small part of it first. He only needed 2 more materials to make the gauntlet. The Red Lotus armor's function was not only defense. Every part of the armor was engraved with ancient inscriptions that could activate a combination of consummate skills. For example, a pair of gauntlets could activate the Red Lotus 100 Blaze Fist. Its effect was comparable to an Earth-rank martial art. Suppressing the joy in his heart, Lin Xian continued to explore the other materials. The rest were some martial arts. Lin Xian now mastered 2 Earth-rank martial arts. One was the Gale Lightning sword technique, and the other was the Illusory Demon Steps. Both were Earth-rank low-grade martial arts. In addition, Lin Xian also comprehended 2 sword skills. Between the Sword of Slaughter and Nirvana, their power was comparable to an Earth-rank martial art. Then there was the Red Lotus armor. Currently, its defense was comparable to an Earth-rank martial art and could block a Supremacy's attack. As for the Azure Cloud 9 swords, Lin Xian had obtained them a long time ago. Now they were somewhat basic. The later moves were still okay. As for the first few moves, they were useless to Lin Xian now. Although Jiu Yi also left some martial arts for Lin Xian, the best of them were only half Earth-rank martial arts. Therefore, Lin Xian still had to think of a way to obtain the martial arts that a Supremacy would need in the future. Quickly searching through the martial arts, Lin Xian found that most of the martial arts collected by the 2 Supremacies were half Earth-rank martial arts. Moreover, they required the cooperation of the divine Bird Palace's bloodline. This was useless to him. As for the Earth-rank martial arts, Lin Xian did not see them at all. Presumably, the divine Bird Palace's control of Earth-rank martial arts was very strict. After all, these martial arts were extremely rare and precious in the Sky Martial Continent. However, Lin Xian still found some other things. Presumably, they were the 2 old men's personal belongings. Half a bottle of blood with an extremely strong, baleful aura. He did not know what it was, but Lin Xian felt that it should be some kind of demonic beast's bloodline. Next to the blood bottle, there was half a map. On it were mountains and rivers and a city. Next to it were 3 words, Heavenly Netherbird. As for the other storage ring, Lin Xian found a stone inscription. There was a mark on it that emitted a faint, mysterious aura. These 2 items were placed very deep. Fortunately, Lin Xian's soul force was strong. Otherwise, he would not have been able to find them. Lin Xian guessed that these 2 items were very mysterious. The 2 Supremacies should not have understood them yet. Of course, he did not know what these 2 items were used for. However, he knew that the dark red divine dragon was a wily old fox. Lin Xian passed the information of the two mysterious items to the dark red divine dragon. Soon, the dark red divine dragon jumped up. Heavenly nether bird. Its eyes lit up like a hungry wolf. Brat, where did you see it? Quickly show it to me. Seeing the dark red divine dragon's abnormal reaction, Lin Xian was surprised. He took out the half map and did not mention the bottle of blood. This ruffian dragon did not act according to common sense. Lin Xian was afraid that it would drink it in one gulp. The dark red divine dragon excitedly took the map and studied it carefully. Hey, you still haven't told me what the heavenly nether bird is. Lin Xian asked. It's a type of demonic beast. It's very powerful. The dark red divine dragon replied. How powerful? Rank 10? Stupid. The dark red divine dragon stopped studying and said with a look of disdain, after rank 9 is the demonic general. It corresponds to the 9 supremacies. Demonic generals are divided into 9 stars. However, there are too many rare demonic beasts in this world. Someone divided them and created the heaven and earth lists. The heavenly netherbird is a demonic beast on the heaven lists. Demonic beast on the heaven lists? Then it's more powerful than you? Lin Xian asked. Bullshit. I'm also a demonic beast on the heaven lists. The dark red divine dragon said with disdain. Our divine dragon clan is the overlord of this world. Wooji wooji. After hearing this, the little white monkey was unconvinced. What's the rank of your divine dragon clan? Lin Xian asked. Top 10? Top 10? Not number 1. Lin Xian was surprised. What do you know? The top 10 demonic beasts on the heaven lists are all powerful demonic beasts left behind from the ancient times. It's difficult to determine who's the stronger one, so they're collectively known as the 10 ancient emperors. Heaven lists, earth lists, 10 ancient emperors. Lin Xian exclaimed. He discovered a whole new world in front of him. Chapter 687, 198. The dragon replied, So low, ignorant. Any monster on the heaven leaderboard is a heaven-defying existence. Killing a king is child's play. If this heavenly netherbird was still alive, this continent would have been destroyed. The strength of a heaven leaderboard monster exceeded Lin Xian's expectations. It seemed that there were still many things in this world that he did not know. Then why are you so excited? Lin Xian was puzzled. Hee, this heavenly netherbird has been turned into a map, which means that it died a long time ago. If we can find its corpse, the dragon's eyes lit up, that thing is a great supplement for me. Then he added, Don't worry, this heavenly netherbird will also be helpful to you. Just its bones and feathers alone are amazing refining materials. Isn't your red lotus battle armor lacking materials? You can find the heavenly netherbird's body to replace it. Moreover, if you can obtain its blood, you can even refine the heavenly nether flame. Heavenly nether flame? Lin Xian was shocked. The name sounded like a type of flame, but he did not know if it was as powerful as the black dragon's flames. Is this the blood you're talking about? Lin Xian took out the special blood bottle. Fuck, kid, where did you get it? The dragon jumped up and waved his claws, wanting to snatch it. Fortunately, Lin Xian was quick and took back the bottle. Damn, kid, you actually hid such a good thing. Hurry up and hand it over. Damn, I knew you'd snatch it. Lin Xian rolled his eyes. The dragon waved his claws angrily. Little Xian, don't worry, I don't want the blood. That kind of thing is useless to me. Cut it out. Do you think I'm an idiot? Lin Xian snorted with a face of disbelief. Damn, you're pissing me off. The dragon stomped his feet in anger. I'm from the divine dragon clan. The great divine dragon bloodline flows in my body. Why would I want the heavenly netherbird's blood? Really? Lin Xian was skeptical. Although the dragon was unreliable, what it said made sense. Then why were you so impatient just now? Nonsense. This blood might be related to the heavenly netherbird. Of course I'm nervous. The dark red dragon explained, Brat, let's make a deal. When we find the heavenly netherbird, the demon crystal's source is mine. None of you can take it from me. Demon crystal origin? Lin Xian rolled his eyes. So that was what this guy was thinking. Needless to say, the source of the demon crystal should be something similar to the dragon essence. Now that the dark red divine dragon had lost its dragon essence, it was so anxious. All right, I have no problem with that, Lin Xian said. The little white monkey also shook its head in disdain. Although it was also a demonic beast, it didn't seem to be interested in demonic cores and demonic crystals. Instead, spirit fruits were its favorite. Kid, hurry up and get moving. The dark red dragon was impatient. Wait, there's something else. Help me take a look. Lin Xian took out the stone carving. The moment the stone appeared, it brought with it an ancient aura, as if it was something from a long time ago. This thing was indeed very ancient. The carving was very blurry, and the entire stone tablet was filled with cracks, as if it would shatter at any moment. This is... The dark red divine dragon was slightly surprised and then carefully observed it. If I'm not wrong, this should be the vermilion bird seal. I didn't expect those two old farts to have so many good things. Vermilion bird seal? Is it powerful? Lin Xian asked. Powerful, of course it's powerful. It's definitely not lower than an Earth-ranked martial art, the dark red divine dragon said. But this is only an incomplete seal, and there's only one move. Seeing Lin Xian's disappointed expression, the dark red divine dragon snorted. Kid, be content. This is an ancient martial art. Even if it's only one move, it's still far superior to the current martial arts. Then how do I learn it? This carving is too blurry. I can't see it clearly. The vermilion bird is also a heaven-ranked demonic beast. I think the blood of a demonic beast should be able to activate this carving. Heaven-ranked demonic beast blood? Lin Xian smiled. He just happened to have one in his hand. After speaking, he took out the heavenly netherbird's blood and was about to open it. Kid, what are you doing? The dark red divine dragon screamed. Learning martial arts, Lin Xian said. Damn, this blood is very important. Who knows? We might need it in the heavenly netherbird's nest. Is that so? Lin Xian rubbed his chin. Then what should I do? Then his eyes lit up as he stared at the dark red divine dragon. Damn, what's with your eyes? The dark red divine dragon was scared and took 2 steps back. I forgot, you're also on the heaven ranked. I think your blood should be more useful. Don't even think about it. Kid, I already knew that you're not a good person. How dare you have ideas about this emperor? The dark red divine dragon shouted angrily. Then forget it. I'll just use the heavenly netherbird. I'm not in a hurry for the demonic beast origin anyway. Lin Xian said slowly and opened the bottle. Damn, you win. Isn't it just 1 drop of blood? This emperor will pay. The dark red divine dragon's face was filled with pain. 2 drops. Lin Xian stretched out 2 fingers and waved them in the air. Damn kid, don't let this emperor catch you. The dark red divine dragon gritted his teeth and spat out 2 drops of dragon blood reluctantly. The 2 drops of dragon blood were the size of walnuts and were pale gold in color. They floated in the air and looked very magical. Lin Xian took out a small, white jade bottle and poured the 2 drops of dragon blood into it. Then he dripped 1 drop on the stone carving and put the other away. Buzz! The golden blood dripped onto the stone carving and immediately emitted a golden light. Then the blurry carving became clearer and gradually formed the shape of a vermilion bird. In the end, the carving emitted a blazing light. The vermilion bird on the carving seemed to have come alive as it flapped its wings and rushed into the sky. Suddenly, divine flames danced and a huge figure hovered in the air. It was like a real vermilion bird was reborn. With a soft cry, it swooped down like a ball of flames and unleashed a terrifying attack. The void shattered and the ground sank. This attack seemed to have shattered the 9 heavens and 10 earths, causing the surrounding 1,000 miles to sink. Then the vermilion bird's shadow disappeared. The stone tablet also shattered and turned into a pile of rubble. Lin Xian's eyes flashed. He was still thinking about the attack just now. Just like that, he stood there like a statue. Only when night fell did he wake up. A touch of joy appeared. Lin Xian formed a seal with his right hand and channeled his spiritual power towards the sky. A dazzling light bloomed in his palm like a sun. It was very dazzling. A vermilion bird's shadow rushed into the sky with a violent force and quickly flew into the sky. Boom! The void trembled, and the entire sky was illuminated by flames. Strong winds blew and heat waves surged. The night turned into day. Vermilion bird seal, success! Lin Xian was overjoyed. This attack was definitely not inferior to an earth-rank martial art. He had just mastered it, but it already had such power. It meant that this move had great potential. As long as he focused on comprehending it, it would become stronger and stronger in the future. Chapter 688. The drop of dragon blood glowed with a faint golden light as if it were made of golden glass. There was also a trace of frightening dragon aura on it. Lin Xian waved his hand and summoned the drop of dragon blood. Then he raised his head and swallowed it. Fuck! The dark red divine dragon couldn't help but curse when it saw this scene. This damned brat actually swallowed its dragon blood. No wonder you want 2 drops. I knew you were up to no good. Lin Xian naturally ignored the dragon. He was focused on refining the drop of dragon blood. Although this drop of dragon blood was very small, it contained the purest energy. One had to know that this was the dragon blood of the Eastern Divine Dragon Tribe, a rare treasure. He quickly circulated the dragon sword soul in his body. A dragon roar sounded, and the sword soul transformed into a true dragon and swam around Lin Xian's body. Finally, it fused with the drop of dragon blood. Boom! The dragon sword soul roared as if it had been nourished by energy, and it shone brightly. Lin Xian smiled when he sensed the changes in the dragon sword soul. He was right. The dragon blood could nourish the dragon sword soul and make it stronger. After a long while, the dragon sword soul finally calmed down, and Lin Xian also opened his eyes. Fuck, brat, what's with that look? The dark red divine dragon's hair stood on end. I'm warning you, don't try to take advantage of me. You want the dragon blood? Dream on. Sai, forget it. Lin Xian shrugged. He knew that the dragon blood was also important to the dark red divine dragon. Taking its dragon blood was equivalent to taking its life. Lin Xian wouldn't do that. It looked like he had to think of another way. Let's go to the blood realm. Lin Xian stood up and left with the dark red divine dragon and the little white monkey. The blood realm was the place marked on the map, and it was also the place Lin Xian had to pass through to get to the palace of gods of war. Thus, he didn't hesitate and quickly set off. A month later, Lin Xian finally left the sand realm. Looking at the lush trees in front of him, he couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. The past few days had been too torturous. The endless desert was the same everywhere. It was like a maze. If it wasn't for the map and Lin Xian's powerful soul power, he might have gotten lost. Lin Xian looked at the map and set off again. Along the way, he went to many cities and saw the scenery of mountains and rivers. At the same time, he gained some understanding of the blood realm. The blood realm was a very special place, there, of the strongs, down, of. The blood realm was divided by a few major powers, but there was a special one among them. It was the Immortal Martial Academy. The Immortal Martial Academy was extremely famous in the Tianwu continent because those who graduated from the Immortal Martial Academy all became famous experts. It could be said that it was the cradle of experts. However, such a powerful academy was built in the Blood Realm. This made many people puzzled. But for thousands of years, the Immortal Martial Academy had never left, even when the Blood Realm was at its most chaotic. Now, the Immortal Martial Academy had become a holy land of light in the Blood Realm. It was the only place that followed rules. Once, there were experts in the Blood Realm who wanted to attack the Immortal Martial Academy, but they all died. There were even 2 8th-level venerables who were killed mercilessly. Since then, no one dared to have any ideas about the Immortal Martial Academy. There were also rumors that there might be King Realm experts in the Immortal Martial Academy. Of course, this news had never been confirmed. There were too few King Realm experts in the Tianwu continent. However, this made the Immortal Martial Academy even more mysterious, causing countless young geniuses to scramble for it. After hearing this news, Lin Xian rubbed his temples. No matter how he looked at it, the Blood Realm was an extremely dangerous place. He had no choice but to be careful. Moreover, he received even worse news. The Palace of War had been sealed. The Palace of War was a 6-star power. It was one of the overlords of the Tianwu continent. It was located in the Tianxia domain. However, it wasn't on the continent of the Tianxia domain. It was in an independent space. This small space was called the Mystic World. Originally, the Mystic World was open to the public. But for some reason, the Mystic World of the Palace of War had been sealed recently. From the looks of it, it wouldn't open anytime soon. Originally, Lin Xian wanted to go to the Palace of War first, after knowing the dangers of the Blood Realm. But now, it seemed that he could only go to the Blood Realm. Kid, don't worry. Although the Blood Realm is chaotic, it's the most well-informed. You might be able to get news of the Palace of War there. The dark red dragon said. Moreover, the Blood Realm is rich in resources. It's the most suitable place for cultivation. Hearing this, Lin Xian nodded. It seemed that this was the only way. As they got closer and closer to the Blood Realm, the surroundings gradually became chaotic. More and more people were killed. Enemies fought with each other. All kinds of bloody scenes played out. There were even a few blind people who had designs on Lin Xian. In the end, they were killed by a sword. Immediately, the surrounding people looked at Lin Xian with reverence. No one dared to provoke him. Another half a month later, Lin Xian finally entered the Blood Realm and arrived at the Blood Realm Plains. Although the Blood Realm was chaotic, it was rich in resources. Spirit herbs, spirit ores, spirit stones, and all kinds of heavenly treasures were abundant. Moreover, the cultivation techniques, martial skills, artifacts, and secret manuals here were even more popular. Many of them came from large powers. Originally, this kind of thing would be hunted down by large powers. However, it was very popular in the Blood Realm. In fact, Earth rank martial arts had been auctioned here before. Moreover, it was said that broken Earth rank artifacts had appeared before. Therefore, although the Blood Realm was in chaos, it still attracted countless experts to flock over. As the map where the heavenly Netherbird was buried was incomplete, Lin Xian and the others couldn't determine it immediately. They could only search slowly. The Blood Realm was too big. It was even bigger than the Southern Heaven region. It wouldn't be easy to search here with only half a map. However, Lin Xian had his own plans. He couldn't enter the Palace of War now, and the Blood Realm was too dangerous. Therefore, he planned to enter the Immortal Martial Academy. This way, he could inquire about the Palace of War in the Blood Realm, find the whereabouts of the heavenly Netherbird, and cultivate in the Immortal Martial Academy. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The dark red dragon also agreed. It didn't want to be targeted. It would be unlucky if it was captured and refined into medicine. Chapter 689. The wide plains were dark red in color as far as the eye could see, giving off an oppressive feeling. If one were to sense it carefully, They would even be able to detect traces of blood aura from the dark red soil. However, no one knew if the dark red soil was originally like this, or if it was dyed by blood. In the boundless blood plains, a figure flitted past as fast as lightning. This figure was as fast as a ghost, appearing hundreds of meters away every time. Moreover, what was even stranger was that the figure was too terrifying. It did not even make a sound. One could only see a slight breeze, and the figure instantly disappeared. However, from the back view that was left behind when it paused, one could vaguely make out that the figure was very young. This figure was naturally Lin Xian. When he first came to the blood plains, he wanted to fly in the air. However, he soon saw a rookie like him who was shot down from the sky not long after flying in the air. The attack's aura was extremely terrifying, and it even carried a trace of martial soul power. Seeing this, Lin Xian gave up on flying in the air and chose to walk on the ground. He had no choice. Flying in the air was too eye-catching, especially with the glow on his body. He was like a moving target, and it was difficult not to be discovered. For safety reasons, Lin Xian chose to walk on the ground. With an Earth-class movement technique, Lin Xian's speed was very fast. Finally, after 2 hours, he saw the outline of a city in front of him. Looking at the city, Lin Xian let out a smile and increased his speed. Finally, he arrived in front of the city and stopped. The city was not big. It was just an ordinary town, and the city walls were mottled and very old. Lin Xian took a few quick glances before he strode forward. There were 5 or 6 veterans at the city gate. At this moment, they were playing a game similar to dice. When they saw Lin Xian's figure, they stopped what they were doing and picked up the spears on the ground. They crossed their spears and blocked the city gate. Moreover, their originally lazy faces had become fierce and ferocious. Waves of terrifying killing intent were emitted from their bodies. "Kid, you're not following the rules. Do you want to die?" One of the men shouted coldly. There was a scar on the left side of the man's face. It was about the length of a finger and looked like a centipede crawling on his face. At this moment, it looked extremely ferocious. Lin Xian stopped in his tracks and frowned as he looked ahead. The 6 burly men in front of him were all wearing light green armor, and there was a ferocious wolf head on their chests. Rules? What rules? Lin Xian asked in a deep voice. "You don't even know the rules? Don't tell me he's a newbie?" The burly men were stunned for a moment before they burst into laughter. They couldn't sense Lin Xian's cultivation, so they thought that Lin Xian was just a weak rookie. "Brat, you dare to come to the blood realm at such a young age? Are you not afraid of death? Look at your small body. If I let you in, you'll probably die on the streets the next day." The burly men laughed wildly, making fun of Lin Xian. Lin Xian said indifferently, "I came with my master's sect, but we arrived a little early." "All right, we don't care who you came with. This city is under the jurisdiction of the Green Wolf Gang. If you want to enter, you have to pay 10,000 spiritual stones." 10,000? Lin Xian frowned. 10,000 spiritual stones was not a small number. In Quicksand City, it only cost 1,000 spiritual stones to watch a top martial arts competition. But now it cost 10,000 spiritual stones just to enter the city. As expected of the Blood Realm, it was really shady. Shaking his head, Lin Xian didn't want to look for trouble. With a swipe of his finger, he took out 10,000 spiritual stones from his storage ring. The burly men were stunned. They didn't expect Lin Xian, who looked weak and ordinary, to take out 10,000 spiritual stones so easily. Moreover, it looked like these spiritual stones were just a small number to him. Especially when they saw the storage ring in Lin Xian's hand, their eyes lit up with greed. It was a very exquisite storage ring with ancient patterns engraved on it. From time to time, it would flash with light. They had only seen storage rings of this grade in the hands of their gang leader. And now, an unknown brat actually had such a precious storage ring? They looked at each other and sneered. Fat sheep. This was definitely a fat sheep. The scarred man quickly put away the 10,000 spiritual stones and said coldly, "Kid, I think you didn't understand. When I said 10,000 spiritual stones, I meant 10,000 each. So, you have to pay 60,000 spiritual stones. Hurry up and pay, or if you anger the Green Wolf Gang, we'll kill you in minutes." The 6 burly men looked at Lin Xian with cold smiles. Lin Xian frowned. 60,000 spiritual stones was nothing to him, but they were obviously trying to extort him. He wasn't a fool who would be taken advantage of. "Damn it, didn't you understand what I said?" Another burly man said coldly, "If you know what's good for you, hand over your storage ring, and I'll let you in. Otherwise, be careful of your dog life." With that, he pulled out the long saber at his waist. The saber gleamed coldly. Lin Xian laughed. The Blood Realm was indeed worthy of its reputation. Even the 6 guards dared to be so arrogant. They even wanted to kill him and steal his treasures? If this was any other place, it would be impossible. But in the Blood Realm, it seemed reasonable. Seeing Lin Xian's disdainful smile, the 6 burly men were enraged. "Little brat, I think you want to die. Men, chop off his limbs and feed them to the dogs." The scarred man said coldly. Then, one of the burly men walked out with a sinister smile and slashed at Lin Xian with his long saber. Crack! With a crisp sound, Lin Xian caught the saber with both hands. Then, under the horrified gazes of the 6 men, he turned his fingers. Suddenly, the long saber turned into white powder and scattered on the ground. With a gentle breeze, it disappeared. What? The 6 burly men's eyes almost popped out, especially the one who was still holding the saber hilt. He was so scared that he almost peed his pants. He had spent a lot of money to buy that long saber. It was a low-grade, spiritual-grade treasure. In the past, it was very fierce when cutting people. But now, it had been turned into powder with 2 fingers. An expert, an absolute expert. The 6 of them were not fools. Their bodies trembled, and they immediately said, respectfully, "Senior, please spare our lives. Senior, please spare our lives. We have eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. Please forgive us and let us go." The 6 burly men trembled and kept slapping their faces. They almost knelt down. "Senior, here are your 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones," the scarred man said with a trembling voice. "Humph, only this time. There won't be a next time." Lin Xian put away the spirit stones, snorted, and walked into the city. "Yes, yes, yes." The 6 guards nodded like chickens pecking at rice. After confirming that Lin Xian had left, they heaved a sigh of relief. "Damn, that was so scary. We were almost finished. It's too dangerous. It's even more terrifying than the battlefield. From the looks of it, he can't be a genius disciple of a big faction, right?" The few of them whispered with lingering fear. Chapter 690. Broken Mountain City inside the city. Lin Xian walked in the city, feeling the uniqueness of the blood-filled city. In such a short time, he had already seen 3 fights, and one of them even resulted in a life. However, the corpse was quickly carried away by the Azure Wolf Gang in light armor, leaving behind a pool of blood. The winner obtained the storage ring and other resources, while the loser lost their lives and was fed to the dogs. Lin Xian planned to get a map first and find the way to the Immortal Martial Academy as soon as possible. However, in the process of buying the map, he was quickly exposed as a rookie. Another newbie. He looks so weak. He dares to come out alone with such cultivation? If this guy dares to stay, I guarantee that he won't live past tonight. I haven't eaten fresh meat in a long time. That kid looks pretty good. All sorts of discussion sounded out. The voices were very loud and had no intention of hiding it. Lin Xian kept the map with a speechless face. He was wondering if he should reveal a little of his strength to prevent these flies from being endless. Just as he stood up, a disgusting voice came from behind. "This pretty boy is not bad. Carry him back. I want to eat meat today." When these words came out, The surrounding people discussed even more. He actually got targeted by the poison madam. This kid is really unlucky. Looks like there's no need for tomorrow. I think he won't live past tonight. Many people rejoiced in his misfortune and stood at the side to watch the show. The poison madam was lustful by nature, relying on the power behind her. She specially captured young and handsome martial artists to be her gigolos. However, when she was tired of playing, she would kill them mercilessly. These years, who knew how many young martial artists she had harmed? At this time, two burly men laughed sinisterly and grabbed at Lin Xian. The air trembled and an ear-piercing sound came out. Both of them were late-stage spirit-detecting realm martial artists. This grab was very frightening. However, this bit of strength was not enough to face Lin Xian. Everyone only felt a blur in front of their eyes. Then, two screams came out. Those two sinister-looking burly men flew back while protecting their wrists. They fell to the ground and screamed. What? Good skills. I almost misjudged him. He's actually an expert. Fortunately, I didn't make a move just now to be able to injure two late-stage spirit-detecting realm cultivators in one move. He had to be at the peak. Although he wasn't at the peak, he wasn't weak either. The surrounding martial artists were even more excited because they knew that Madame Du wouldn't let the matter rest. Sure enough, a fat woman at the back, who weighed more than 150 kilograms, was so angry that her entire body was trembling. The fat on her body was rolling like waves. The plump lips that were painted red opened at this moment, and then a sharp voice sounded. Ah, how dare you resist me? Tonight I'll suck you dry. You guys go. Immediately, for strong men in green rushed over to her side. The four of them moved like the wind, causing the ground to tremble slightly. However, it was still not enough. Lin Xian's figure flickered like a ghost. In an instant, he appeared in the middle of the four and slapped out, "Pa, pa, pa," for crisp sounds rang out. Immediately, the four people's faces swelled up like pig heads as they were sent flying. His teeth were bleeding all over the ground. This was because Lin Xian had held back. Otherwise, the four of them would have been turned into meat paste. Madame Du screamed again when she saw this scene. However, before she could make a sound, Lin Xian appeared beside her and slapped out. Boom! The 150-kilogram figure turned into a meatball and flew out, crashing into a house behind them. The house was instantly destroyed. Dust filled the air and the ground trembled. Everyone was stunned. This youth was too fierce. Did he not know the identity of Madame Du? Hua! Crack! Behind them, countless rocks flew out from the ruins of the house. A fat figure sat up. It was Madame Du. She stared at Lin Xian and screamed, "Brat, do you know who I am? My big brother is the manager of the Green Wolf Gang. You're dead for offending me. Scram or die." Lin Xian was cold, and his voice was like thunder. "You!" Madame Du wanted to say something, but her body suddenly trembled, and she felt her face heat up. She wiped her hand and found that it was covered in blood. Ah! She screamed in horror. She could no longer care about anything else, and quickly jumped up and ran into the distance. It was hard to believe that a 150-kilogram woman could run at that speed. The surrounding cultivators were shocked and did not dare to speak. This young man was not even afraid of the Green Wolf Gang. He was too fierce. Of course, there were also people who shook their heads and sneered. They thought that Lin Xian was just a rash kid who had just arrived. One had to know that the Green Wolf Gang was the overlord of Broken Mountain City. Their gang leader, Zhao Kuan, had reached the half-step venerable realm. His strength was terrifying, and almost no one in Broken Mountain City could compare to him. Although this young man was powerful, he was definitely not a match for Zhao Kuan. In a mansion in the city. This was the mansion of the manager of the Green Wolf Gang. It was very luxurious. The manager of the Green Wolf Gang was a middle-aged man. He had a long face, a thin figure, and a sinister look in his eyes. At this moment, he was admiring the flowers in his garden. At this moment, a fat figure rushed in. "Big brother, you have to avenge me." Madame Du was like a mountain of flesh. She moved horizontally on the ground and roared crazily. "What's going on?" Manager Du's face darkened when he saw the handprint on the fat girl's face. Soon, Madame Du told him what had happened. "A young man who came here willingly?" Manager Du's expression was cold. "Did you tell him your identity?" "I did." Madame Du added fuel to the fire. Who knew that the kid would not care about it and even insulted Big Brother? How despicable. He didn't put Big Brother and the Green Wolf Gang in his eyes at all. "All right, I've got it," Manager Du said in a deep voice. "A small cultivator dares to behave atrociously in my territory. He must be tired of living. Eagle." Chief Steward Du shouted in a low voice. Whoosh! A figure quickly flew in from outside the courtyard. Like a goshawk, he instantly arrived behind Manager Du. It was a man in black. He was not tall, but his eyes were sharp. His palms, especially, were twice the size of an ordinary person's. Moreover, he wore a metal glove on his palm. It was dark and glowing, making one's heart tremble. "There's something I need you to do." Eagle was Manager Du's hired thug. His cultivation was very high, reaching the peak of the spirit-detecting realm. His pair of black demon eagle claws were extremely sharp. In Broken Mountain City, he was considered a top expert. Usually, he would stay in Manager Du's residence to protect his safety. He would only be called out if there was an emergency. This time his target was a young man of 18 or 19 years old. Eagle was disdainful. In his opinion, this young man relied on his abundant resources to push his cultivation up. If he met a combat expert like him, he would definitely be scared witless. The Green Wolf Gang controlled Broken Mountain City, so he easily found the young man's whereabouts. Chapter 691. Lin Xian was eating at Yunfei Bar. On his table was a map of the Blood Realm that he had just bought. There were many martial artists eating around him, all of them wild and wild. They were all discussing the exciting events that had occurred in the Blood Realm. In terms of exciting events, there were only two kinds: killing people and women. Their discussions were inseparable from these two things. At this time, a figure walked into Yunfei Bar, causing all the noise to die down. The entire bar fell silent, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Those arrogant martial artists looked at the figure at the door, their faces filled with shock, their bodies trembling. "Old Eagle, why is he here?" Everyone was shocked. They knew that Old Eagle was an expert of the Azure Wolf Gang. Normally, he would only be assigned to extremely difficult matters. But in this bar, was there anyone worthy of Old Eagle taking action? They didn't know. Pum! A throwing knife flew out, nailing itself to Lin Xian's table. It trembled, causing the air to buzz. "I'll give you 3 breaths of time to scram. Otherwise, you'll end up like him." Old Eagle glared at Lin Xian, his eyes flashing with a cold light. Hua! In the next moment, everyone in the bar left with all their might, their speed reaching the limit. They knew that this was Old Eagle's habit. He would clear the area before killing. At the same time, what shocked them even more was that the person Old Eagle wanted to kill was a youth. Who is this youth? He actually angered the Azure Wolf Gang? Hey, you don't know. Someone immediately told them about how Lin Xian had injured Madame Du. Everyone suddenly understood. He dared to attack Madame Du. He's seeking death. Doesn't he know that Madame Du is Chief Steward Du's little sister? Young and impetuous, this sort of person must be a disciple of an aristocratic family. Does he think that the Blood Realm is the same as the outside world? What a joke! As everyone was talking, the door to the bar slammed shut. Ha! I heard that Old Eagle kills very slowly. Once, he tortured a martial artist for 3 days before killing him. I wonder how many days it was this time? I think it's about the same this time. That boy will definitely die in pain and despair. Creak! But in the next moment, the door to the bar opened. What? It's over so fast. That's not right. This doesn't fit Old Eagle's personality. Everyone was puzzled. They raised their heads and looked over. Then their bodies began to tremble as they stood there, dumbstruck. This was because the one who had walked out of the tavern was not Old Eagle, but that handsome and silent youth. The young man narrowed his eyes as if he was sensing something. Then the corner of his lips curled up and he left quickly. What's going on? Did Old Eagle not kill him? Perhaps Old Eagle doesn't dare to kill this young man because of his shocking background? It's possible, everyone was guessing, and they felt that the young man was more and more mysterious. Should we go in and take a look? There were also some martial artists who found it rather strange that Old Eagle had yet to come out. Soon, a few bold martial artists decided to go in and take a look. 3 silhouettes rushed in quickly, followed by a scream of surprise. Immediately, the surrounding martial artists were bewildered, and they all moved out. When they arrived at the tavern, they were stunned once again, because Old Eagle was dead. Old Eagle lay on the ground, his entire body intact. His eyes were filled with shock, and there was a bloody hole between his brows. It was this bloody hole that took his life. How is that possible? Old Eagle was actually killed. There are no signs of fighting in this room, and we didn't hear any sounds of fighting. Could it be that he was killed in one blow? Someone analyzed. Then, everyone sucked in a cold breath. If that was the case, then it was too terrifying. One had to know that Old Eagle was a martial artist at the limit of the spirit-detecting realm, and he was also a famous expert in the city. For such a person to be killed in one blow, one could imagine how terrifying the other party was. Could it be that it wasn't a young man but some old monster? Everyone's hearts trembled, because they had heard that some old monsters who had lived for hundreds of years liked to appear in the form of young men. They now suspected that the one who killed Old Eagle was also such an old monster. The Green Wolf Gang was very powerful in Broken Mountain City, so they immediately knew of Old Eagle's death. A group of people rushed over in a grandiose manner and surrounded the Cloud Pub. Then, a middle-aged man with a long face walked out of the crowd. This person was Chief Steward Du. Chief Steward Du's expression was very ugly. He had sent out experts, but they were all killed in one blow. This made him very angry and, at the same time, a trace of fear. Listening to the analysis of the experts in the gang and his own judgment, his expression became more and more unsightly. Moreover, until now, they still hadn't found out what caused the bloody hole between Old Eagle's eyebrows. Chief Steward Du, what should we do? The Green Wolf Gang members asked. Investigate. We must catch that brat. Chief Steward Du said sternly. No one can challenge our Green Wolf Gang in Broken Mountain City. Yes, the group of Green Wolf Gang members shouted, then quickly went to collect information. Lin Xian naturally didn't care about the actions of Chief Steward Du and the others. He also didn't know that his casual killing of Old Eagle had caused such a great shock to Chief Steward Du and the others. To be honest, he really didn't put a martial artist like Old Eagle in his eyes. At that time, Old Eagle had used his spirit energy to seal the tavern and was incomparably arrogant. Lin Xian had only dipped his finger in a drop of water and flicked it out, but that drop of water contained a terrifying sword intent. Old Eagle was only at the limit of the spirit-detecting realm, so he couldn't block it at all and could only fall with despair. Lin Xian knew that after he killed Old Eagle, the Green Wolf Gang would be completely enraged, so he now had a way to completely solve this problem. Lin Xian spread out his spirit energy and covered the entire Broken Mountain City. He quickly searched. Soon after, he found that there were 2 places with defensive formations, one of which was especially powerful. He knew that was where the Green Wolf Gang's leader was. Lin Xian's figure flashed, and he disappeared like a gust of wind. The Green Wolf Gang's leader, Zhao Kuan, was currently enjoying himself in his own palace. He was hugging 2 beauties and drinking wine. As the gang leader, he only needed to make decisions on important matters. He would leave the trivial matters to Chief Steward Du and enjoy himself and cultivate. Zhao Kun admired the snake-like waists of the dancers below and laughed loudly. But suddenly his voice stopped, because he saw a person. A youth was standing in the middle of the palace. The two beautiful women beside him also noticed. They exclaimed, then rubbed their eyes hard and found that they weren't dreaming. Zhao Kun's face immediately sank. Men, come quickly. What are you doing? Are you all trash? Zhao Kun was furious. A stranger had actually snuck into his palace, and even the guards didn't know about it. This made him furious. Moreover, he was even more shocked. It had to be known that his palace had a defensive formation. Even if an outsider tried to break in, they would be the first to know. But now, the formation's alarm hadn't gone off. But a mysterious person had appeared in his palace. Chapter 692. Zhao Kun stared at the young figure in front of him and was shocked. Although he could not sense the other party's cultivation, the fact that he could silently pass through his mansion's defensive array was enough to show how terrifying he was. Who are you? What are you doing here? Who told you to come here? Zhao Kun suddenly roared and emitted a powerful aura. This aura was very powerful and carried a terrifying sound wave that swept through the entire space. Immediately, the dancers screamed and fled. Countless martial artists rushed over from afar. The dark red dragon jumped out and looked at the martial artists around him with a disdainful smile. Then, he spat out clouds that covered the entire hall. Seeing the dark red dragon's means, Zhao Kun frowned again and said in a deep voice, "Who are you? What are you doing here?" Although the guards outside could enter, Zhao Kun was still confident in himself as a half-step supremacy. You don't have to care who I am. You just have to remember one thing. While I'm in Broken Mountain City, don't let your men harass me. Otherwise, I don't mind destroying the Green Wolf Gang. Lin Xian said indifferently, but his voice was like a sharp sword that pierced into Zhao Kun's heart. Destroy the Green Wolf Gang? Zhao Kun sneered. Kid, I think you're crazy. How dare you boast so shamelessly? My Green Wolf Gang has 100,000 members. We can drown you with our spit. You dare to say that you'll destroy the Green Dragon Gang? What a joke! The two flirtatious women beside him also laughed as if they had heard the funniest joke. Is that so? Lin Xian smiled indifferently and then disappeared into thin air. Seeing Lin Xian's actions, Zhao Kun was shocked. He circulated his spirit energy to defend himself, and at the same time, he released the power of his martial soul prototype, ready to attack at any time. Spirit energy surged and shone in all directions. A 30-meter tall green wolf phantom appeared and roared at the sky, enveloping Zhao Kun. The sound rolled and shook the surroundings. The green wolf phantom was mighty and extraordinary, like a demonic beast looking down on all directions. After releasing the green wolf phantom, Zhao Kun laughed wildly as if he had won. This green wolf phantom was the embryonic form of his martial soul, and no one in the entire Broken Mountain City could match it. But in the next moment, the sword flashed and the azure wolf phantom wailed and fell to the ground. Zhao Kun's body stiffened as fear appeared in his eyes. This was because a sharp blade was pressed against his neck. At this moment, blood was spurting out from the sharp blade. Moreover, the entire hall was filled with an extremely powerful and fierce aura. Zhao Kun's entire body froze. He had no doubt that if he dared to move, that sharp blade would cut off his neck. Spare my life. Please spare my life. Zhao Kun fell to his knees with a thud. Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. How would the Green Wolf Gang dare to offend you? The flirtatious women on both sides were scared silly, and they were dumbstruck. They never would have thought that the Green Wolf Gang's leader, who was famous throughout Mountain Break City, would be kneeling in front of this mysterious youth like a dog. There's no misunderstanding. Lin Xian said coldly, remember, if the Green Wolf Gang dares to harass me again, there's no need for you to exist. Yes, yes, yes. I promise that no one will dare to harass you again. Zhao Kun nodded continuously. In the next moment, he felt the sharp blade on his neck disappear, and the extremely terrifying aura also disappeared. However, he still did not dare to move. After a long time, he slowly turned around and realized that the mysterious youth was no longer in the hall. Phew! Zhao Kun heaved a sigh of relief and sat on the ground. His entire body was drenched in sweat. Facing that youth made him feel like he was facing the leader of the Green Wolf Gang. That's right. Although the Green Wolf Gang dominated the entire Mountain Break City, it was only a branch that belonged to the Green Red Gang. Zhao Kun wiped off his cold sweat and then shouted, "Everyone gather!" His voice was like thunder, spreading throughout the entire residence. In an instant, countless figures rushed over to this side. Looking at the increasing number of figures, Zhao Kun said sternly, "Call all the brothers outside back. For 10 days, no one is allowed to go out." "Leader, why is that?" Some of them did not understand. "What are you all talking about? If I tell you to do it, then hurry up and do it. Do you all want to rebel?" His voice was terrifying and filled the entire hall with a murderous aura. "Yes," the gang members hurriedly replied. They did not understand why their leader, who was fine before, was so angry now. There were many disciples in the Green Wolf Gang, and Mountain Break City was not very big. Soon, all of them received the order. Although they were shocked by the order to not go out for 10 days, no one dared to ask. However, there was one exception, and that was Steward Du at this moment. There were not many people in Steward Du's residence. The experts and Steward Du had all disappeared. This news quickly reached Zhao Kun's ears. "Where is Steward Du?" Zhao Kun asked in a low voice. He did not want anything to happen to his right-hand man at this moment. "Leader, Steward Du brought the experts in the gang to take revenge." "Revenge? What revenge?" Zhao Kun frowned. He had a bad feeling in his heart. Immediately, someone told him about Madame Du. When Zhao Kun heard that Old Eagle was killed in one move, his entire face turned green. "That's right, it's him. It must be him." Zhao Kun roared in his heart. He thought of the mysterious young man from before. One had to know that even he could not kill Old Eagle in one move. Only that mysterious young man could do this. Recalling the previous warning, Zhao Kun broke out in cold sweat again. "Where is Steward Du?" Zhao Kun asked sternly. 100 Mile Inn. Go to 100 Mile Inn." Zhao Kun panicked and his face turned ugly. He was praying that Steward Du would not do anything. 100 Mile Inn. Lin Xian had just settled down when he was surrounded by a group of people. The leader was a middle-aged man with a long face. His eyes were sinister like a poisonous snake. Around him were burly men who were dozens of meters tall. Their auras were strong and their bodies were murderous. Although they were dressed differently, each of them had a wolf's head on their heads. They looked ferocious and terrifying. Green Wolf Gang. When the other martial artists in the inn saw this scene, they were so scared that they ran away. Suddenly, there was no one in a 10-mile radius. Everyone hid in the distance and quietly watched. They did not expect Steward Du to bring so many experts. It seemed that the kid was dead for sure. "Kid, you're ruthless and arrogant. You actually killed my Green Wolf Gang's disciple." Steward Du sneered. "Now, I'll give you a chance. Kneel down and cripple your hands. Let your cultivation be crippled, and then beg me like a dog. If I'm in a good mood, maybe I'll let you live." The surrounding martial artists laughed wildly. They looked at Lin Xian as if they were looking at a dead man. Lin Xian frowned slightly. It seemed that his previous warning did not have any effect. If so, then he could not be blamed. Chapter 693. Lin Xian was furious. His warning did not work, so it seemed that he had to destroy the Green Wolf Gang. Seeing Lin Xian condensing the sword qi, Steward Du and the others were enraged. How dare a young brat seek death in front of so many of them? Go, destroy him. Steward Du shouted coldly. Beside him, Madame Du also grinned. Brat, how dare you defy me? This is your fate. Behind her, dozens of people drew their swords and sabers. A terrifying aura swept across the area. The wind howled and the murderous aura surged. It was as if ghosts were crying and wolves were howling. At that moment, a furious voice came from afar. Everyone stop! The voice was even more violent. It was as if thousands of horses were galloping, rolling in the void. Boom! The cultivators who were about to attack all trembled and were pushed back by the sound. Steward Du was even more shocked. Leader? Why is he here? The others were also shocked. They were all like stone statues and did not dare to move. Leader, it's just killing a brat. You don't have to do such a small thing. Steward Du quickly walked forward and said with a smile, Smack! Zhao Kuin was so angry that his body trembled. He did not dare to look at Lin Xian and slapped Steward Du small thing? You're telling me this is a small thing? That slap was full of strength. Even if Steward Du was an ultimate powerhouse, he could not withstand it. With that slap, Steward Du's face turned into a pig's head. Beside him, Madame Du was also stunned. She shrieked, Leader, are you confused? Why did you hit the wrong person? Hit the wrong person? Zhao Kuin stared at Madame Du fiercely. It was this evil fat woman. Without her, he would not have provoked that terrifying young man. Thinking of the scene of him kneeling, Zhao Kuin's face turned ferocious again. He took a step forward and instantly arrived in front of Madame Du. Then he kicked out. Boom! That kick was like a hungry wolf pouncing on its prey. It was unusually fierce. Madame Du could not withstand it. She wailed and turned into a meatball flying backward. Only after it had pierced through dozens of houses did it fall into the ruins. Everyone was stunned. They could not understand why the leader would do that. However, in the next moment, they were shocked again. Their eyeballs almost fell out. Zhao Kuin turned around. The ferocious killing intent on his face was gone, replaced by a smile. That smile seemed to be trying to curry favor. He walked to Lin Xian's side and asked softly, Hero, are you okay? You're not scared, are you? Whoosh! The surrounding Green Wolf gang, disciples, felt their heads explode. The usually ferocious helper was actually speaking humbly to a young boy. Dreaming, they must be dreaming. Many people were slapping themselves in the face, trying to wake up from the nightmare. However, to their despair, they discovered that all of this was real. Head Steward Du was even more frightened. He now knew why the helpers were angry. It was all because of the young man in front of him. He didn't know who this delicate and pretty young man in front of him was for the gang leader to try to curry favor with him. However, he couldn't care less about these things. Right now, saving his life was the most important thing. Great hero. It's a misunderstanding. Manager Du's face was swollen like a pig's head, and he could not speak clearly. Misunderstanding? Lin Xian sneered. Did I hear wrong? He was furious. If he was an ordinary person, he might have already been killed by now. For such evil people, Lin Xian would not be soft-hearted. You, tell me, what did he do just now? Lin Xian pointed to a person next to him and said. Suddenly, that person was terrified, and his face was very ugly. That speak! Zhao Kuin turned his head, and his face was ferocious and terrifying again. Yes, the martial artist was trembling in fear. Head Steward Du said, he wants the great hero to kneel, break his own arms, destroy his own cultivation, and beg him like a dog. If he's in a good mood, he might let the great hero go. Zhao Kuin's face suddenly darkened. He was courting death. This was a blatant act of courting death. He looked at Head Steward Du, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. If you want to die, don't drag me down with you. Great hero, what do you think we should do? Zhao Kuin asked carefully. You'll bear the consequences of your own words. Lin Xian said lightly. Zhao Kuin nodded. indicating that he understood. Then he kicked head steward Du and said, "You know what to do." Head steward Du trembled. He naturally understood what the leader meant, but he was unwilling because until now he still did not know the identity of the young man in front of him. Seeing head steward Du's unwilling eyes, Zhao Kuin's heart was filled with anger. He snorted, waved his hands, and instantly slapped head steward Du's arms. Crack, crack! Spiritual energy surged, and it was incomparably vast. This blow directly broke head steward Du's arms. Ah! Head steward Du suffered a heavy blow and roared crazily, his eyes revealing a look of horror. "I'm not convinced. You still dare to talk back?" Zhao Kun was angry and kicked out again. This kick happened to hit head steward Du's abdomen, shattering his spiritual sea cyclone. "Ah, my cultivation!" Head steward Du screamed, lying on the ground like a dead dog. He was constantly gasping for breath, and his eyes were red, staring at Lin Xian. He was not convinced, and at the same time he was extremely desperate. Without his cultivation, he was worse than a dog, and all of this was caused by this young man in front of him. He was filled with hatred. Lin Xian looked at head steward Du on the ground, without a trace of pity. If he did not kill, he would be killed. Especially in a place like the Blood Realm, where only strength mattered. There was no need for pity. "I don't want anyone to hate me, so you should know what to do," Lin Xian said in a deep voice. Hearing this, a trace of fierceness appeared in Zhao Kuin's eyes. A dark green mass of qi floated in his palm, carrying a shocking force. With a wave of his palm, the green qi surged and condensed into a wolf claw, about 10 feet long and lifelike. Boom! Head steward Du was hit by this force, bleeding from his 7 orifices, and fell to the ground dead. The surrounding martial artists were shocked. They did not expect the leader to kill head steward Du personally. In the distance, Madame Du climbed up with difficulty and saw the scene. She immediately screamed in horror. Zhao Kuin's expression was cold as he punched out. The void was torn apart, and the shadow of a green wolf formed by spiritual energy flew in the air and quickly swallowed Madame. "Du Hero, are you satisfied?" Zhao Kun asked softly. Lin Xian nodded slightly and did not pay attention to this matter. He said, "Do you have a detailed map of the Blood Realm?" Although he had bought one in the city, he was not satisfied with it. "Yes." Seeing that Lin Xian did not pursue the matter, Zhao Kun secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He took out a blood-red map from his storage ring and respectfully handed it over. This map can't be said to be the most detailed in the Blood Realm, but it's definitely 10 times better than the one sold in the shops. Lin Xian took it and found that the map was densely labeled, and it was indeed very detailed. After accepting the map, Lin Xian glanced at Zhao Kun. "Don't let this happen again. Otherwise, you know the consequences." "Yes. Hero, don't worry," Zhao Kun said respectfully.